how is the start going? So I'm not sure how many people are still outside, or whether we can slowly start the day. Yeah, I think so. We start. Welcome everyone. It's a great pleasure for me, to welcome you so early to this conference. So today is the annual conference, the Cluster of Excellence Matters of Activity, Image, Space, Material. My name is Claudia Marais. I'm one of the speakers of the cluster, and on behalf of Wolfgang Schäffner, Peter Fratzl, and Horst Predekamp, who form also the speakers group, it's our great pleasure to welcome you this morning, and also to welcome our speakers, the audience, both on site and on the screens. So we had cluster conferences before. We had them mainly digitally, so especially our first one was a digital event. Then we had hybrid events going on. And now today we are very glad that we have this opportunity to really gather here on site. It's a very special location here, the Silent Green. It's a former crematory in Berlin. It's built between 1909 and 1910 and is listed as cultural heritage also of the city of Berlin. And it's very hard not to make a reference to the former function of this house as a crematory, since also this conference is very much about material processes of becoming and of decay, as you will see in a minute. Maybe some regulatory or organizational remarks in the beginning. So we do not have very strict COVID measurements, obviously, at this moment, but COVID is not over, so we are very happy if you wear a mask during the day. So it's not mandatory, but still it's very welcome if you choose for having a mask, so to keep us safe and healthy. I'm also telling a bit more about the program later, but start in right away. Oh, sorry, I do something wrong here. It's better. Shall I repeat something, or is it? No, okay. Yeah, so I dive in right away in the program of today, the content. So the cluster matters of activity, as you know, we deal very extensively with the issue of active matter, active images, active spaces. We have been doing this for over 3 years now, mostly during the pandemic, and now is a great opportunity for us to share some of the recent discussions we have at the cluster, and especially linking this topic of active materiality to a very specific dimension of this, that is time. So we are especially looking at the different temporalities of active matter, at their implications, and also at their effects. Time and activity, this is something Peter Fratzl reminded me, are essentially related, because without time, no activity, he reminded me. And that's obviously true then, as long as we exclude time as an extrinsic coordinate from matter, material activity would not unfold. There would be no growth and decay, no change and adaptation, no interaction and no resistance. However, when we ask about the different types and manifestations and ways in which temporalities of active matter manifest and unfold, we are also confronted with a sheer and almost incomprehensible and unmanageable variety of time dimensions. Slow and short, long and quick, synchronous and asynchronous, dependent and independent, side by side, with each other or against each other. So matter's temporality encode and activate a multitude of modes of material becoming. Yet they do so on registers that are often too slow, too small, or too vast for humans to grasp. Astronomical and geological deep time, for example, manifests in very different dimensions than the growth and decays of organic substances or living beings, such as wood or fungi. Active materials such as water, oxygen, or carbon unfold their effects at different speeds and times, dissolving the classical notion of spatial, static, and solid matter. Moreover, these various manifestations overlap and superimpose in a present that appears as an entanglement of several clock frequencies and time registers, generations, living beings, ocean tides, day and night, quartz oscillations, and so on. Juxtaposed to this is human perception. That is, the many ways of interpreting, organizing, and contemplating time and temporal processes, as well as the great variety of cultural techniques, social habits, and technical apparatuses that come along with it, in order to deal with the event of time in all its past, present, and future shapes. Last but not least, there is also a forceful dimension, especially in the unfolding of long-term temporal developments. They do not only manifest themselves in the creation of large, massive material structures and assemblages, such as mountain massifs or coral reefs. Rather, this forceful dimension also becomes manifest in the forgetting, suppression, and ignoring of events that do not operate their effects immediately, but only in distant future. The concept of slow violence states that there are forms of structural harm, such as ecological contamination or racial violence, that unfold too slowly over time for anyone to be held accountable at last. Nonetheless, the impact is real. In choosing our topic for the Deep Material Future Conference, we were inspired by the twin concept of geological deep time on the one hand, and the genealogies or histories of the longue durée on the other. Coming from different discourses from the earth science on the one hand and the humanities on the other, both of these concepts attempt to make extensive time periods graspable and negotiable that are beyond human comprehension. And even material science, as I learned very recently, is referring to a material's long history that decisively shaped their properties beyond their chemical composition. However, instead of only interweaving this different historiographical perspective with each other of deep time and longue durée, we are also concerned and so want to make an effort to really project and multiply these concepts onto the future, to make it a project of speculative design, which also means and includes problematizing the very notion of the future that we are speculating upon. Speculating about deep times, long durées, about distant ecosystems, about social material futures has taken on new urgency and importance against the backdrop of climate change and global warming, obviously, as well as the energy crisis, wars, and nuclear threats. Related to this are questions of, for example, transgenerational justice, as well as the need for other epistemologies, ontologies, and practices of world-making. Against the very background of the Anthropocene, Vincent Dialenti, an anthropologist who studies nuclear energy politics and nuclear waste repositories, in his new book, Deep Time Reckoning, How Future Thinking Can Help Earth Now, suggests to embrace deep time as an investigative mode of both alertness and mindfulness. It's not possible to visit the far future to see what happens there, he says, but the lesson is that analogues of deep time are already here on Earth if we look close enough. In this context, he refers especially to two overlapping crises, an ecological crisis, that of the Anthropocene on the one hand, and an intellectual crisis of what he calls the deflation of expertise. That is, the populist erosion of expert authority in the political sphere and the containment of research and the spirit of inquiry through ever new corporate reforms and bureaucratic protocols. The first crisis, he argues, and I quote him, the first crisis challenges entire populations to reimagine their ways of thinking, acting, and relating to better sync with the Earth's environment's radical long term. It calls us to become more skilled deep time reckoners. This means repositioning our lives, ideas, and societies within wider time space. Better scoring our drives for short-term gains with the long-term well-being of our species. Yet the second crisis creates new obstacles to this. Today, it is increasingly difficult to put forth bold, evidence-driven, intellectually ambitious visions of the Earth's future, given widespread skepticism towards technocratic knowledge, liberal art, education, scientific research on the environment, and even the very possibility of there being verifiable facts, truths, or a single shared reality. End of quote. Having this twofold diagnosis in mind, with the Deep Material Future Conference, we want to open up an interdisciplinary space of dialogue and of exchange involving the humanities, the material and natural science, design and architecture alike, in order to counteract the consequences of an unsustainable past that is just a prolongation into an as equally unsustainable future. We want to discuss and rethink instead the potentialities, but also the counter-strategies and counter-imaginaries that might lead towards more just and more inclusive, more desirable futures. We want to ask what new and different ways of research, of politics, of design, and maybe even healing through materialized action could be imagined at all levels of space, time, and scale, including also more than human beings or other nature-culture relations. The challenge is to put it into a nutshell, to encounter deep material futures that have long been there and are still yet to come. This challenge, however, cannot only be a technical one. For the different temporalities of active matter, of which we speak today, always involve unmeasurable spaces of remembering and forgetting, of extinction and survival. This conference will explore the topic that I just very briefly outlined for you in the form of 4 different panels. So we've chosen 4 different perspectives or angles to talk through the deep material futures and the temporalities aligned with it. And we try to organize the panel or to set up the panel in a way that they're truly interdisciplinary by combining keynotes with a moderated discussion to really not just having like this kind of presentation situation, but really also come into a dialogue with each other. So the first panel, where we have the keynote of Sandra Jaspers, will guide us through ruins, former railway yards, and other wastelands, and spaces of botanical discovery and of collective memory. So it's called Wasteland. I can actually show you the program. Just a moment. Here. Panel 2, Earthly Matter, will bring together keynotes of Nigel Clarke and James Weaver on the I learned it. Igneous, thank you. We all learned the word, but now we will hear it properly. Igneous activities of fire, of rocks, and of the inner earth. That is like the earthly 3D printing, if you will, together with a keynote on 3D fabrication of biologically inspired structures. Panel 3 will trace matter across scales. Here we have keynotes by Simone Howe and Jeff Diamanti. They will explore, on the one hand, concepts of geofetishism and tender violence, and on the other hand, look through the lens of active encounters with non-living matter and physical connectivity on the other. And this panel will specifically talk about the material politics of rare earths, of ice, and of water. Then we will have a 4th panel, which is entitled Future Materials, and here we will have an outlook by Adam Maschik and Vera Meyer on the one hand on multifunctional future of concrete. So concrete is the topic, and on the other hand, it's about the lessons that fungi can teach us on how to survive under circumstances of limited planetary resources. And I'm very thrilled to have you, all the keynote speakers here today, Sandra Jasper, Nigel Clarke, James Weaver, Simone Howe, who will join us remotely, Jeff Diamanti, Adam Maschik, and Vera Meyer. So it's a great pleasure. We are very much looking forward to your presentation and are really thrilled that you accepted our invitation to be here. I would also thank our discussants and moderators in the panels. They also took quite a while to really prepare the panels and so also create an atmosphere that is inviting for discussion. And I would like to especially mention Anke Gründel, Albin Kubasch, Robert Stock, Lea Perrodin, Carola Dierichs, Clemens Winkler, Michaela Büsse, Martin Müller, and Charlotte Wenig. So all members of our clusters being involved in the discussions. I would, on behalf of all of us, like to thank already now our organizational team. It was really amazing. Antje Nestler, Caroline Ott, Franziska Wegener, but also Kerstin Germer von der Geschäftsstelle. You did a tremendous job to set this conference together. I don't say it too early because we still have to go through it. So we will have a final thank you in the end after everything has been hopefully successful. But still, it's amazing. So also for the technicians, thank you so much. And last but not least, also thanks to the German Research Foundation, the DFG, who is supporting obviously the cluster and also this conference very generously. Just a few words. You see the program here. You also have it printed. You can grab it outside, where you see the panels, the short CVs, the abstracts of the program. I just want to make you aware that tonight we have a premiere of a film, a video installation by Michaela Büsse, The White Elephant. So we're very excited to have this premiere. Michaela is here, so we're looking forward to this event. I made sure that there will be food around in between, so I'm always anxious that the evening goes long and there is no food around, so I made sure that we will have snacks before the premiere. And we also organized, or not organized, but there is a satellite program around the conference, which basically takes place tomorrow. There are two exhibitions on their way. So the one is the Material Legacies exhibition, which is a cooperation between the Kunstgewerbemuseum Berlin, the Museum for Applied Arts in Berlin, and design researcher and architects from our cluster. So this a small exhibition within the Kunstgewerbemuseum opened already 2 weeks ago, and it brings together research that we are doing on different materials into a dialogue with the material objects from the collection. So it's really about exploring this material legacy that shape in many ways the material activities we're also talking today. And there will be a guided tour for you tomorrow starting at 1 p.m. So the curators and also some of the participants of the exhibition will be there. They will guide you around, and if you have time to join, that would be amazing. And we have even more exciting in the evening is the opening of the Douala Chine exhibition, West African Silk on its Way, which is one of the major outcomes of the last year research of the project Weaving. And here in this exhibition, you will have the opportunity to look at the cultural history and also like the artifacts and the techniques that are somehow going along with the Waldsink in Waldsink not industry, but the Waldsink practices and the handicraft in Burkina Faso. And you will have the chance to meet the curators of the exhibition again. You will have the chance to meet also local wild silk producers and also to talk to the researchers of the weaving group. And we're very exciting to have this exhibition tomorrow, which is really a highlight also for our cluster research. So that's a bit of the satellite program. Obviously, you're most welcome to join. If you have any questions how to navigate this, just ask me or people from the organizational team, so we're most happy to help you around. I guess that's all I wanted to share with you. Yeah, so I finish here. I wish you and us all a very pleasant and great conference. It's really fantastic to be here in this site, and I hand over now to my colleague Anke Gründel, who will introduce to the panel 1 on wasteland with the keynote of Sandra Jasper. Thank you so much.
Sorry, muss aber. Das ist jetzt aber so. Kann man hier ändern. Muss ja nichts präsentieren. Sende zum Vorlesen. All right. I'm not sure if the mic is on. It is great. Wonderful. Thank you so much for coming. Let me introduce to you our first speaker of the day. Sandra Jasper holds a junior professorship in geography of gender and human environment systems at the Humboldt University of Berlin. She's co-editor of the volume The Botanical City, as well as co-author and co-producer of the documentary Natura Urbana, The Brachen of Berlin. Her current monograph project on experimental spaces in West Berlin received a Graham Foundation grant. And Sandra is co-speaker of the Berlin University Alliance project, Rescaling Global Health, Human Health and Multi-Species Cohabitation on an Urban Planet, which takes up the various human and non-human environment relationships and the multiple links between planetary health, biodiversity, and environmental pollution in cities across the globe. As part of her larger collaborative project, and together with the urban anthropologist Ignacio Farias, she's co-lead of a sub-project which interrogates the multiple temporal scales of disaster resulting from exposure to visible and invisible pollutants contained in urban rivers, as human habitat and urban ecology. Her research interests in urban nature, soundscapes, and feminist theory will also inform today's talk. So without further ado, now let me introduce to you Sandra Jasper, and I look forward to her talk. Computer weg?
Okay, first of all, thank you very much, especially to Claudia, Michaela and Anke for inviting me to this conference and also to engage with the cluster matters of activity more generally. And I'm really happy to be here today and very honored to kick off the day with this talk on the theme of urban wastelands. And I will take you on a journey back in time a little bit and also maybe forward in time through different sites in Berlin, but also in Luxembourg. And I will start with a little story. Okay, it doesn't work. Okay, thank you. In the late 1940s, the Luxembourg botanist and writer Jean-Jacques Cariget began to study the flora of the Terre Rouge. The area in the southwestern region of Luxembourg, bordering France, is named after the striking red color of the iron-rich soil exploited by the steel industry. In the introduction to Florule d'Esch sur l'Azette, his Flora of the City of Esch, published in 1957, Cariget describes how new visitors to the capital of the red soil were instantly struck by the scale of ultra-modern industrial installations. The tall chimneys and blast furnaces with dense smoke rising from their conduits had become part of the iconography of the city. Drawn towards these awe-inspiring ironworks, visitors overlooked those marginal natures that were most fascinating to the botanical eye. The plant life flourishing in the crassiers, the slag heaps. The landscape marked by the ironworks was full of botanical surprises. Novel ecologies developed spontaneously alongside the rapid technological transformation of the landscape. But for a long time, as Carijé reflects, many of his fellow naturalists were oblivious to any traces of nature, other than minerals to be exploited. And he writes, "We searched the soil, we hardly looked at the surface." In contrast to long-standing investigations into the history of gardens and parks in European cities, much less is known about spontaneous plant life. Sorry, I'm seeing something here. Spontaneous plant life that developed accidentally in the midst of heavy industries, in urban interstices, in the landscapes created by extractive industries, as side products of expanding metropolitan regions, and later on in the midst of their ruins, wastelands, and abandonment. In this talk, I trace the histories, contemporary forms, and prospective futures of wasteland spaces across sites in Berlin and Luxembourg. And I discuss a range of responses to these wasteland spaces, from early botanical studies to more recent activist and design engagements with these experimental ecologies. And I have two questions that I will pose in two kind of parts of the presentations. The first one is, what stories can botanical traces in wastelands tell us about the temporalities of urban nature, responding to the theme of the conference? And the second question, how are wastelands reimagined and redesigned in the context of contemporary, oftentimes speculative urbanism? Sorry. Maybe it's because this happened. No. Okay. I draw on two projects. Anke has mentioned them already. On the one hand, my longer-standing work on wastelands and urban ecology in Berlin, and a project I have worked on more recently, and you see the publication there, Red Luxembourg, a collaborative project about a site in Luxembourg, and in 2021, a group of architects, Peter Swinnen, David Pelleman, Nathan Heinrichs, and Beatrice van Hout, have asked a group of scholars and urban designers, myself included, to respond to a 60-hectare site in Esch-sur-Alzette, which belongs to ArcelorMittal, a Luxembourgian multinational steel manufacturing corporation, and is being envisioned as a future residential area. Part of this terrain, and you can see it here, is still an active quarry. And with the context of strong economical and demographic growth in the region and the related lack of affordable housing, these sites are subject to imposing, and I would argue partly unimaginative projects for new residential neighborhoods. The question was posed to us, how can these wastelands, which are destined to play a crucial role in the future of the region, be mobilized as generous, architecturally exciting and inspiring and equitable environments? And my first response, as I started also this talk, was to look into the history of botanical knowledge that was produced in the area. So I will follow a couple of botanical traces here. The first floras of Luxembourg published in the mid-19th century, provide a window into the interconnected histories of industrialization and botany. At the time, Luxembourg, the region, joined the customs union of the German states, the Zollverein, extended its railway networks, and with the discovery of iron ore deposits, radically transformed in a short period of time and the agricultural agrarian landscape turned into a large industrial complex. This transformation, and here you see kind of the first image result of the transformation, coincided with a peak of sustained botanizing in the 1850s and 1860s. Local botanists collected hundreds of specimens for the first herbarium of the newly established National Museum of Natural History in Luxembourg. These collections reflect a curiosity for unknown plants and new questions that began to emerge about the ecological effects of pollution. In 1866, for example, the Finnish botanist and lichen taxonomist William Nylander traced the retreat of epiphytic lichens in an urban park in Luxembourg back to the effects of air pollution. His study can be considered a historical precursor to the now growing interests in lichens as living sensors that has gained wider attention in sociological work on more than human agency and collaborative modes of data collection in environmental politics. An early geobotanical study that drew first causal links between the ironworks and changing vegetation is Georg Friedrich Wilhelm Mayer's research on smelting in the Harz Mountains. In the 1820s, Mayer examined the effects of siliciferous soil on different plant species. The contaminated spoil sand had destroyed much of the local flora, but species like spring sandwort, Armeria halleri, and Minuatia verna, a subspecies of the sea thrift, were thriving in toxic soil. In recent years, such metallophytes are put to work as cost-effective strategy in situ remediation projects for their metabolic capacities to clean up heavy metals and revalue post-industrial wastelands. At the beginning of the 20th century, scientists and botanical amateurs, enthusiasts in the industrial Ruhr area created detailed inventories of what they called adventive flora. Plant species that had newly arrived in harbors, freight stations, rubbish dumps, and industrial installations. At the beginning of the century, they discovered more than 700 new plant species in the region of Düsseldorf, Dortmund, Essen, and other cities along the Rhine and Ruhr. The botanist Richard Scheuermann classified these plants by their means of travel, a strange kind of taxonomic system. So he classified them into wool plants, grain plants, ballast plants, railway plants, and some plants simply appeared in inexplicable ways. For instance, Wanderpflanzen, migratory plants, as he classified species such as Galenzoga parviflora, potato wheat, whose surprising and unpredictable patterns of movement speak to the independent agency of urban nature. His colleague, Ludwig Bonte, tried to trace these accidental journeys of plants that had taken place along new transport routes. They were byproducts of globally circulating commodities on trade ships from Australia, South Africa, and South America. Bonte wondered which plants would persist in the Ruhr region and someday acquire what he called, and he used this word, Bürgerrecht, citizenship. In their celebration of new arrivals, these early 20th century urban floras or industrial floras provide a counterpoint to concurrent strands in German plant sociology that at the time developed nativist ideological charged conceptions of nature and its tied relationship to place. These inventories only give a glimpse into the fascinating world of urban flora. To a large extent, the metropolitan region of Luxembourg remained an empty map in botanical terms. Plants were unmappable with methods of field-based inquiry, and too few people were engaged in mapping these plants that could trace the highly dynamic geographies of spontaneous nature. Railway depots, private factories, and other interesting spaces were not easily accessible, leaving many gaps of knowledge that scientists hope to close by, for example, enlisting local railway and factory workers as amateur botanists in their cartographic project. These cosmopolitan ecologies, as the geographer Matthew Gandy has termed assemblages of newly arrived plants in European cities, also spark wider questions that weren't necessarily posed by botanists about the global histories, migration routes, even colonial histories of plants and scientific institutions like museums of natural history in which specimens are archived until today, and their botanical gardens from which so-called non-native plants occasionally escape to reappear as everyday weeds in the urban realm. The interest in urban botany resurged in the early post-war years. Bomb plots, rubble fields across European cities, such as London and Berlin and many others, became spaces of botanical discovery. In Luxembourg, the late 1940s to early 1960s represent a high point of collecting activities. The Crassier factories, railway areas, and even abandoned gardens became experimentation sites for the study of pioneering flora. Botanists documented large numbers of ruderal species, typical in the mining area, such as thermophilic plants and inhabitants of limestone and chalk, like woolly thistle, bitter candy tuft, and first discovered in 1875 in the region. Further discoveries include Dysphania botrys, sticky goosefoot, a plant originally from southeastern Europe. This plant also spread widely in the early post-war years on the rubble landscapes of heavily destroyed cities during the war, such as Berlin. Now we're moving to Berlin. Berlin, in fact, plays an important role here at that time. Unlike Luxembourg, Berlin became one of the most intensely surveyed cities, especially botanically. From the 60s onwards, travel restrictions that made journeys beyond the confinements of the walled-in city of West Berlin led botanists to study previously undiscovered spaces on their doorstep. Before that, they were traveling to outside of cities, to the mountains, other regions, but now they started to survey cities again. Bombed sites, abandoned industrial zones, and the large network of disused railway spaces, which you see here. Here, on the right-hand side, we see sticky goosefoot, Chenopodium botrys, that I just mentioned, in a rubble field, which today looks very different. Today, this area, this site is the Potsdamer Platz in Berlin. In 1960, the botanist Hildemar Scholz, and that's not him, but I'll explain. The botanist Hildemar Scholz wrote with reference to Berlin that, and I quote, "Rarely has the term ruderal plant been so pertinent as in the early post-war years." By the 1970s, these botanical studies had led to the disciplinary development of a new field, urban ecology, with an Institute of Ecology at the Technical University Berlin. And a key contribution of botanists like Herbert Sukopp, which is here, was to show that in the aftermath of anthropogenic disturbance, as botanists call human activity, pre-existing nature does not simply return or resurge. In the aftermath of war, industrial pollution, or other forms of destruction, rather radically different, sometimes unknown natures emerge. Botanists were fascinated with these unknown or newly emerging natures because they produced what they call novel ecologies through the synthesis of plants and decomposing materials, and even toxic substances. And these ruderal ecologies, because they quickly respond to alterations of environmental conditions, can serve for botanists and ecologists as bioindicators of urban environmental change. Wasteland ecologies also spark new ideas about the temporalities of nature. For the ecologist Peter Del Tredici, the urban flora mirrors the ebb and flow of capital and can give testimony to urban change. And he says, whereas early successional species are markers of fast-paced cycles of change, more stable plant assemblages, such as woodlands, indicate longer periods of abandonment and economic decline. So plants are a way of reading the urban landscape and its temporalities. Botanists consider the passing of time in successional stages, but also specific species of plants as indicators of austerity ecologies. However, with this merely scientific ecological lens, we cannot gain insight into the political dynamics and types of land ownership and speculation that are driving these cycles of investment and disinvestment in urban space. Nor can we address which communities are affected by abandonment and disconnection from vital services. So we need interdisciplinary work. In urban economic terms, wastelands are volatile spaces, oftentimes with uncertain futures. Suspended in time, they are awaiting development from a urban developer perspective, and then the imminent destruction of their unique ecologies. Not only the novelty of plants fascinated botanists, but also the capacity of plants to adapt to urban materialities and substances, highly polluted, fragmented spaces. This fascination for processes of urban adaptation continues until today, with a specific experimental strand in urban ecology that is explicitly focused on evolutionary dynamics. This research conceptualizes the city as a laboratory for evolution, in which evolutionary processes can be studied more easily or more intensely in a way than in so-called natural systems. Cities become experimental sites reflecting future conditions of pollution, heat, drought, stress, and other factors. Researchers interested in adaptive change, I just have looked at different examples. So one example that is widely cited and quite well known is the peppered moth, not a plant here, but I'm going to show you a plant in a minute. The typical form of the peppered moth has light-colored wings. However, during Industrial Revolution, the dark form displaced the lighter form by blending in with urban trees or dark surfaces, avoiding predators. In a recent paper published in Nature, scientists from the University of Liverpool have identified and dated the moment of genetic mutation that gave rise to the black form of the peppered moth. They have discovered that a jumping gene mutation was responsible for this dark variant. Using statistical modeling, this mutation has been dated to around 1819, which seems consistent with the historical record. Another example is the holy hawksbeards. that produces both dispersing and non-dispersing seed and has heritable variation for the proportions of the two seed types. And experiments have shown that in fragmented urban landscapes, non-dispersing seeds have a higher chance to land in the habitat patch of the parent plant. So plants develop these different kinds of strategies depending on their surrounding, to speak to their changing surrounding of increasing sealing or fragmentation. And there are many other examples kind of collected in this book, Menno Schulthussen's Darwin Comes to Town. Other examples are the white-footed mouse of New York City, with genes that might have evolved due to natural selection. And some of these genes are supposedly recognizing pathogens. Or acorn ants in Cleveland, Ohio, that have evolved with increased resistance to higher temperatures compared to their rural counterparts. But what does this mean? There is seemingly hope in urban environmental evolutionary pathways to counter dystopic narratives of extinction. And these cases certainly tell us that ideas of nature as a stable, static world are long outdated. That non-human beings, like the heat island ant, whose bodies respond to heat in interesting ways, might tell us something about ourselves. Yet, what is missing in these studies on the urban ecological laboratorium is the link to wider questions about the politics of urban transformation, energy transitions, the deep time of capitalism, colonial legacies, and the wider questions of the role of urbanization in processes of extinction, to name just a few. This becomes apparent if we connect these examples with, for example, feminist work that reconceptualizes body-environment relations in the context of urban exposure and industrial pollution. This work also looks at how bodies are transformed, yet by emphasizing the underlying structural dimensions that constitute toxic exposure. The feminist historian Michelle Murphy, for example, introduces the idea of alter life, and I quote her, "Studying alter life requires bursting up open categories of organism, individual, and body to acknowledge a shared entangling and extensive condition of being with capitalism and its racist colonial manifestations." Murphy writes, "I have come to alter life while studying chemical violence on the Great Lakes, as industrial chemicals deliver concentrated injury and premature death to indigenous Black and poor communities already living in hostile conditions. The Great Lakes were the portal to the colonial conquest of Canada, and in the 20th century, the lower Great Lakes became rimmed by the industrial exuberance of car manufacture and petrochemical refining, more recently giving way to histories of deindustrialization and abandonment. What might this shared condition mean when the idea of alter life is translated to places like Esch in Luxembourg or Berlin? Especially in the contemporary context of intense urban redevelopment in which wastelands become contested spaces, contested about their past legacies and urban futures. Discoveries of empty wastelands are, and I cite the anthropologist Eric Harms, they're powerful civilizing stories, narrative tropes imbued with colonial and capitalist interests. In a study of new urban zones in Vietnam, he analyzes the long-standing trope of clearing the wasteland, the depiction of marginal spaces as wasteland that are clearly inhabited by human and non-human life, purposefully renders vulnerable communities and habitats invisible to discover emptiness for other interests. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sandra. That was really interesting. What we'll do now is we'll have a 5-minute period of just clarifying questions. If you have any discussion questions, I would ask you to please hold them. We'll have a general discussion after two discussants are coming up.
Okay.
So if anybody has any clarifying questions, please ask them now. Again, no general questions just yet.
What time does it require to call something a wasteland? I mean, sort of waste is temporary, as you said, but can you put a number? Is it decades? Is it years? What does it take?
I think it depends a bit on who's looking to classify. I think in urban planning, this can come quite quickly because there are surveys of cities that register so-called Brachen. So there's a mapping project every couple of years, and sites with potential to be redeveloped are mapped as such. But I think there are wider questions, obviously, on when do these spaces become revisited again and again in terms of questions of collective memory, collective histories, contestations, and when do they become debated or contested? And that is oftentimes in moments when they're supposedly going to change in some way, being built on, which kind of closes in a way this moment of the wasteland as an archive of both kind of environmental histories, but also social, cultural histories, when these sites are completely transformed by urban development.
Yeah, that was a wonderful argument against linear explanations. You showed a certain sympathy for wasteland. And one can immediately accept that and wait for the spontaneous nature. In that frame, I ask for how do you judge the anarchist pirate gardening movement, which saved Detroit 15 years ago or so, an anarchic gardening of urban wasteland. Detroit was down, absolutely down, and this movement recreated the town, but by deliberately cultivating. That is in opposition to your argument. So I would like to hear your opinion on this movement.
If we look at Berlin, for example, there's almost like a parallel history. I think urban gardening is really crucial in being part of wastelands, maybe being turned into public space. So in sites like the former airport, the Tempelhof Airport, urban gardening is a part of the site, as is conservation. So it's kind of happening side by side. And there's also interesting wasteland spaces that used to be gardens. The ones in Luxembourg I mentioned, but also in Berlin there are sites that were urban gardening sites and then abandoned again. And that creates quite interesting ecological dynamics because certain plants were put there intentionally, other plants kind of emerged spontaneously, and so I think this successful is a weird word, but if wastelands are being transformed and retained as public spaces, if we look at examples from this city, it is usually quite important to have activism, science, arts, local initiatives working together. I think nature conservation is one aim, but it's oftentimes not enough, and there needs to be kind of radical, as you say, other kinds of radical activist practices to make this happen.
All right, I'm going to exercise my chair authority and cap it here because this is already going into the discussion. And I do want to hold it for after our two wonderful discussants are entering, well, the conversation. So, please let me introduce to you Robert Stock and Alvin Kubash. Come join us, please.
Hello.
Robert is assistant professor of cultures of knowledge at the Department of Cultural History and Theory at the Humboldt University of Berlin. And he's a principal investigator at the Matters of Activity Image Space Material, for which you all gathered here today. After completing his PhD in 2017 with a dissertation about cultural decolonization processes and documentaries about Mozambique and Portugal, he has turned his attention to situated knowledges, digital media, disabilities and access, as well as Luso-African decolonization processes. His most current work investigates epistemic practices, technologies, and the unsettling futures of active trees. And Alvin is a research associate at the Cluster of Excellence, as well, Matters of Activity at the Humboldt University. And he holds a master's degree from the Technical University of Berlin in History of Science and Technology. And his current PhD research, and Alvin investigates the interconnection of food, science, and medicine during the 20th century. His dissertation work investigates how industry and military interests in NASA's experiments with food during the early days of space flight and space science have shaped the futures of food in space and on Earth. As a researcher at the cluster, he interrogates the history of material legacies, infrastructures, and technologies of everyday culture with the aim of better understanding how socio-technical materialities and cultural techniques select, filter, and reconfigure possibilities of agency and therefore also shape the futures and genealogies of our environment. So with that, please join us.
Okay. Thank you, Anke. Welcome, everyone. Thank you also, Sandra. It was a very interesting and thought-provoking thought. And perhaps I can just mention a few things that I would be interested in. So, following Peter's remark on the wastelands and how they are considered, I would really be interested in knowing a bit more about the historical roots of this concept. I don't know if you could elaborate on that, because you could speak of a rubbish land. I also read some comments on an impaired land. So bringing in this notion of impairment, which we know is I came across a lot of in my disability-related research. So is it a disabled landscape that can be healed? So, and that would also bring me to a further question. So how are these concepts to be understood, and how do they change over time? When you spoke about remediation, for instance, but there's also this idea of restoration or even renaturalization or renaturation. So that, I remembered a book by Elie Claire, who is a non-binary disability scholar, and he draws this comparison between healing nature and healing bodies. So he has a kind of a different approach than Michelle Murphy and others from the Canadian context, I guess. But I found this very interesting. So what do we mean when we speak about healing bodies or renaturalizing nature? So do we want to go back to a state of nature, of untouched nature, or so this kind of nostalgia even for a kind of untouched nature, untouched by anthropogenic disturbances, how you formulated this. So that is, I think, one of the questions that I would like to hear more about, just like about this concepts and how they develop over time, perhaps also in this context of this experimental space of urban ecologies that bring new species to thrive there. And the other question that I would be interested in is the kind of stories that are related to these interventions, be it from botanists or activists and artists. So I recently read a piece by Estrid Sørensen and his colleague Stefan Laser, which was about a river restoration project in the Ruhr region, so also this post-mining site. And they kind of heuristically identified 3 different narratives that were tied to this river restoration project. So one was, okay, there is going to be a modernization. So we're going from a very polluted future to a clean from a polluted and dark past to a cleaner future. So a very progressive narrative, and that relates on modern technologies and this kind also of a technological fix, to repair broken nature. The second was kind of an endless status quo. So there is a lot of infrastructure and measures necessary to maintain the certain status quo of the river as a kind of more or less healthy habitat. And the third one that they propose would be with Anna Tsing and others to have a narrative that relates to a kind of living in ruins, to accept this. Trouble without end, as Anna Tsing calls it, and to live in a ghostly non-linear temporality of an extended here and now. So that would be the three variants, so to say, that also kind of speak to our theme of the conference of this different temporalities that are linear or non-linear. So that I would be interested in if you encounter these kind of different narratives in your research. That's enough for for now, I think. Sorry for the long comment. The third question that I would have, and you could elaborate a bit more on that, is this transfer of Canadian theoretical work to a European context. I would be really interested in, because there is Max Liboiron, there is Michelle Murphy and others that have very interesting proposals to connect indigenous situated knowledges with novel works in STS and so science and technology studies and so on. And what can we do with this in a European context? You sketch it out a bit, but perhaps you could elaborate on this. Sorry.
So maybe before you answer, we can jump into Alvin and you can collect.
Okay, I'll make it short.
Add to the list, Alvin.
just a few words. First of all, thank you very much for this very inspiring talk. I really enjoyed it, and it was very inspiring for me as a historian. And as Horst Bredekam just said, it gives one pause to think about how to tell stories. Who are the agents of history? Who are what is the concept of time that we should employ as historians, for example? That's what I was thinking about when listening to your wonderful talk. And what I found interesting was this wonderful the wonderful story you told us about the plant classification of plants classified through their traveling, through their modes of travel. I was spontaneously thinking of, okay, we have something here that sounds like cultural techniques of traveling that make the plants move somewhere. The plants become agents of history by using modes of travel to go from A to B. But on the same side, you had this different story sometimes that emanated from your presentation. For example, when you talked about the bomb crates in Berlin, which has this very not conservative but classical notion of the plowshare of history, which is maybe an apt metaphor here. You have the plowshare of history that runs furrows through our landscapes, and in those landscapes then rises new plants, new life, new botanical ecosystems. And I was wondering if those two stories could be connected through the concept of cultural techniques. So the cultural techniques of traveling, the cultural techniques of cohabitation, then in the next step, in the afterlife, as you put it, and maybe even to borrow something from biology, to talk about cultural niche production. So cultural techniques as something that is not reserved for human agency, but as you showed, also accessible or a mode for plant life to become agents of history in a way. And then I was thinking, because you have this wonderful concept from Murphy of the afterlife, if you combine those two sides, if this can become the possibility of a positive tale of the wasteland as a side of, as you said, of afterlife, and maybe then the question is, for us going forward in the future, is how to live an afterlife in those wastelands, in co-inhabited areas, together with new ecosystems. And I was wondering if we could use the Hegelian notion of the system of needs and develop this further and talk about the system of interdependencies in these afterlife inhabited wastelands. Thank you very much. That's I hope I made it a little bit shorter.
Okay, my responses won't live up to the very thoughtful comments and really interesting questions you have, but I'll try to say a little bit about aspects that I feel like I can contribute or respond to. So the question of wasteland is also, of course, a question of translation in a sense, because I'm using this term, but I'm speaking about a German context, so it doesn't really speak to what I'm talking about or the spaces that I'm talking about, because they're referred to in a different way. And if you are interested in this discussion, we have a little kind of moment in the documentary film about this with the actor Hans Zischler, who asks, well, how do you translate these spaces into English? And then Matthew, the director, says wasteland, and Hans Zischler said, no, this is wrong. This is not the right word. In German, they're called Brachen. And Brachen has then a different cultural history or different associations as again, because with wastelands, as you said, you associate waste, rubbish, maybe this kind of also landfill sites, this kind of space. And with Brachen, it's an agricultural term, and it's about the necessity, before we had maybe technologies to speed up agriculture, the necessity for space to lie there for some time, like a pause. And I think this kind of idea of the pause is quite evocative if we think about temporalities and the necessity to slow down, to have a pause, to give some rest to certain processes, especially in cities that are so dynamic and changing. So it's not a term that actually fits into an urban context, but it does in some ways. So there are different histories to these words depending on the language and context. But the wasteland has been looked at quite in depth by the historian Vittoria Di Palma, who wrote a book about these two concepts, the wasteland and the wilderness, which is really interesting in how they relate. Yeah, I mean the baseline question of restoration, rewilding, renaturalization is an interesting one when you think about temporality, like what are we going back to? It's an imaginary, I think, because we're not restoring something of the past, because ecological processes don't work like this, and the time continues and the setting is different. If we think about ecological imaginaries about climate change in the future, I mean, there's landscape designers, landscape ecologists who discuss this question of shouldn't we preempt heating and think about restoring spaces with these ideas or modeling about the future in the back of our head. So not restoring the past, but landscape designing for a future where there's different temporalities of migratory species, temperatures, etc. Yeah, so there's interesting questions about what the baseline is in conservation. Yeah, and I think, I mean, how to translate discussions from Canada to the European context, I think in some ways in the global history they're interlinked, but I think it speaks to a lot of questions that we still have to grapple with and that are maybe discussed and debated now, especially in the context of museum objects, for example, or also colonial legacies in the built environment of cities, and also partly with regards to natural history and the history of botanical gardens. So there's a way into that, but I think there needs to be much more work that looks at these kind of human migration, multi-layered histories of war, trauma, industrial pollution, and how they're interlinked. And I don't have an easy answer of how to respond to that. But I think it's an interesting entry point, and I'm sure there's people working on that already in a European context as well. The three propositions, I think the technological fix was one, then the living in the ruins was the second, but I didn't get the first one in my notes.
From polluted past to cleaner future, so kind of a very progressive modernization narrative. The second one was about more this endless status quo that has to be maintained through a lot of infrastructure and so on. And the third one was with Anat Singh to think about trouble without end, to live in ruins and the ghostly temporalities of this here and now.
Yeah, I think the first two are probably the ones that drive the context that I'm working in, urban development or urban planning, as to kind of thinking in these ways and having conversations with city planners, urban planners about not doing anything and seeing what happens in wastelands is a big challenge. And what has happened in the context of Berlin is this transformation into parks, which turns these sites into something else. They're becoming public space, but they're redesigned, so they're also transformed in different ways. And you have these different examples in Berlin, the Park am Gleisdreieck, the Südgelände, Tempelhofer Feld, that work through different logics, so they're all a bit different, but that transformed, actively transformed. So it's not the living in ruins idea in a strict sense. And I think to transport that into the urban realm is really complex and complicated. It's an idea that is very imaginable in relation to abandoned industrial zones, I think, but it's difficult to translate that into urban context. I think urban design, urban planning, urban futures. I think it's much more the clean urban futures idea, the kind of modernization idea that's still very much out there.
So perhaps we can now open it up, since we're quite advanced in the time, towards audience questions. So if any of you have questions, discussion questions, please join the discussion now.
Schade.
Hello.
So let's maybe start with 3 questions. We'll collect 3, and then Sandra can respond.
May I start? Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes. No. Hi. Yeah. Thanks a lot for the talk, and I was really fascinated by the concept of the agency of plants as travelers, railroad plants, and so on. And I'm personally interested in plants as ship travelers, and also the question of what happens underwater with these neophytes or invasive species. And that already brings me to my question, because there's one perspective for me missing right now. It's really, really hard to find any. You refer to these plants as sources of hope, or maybe their abilities to bind toxins and so on. But what you would mostly find in the literature from biology is this whole realm of the plant as being problematic, how to get rid of them. I'm thinking of the lionfish as a good example for an invasive species that is a fun hunt, and I'm thinking of a big initiative in Zurich that's been established to get rid of neophytes in urban environments. So people that call themselves environmental activists would go out there and get rid of the plants and rip them out and so on. So this is actually quite a big part of the narrative, and also the major part of the literature that you would find around these species, especially when it's about marine species. There's nothing to be found about neophytes in a positive realm. So I was just interested in finding out how your research responds to the narratives of biology. Is there reactions towards your suggestions, and could that trigger something in also the environmental politics of city planning, and in what way? Yeah.
Peter, you had a question too. And then there was a third one over here. Okay.
If I'm allowed to have a second one. I also would like to briefly start with this motility of plants, and maybe leave for a second the anthropocentric view and take a plant-centric view. So plants are not able to move, so they need technology to move, and they have always done it. They use wind to disseminate the seeds. They use birds, the mistletoe. They use animals. Think about burdock and so on. They use humidity cycles, they use temperature cycles. So why should they not use the technology that we put at their disposal? And this brings me to the question to you. You also talked about toxins in the ground. And I mean, plants are also competing with each other quite substantially. And so toxins sound like a bad thing, but for certain plants it's a good thing, because it gives them a competitive advantage. I think it really helps maybe to think, less anthropocentric.
Okay, thank you. We had a third one here.
Yeah, many thanks from me as well. That was really fascinating. And among many things, I really appreciated the way in which the wastelands also seem to generate new classifications of plants, as I understand the wandering plants, but maybe these categories as well, metallophilic and so on. So I'd be interested to know if that's the case. But my main question really is something that's kind of bugging me a bit about the idea of the narrative. And I think you've shown there are also many narratives, but one narrative potentially from what you're saying is presumably that maybe we don't need to worry so much about devastation and so on, because the plants will fight back. So I'd like to know your view on that.
Would you like to respond?
Yeah. Okay. I think the first and last question are also a little bit connected. The question of invasion biology is really there also in Berlin. I mean, I didn't have time to tell all of the stories, but some of the stories in Berlin are also about, for example, environmental activism trying to remove the Tree of Heaven from certain sites, and yeah. And I think there's an interesting conversation that needs to happen between, or that is also ongoing already, between invasion biology and cultural studies, cultural history, about, on the one hand, the metaphors and terminologies that are being used, and on the other hand, the ecological insights that should not maybe remain in the hands of experts. Expertise is really important, but it's sometimes so niche that maybe a wider debate is needed about what species we want to live with in a way. If we intervene, to what ends, for which species, I think it's a realm of expertise, and at the moment that is also heterogeneous. They're not all of the same opinion. Invasion biology or is one particular perspective, and ecologists like Ingo Kowarek here in Berlin, he kind of, by studying the Tree of Heaven, kind of shifted his ideas and said we need to look at every particular local context, whether this plant, this tree is a problem or not, and not generalize a species for being problematic, but look at specific processes, local contexts, etc. So that's one bit, and I mean, people are getting more and more involved in this through these citizen science projects, trying to map plants and other species in cities. So there maybe is potential for having a wider discussion about cohabitation. And of course, there's forceful ways of killing in cities, killing animals, plants, that are not serving ecosystem services for humans that are positive. If allergies come into play, other questions. I think, I mean, to shift the perspective is challenging but really interesting, and I think to shift the perspective in terms of urban planning, to consider what is necessary for certain plants to move, because they need to move in certain ways, is also interesting, with initiatives that try to build these islands to counter the fragmentation of spaces, to make these green connections across cities. That's one way of trying to spark travel or help. And the classification question is also really interesting, because there are so many different classifications, and I came across an interesting one in my work on urban soundscapes, where trees were classified for their capacity to reduce noise pollution. So they are not in their kind of original or in the taxonomic system of origin, but in the new taxonomic system of decibel levels. I agree with your point that there are multiple narratives, and to maybe put the hopeful one in the foreground. I try to do that a little bit, but I don't want to imply that we do not have any existential problems. Yes.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question, one final one. Perhaps our guests online would also like to join if there's anybody. Then over there, please.
Yeah, thank you. For me, growing up in the city, the Brachen was always a space of improvisation and experimentation. And I think this goes for people and other species too. And I was wondering if you would consider the Brachen as kind of an educational space or educational spaces for the city, which, for example, I think are missing today in a certain extent, also when it comes to finding different ways and engaging with topographies that we are not used to, but we might have to deal with in the future. Yeah.
Yes, so I presented a little bit of my work on wastelands, and other work looks at how there are spaces of community engagement, people coming together, kind of on larger or smaller scales. These places were really key, also confronting difficult memories that were buried, especially in the 70s and 80s, with the history of the Holocaust, etc. So they serve these very different roles, both in terms of ecological processes, but also in terms of social and collective life in cities. So yes, I think they're really important, and it's quite a dramatic change that Berlin has undergone in the last 20 years. Yeah.
Okay, we have 2 more minutes, maybe one final question, if anybody has one. Yes, Wolfgang.
More a comment. I like very much the idea that you describe, in fact, the wasteland as something that is active, not so much because of the botany that can enter this space, but with the aspect of Brache, this pausing rest as something that is highly active. And that's an interesting point. One could also add the periodically Brache through winter, for example. Then everything is turned into wasteland. Also, if there's too dry, the park is changed immediately in summer with too dry into a waste area. So that's really interesting. And that reminds me to T.S. Eliot, famous first lines, April is the cruelest month, breeding lilacs out of the dead land. I mean, that's just this point of something that days, even if he calls it dead land, it's highly active. And therefore, April is so cruel to intervene in this sense. Thank you.
Do you want to have a quick response to that?
No, I think it's a wonderful comment that stands for itself. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. So we're right on time. This is great. That was a great, final concluding comment. With that, I would like to release you all into a coffee break. We will start again at 11:50, so we'll have about 20 minutes. Thank you so much, Sandra. Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Alvin.
Live
Hello.
Hi, so welcome back from the coffee break to the second panel of the day titled Earthly Matter. My name is Léa Perraudin and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at Matters of Activity in media theory, and I'm going to be the moderator of this panel. And after our first discussions in the morning on the botanical entanglements in the soils of Berlin and elsewhere, we will now dive deeper into the matters of the earth in this panel together with our two speakers, Nigel Clark and James Weaver, and will then enter the discussion with our discussant from the cluster, Carola Dierichs. And it is now my pleasure to introduce Nigel Clark to you. Nigel Clark is a professor of human geography at the Lancaster Environmental Center at Lancaster University, and he researches the way Earth processes shape, perturb, and inspire social life and physical worlds. His current concerns include the pyrogeography of explosions, the evolution of human care and compassion, as well as interactions between the inner and the outer earth. He is the author of In Human Nature, Sociable Life on a Dynamic Planet. It was published in 2011, and the co-author with Bronislaw Szerszynski of Planetary Social Thought, The Anthropocene Challenge to the Social Science, which has been published last year, as well as the co-editor with Catherine Yusuf of a special issue of Theory, Culture and Society on the geosocial formations of the Anthropocene. His research has been formative for critical Anthropocene scholarship in tracing the geological agency of human beings. So in his talk, Nigel Clark will argue for the transformational intensities of igneous processes as a means of mapping out our material interactions with fire between inner and outer earth. So we're very much looking forward to your talk titled Igneous Interventions, Working with Fire, Rock and the Inner Earth. Welcome, Nigel.
Thank you, Léa, and thank you so much for this invitation. I wasn't sure that I could come away in the middle of the teaching term, but then I found out a little bit more about the Matters of Activity cluster, did a little bit of Googling, and I couldn't resist. I just really had to come here and had to be here. I think one of the things that really kind of excites me about the work you do here, partly it's the moving across scales from the close at hand to the vaster scales, and partly it's the movement between research and theory and actually working with stuff, actually working with matter, and that fascinates me. So this talk is a little bit like you'll kind of see there's a sort of a desire in this talk, a kind of a yearning to be a museum exhibit or perhaps an installation of some sort. But most of my time I am sort of stuck with doing theory. So igneous, I'm aware, is a word that doesn't kind of translate directly into German, but it's one of the ways that rocks are formed. It's a kind of a geological term that's based on, I think, the Latin word for fire, even though in the case of rocks, it actually has nothing to do with fire at all. Okay. just going to... Was moving a second ago, but is it... Okay. So I wanted to start with this famous scene from the film 2001: Space Odyssey, where the hominins, where this monolith appears from nowhere. It's supposed to be, I gather, it's supposed to come from some alien civilization. And this is something, this appearance on Earth triggers this band, this tribe of primates to start developing in a kind of technological direction and eventually to become human. I'm not so interested in the alien from somewhere else. I'm more interested in the alienness within the Earth itself. So the role of the Earth's own capacity to kind of become strange to itself, to become other to itself, and the role of this self-differentiation, this self-organization of the Earth in the way that we eventually became human. So this has drawn me towards the place that hominins, the kind of extended human family, emerged. And I've got quite interested in a lot of recent theories around the role of active tectonics, the role of the movement of the Earth in the evolution of humans. The fact that we emerged in and around the East African Rift system, which is part of this extensional tectonics where magma plumes are pushing up from the inner Earth, and the Earth's crust is cracking and then dropping. So we emerged in this particularly active, dynamic, volatile zone of the planet's surface. And there's been some interesting theories around the kind of that complex topography of the East African Rift system and the role that this played in the emergence of our genus and eventually our species. So one of the things that the Rift Valley, one of the things that this system does, it's a rift, it's a long, broken kind of valley. Sediment collects, water collects, so this attracts all sorts of different kind of life forms. There's also a lot of volcanism, a lot of volcanic activity. This meant that emerging, evolving hominins were in a landform surrounded by lava. There's an argument that the lava actually formed something like kind of natural stockades, so that kind of not very aggressive primates, not very strong and sort of tooth and claw, could hide and take cover and nest within this kind of volcanic landscape. It also gave platforms from which hominins could observe other species. There's also a thesis that's kind of been kicking around for many, many years that we may have learned to use fire, not from wildfire, but from the slower moving lava and being in the presence of lava. And this may have been one of the ways that we actually first captured and learned to use fire. So being in the presence of volcanoes, and the volcanoes themselves, the lava coming out of the volcanoes, also triggering fire in the landscape, so producing a kind of a mosaic landscape. So right from the very, very beginning, we're in this landscape that is volcanic and seismic as well. So just kind of bouncing off this idea of the monolith in 2001: Space Odyssey, and what if there's a slab, a monolith that's actually within the Earth? And I was quite fascinated to find when I was doing some reading around the geology of the inner Earth beneath the East African Rift system. They're trying to work out about how the mantle plumes work, how many plumes there are. But one of the things that geophysicists have identified is this huge slab of subducted crustal material that was in the Tethys Ocean, and as the ocean was closing, a subductive slab back in the Jurassic, so probably about 150 million years ago. And this slab has gradually migrated through the mantle, slowly, and ended up underneath the East African Rift Valley, where it looks like it cut off, intruded into one of the mantle plumes. So no one's suggesting that this directly impacted upon human evolution, but it certainly would have created the conditions under which our species emerged. So I'm kind of fascinated by the fact that there is this slab deep down in the inner earth that made a difference in some way that we'll probably never quite figure out, to the humans that we became. So more and more there is this kind of mapping of the inner earth, and some fascinating work in geophysics over the last 10, 15 years, this ability to model the inner earth. So what was at one point felt like a kind of a great amorphous kind of mass of hot churning rock is now being mapped out, and different plumes identified, different dynamics identified, different kind of consistencies identified. In a sense, the mantle layer, this huge part of the inner earth that's 84% of the Earth's volume, it's starting to kind of feel like it's coming to life. It's starting to feel like part of the Earth system. And of course, the Earth wouldn't have been habitable to the kind of life we know if it hadn't developed this kind of crust, which is really like a solid lid on the surface, a solid but fractured lid. So this is really behind the very possibility of plate tectonics, but also shaping the convection currents that drive plate tectonics. Also, the kind of the broader question, this is the work I've been doing with Brzezinski, what is a planet? The Earth itself is a kind of a variation on a theme of different planets. And we're finding out now that there are many, many different ways to be a planet. But one of the things we can think of as a planet is a dense spherical body of condensed matter, gravitationally collapsed and differentiated into compartments. And the compartments bit is really important. Planets are driven both by their internal heat, and if they're not a rogue planet, if they're part of a solar system, there's that kind of tension between the internal heat of the planet and the heat that comes in from their parent star. And for a lot of planets, this means that they don't settle into a kind of an equilibrium. There is a constant kind of tension, movement, sometimes between liquid layers and solid layers, sometimes gaseous layers. But there's this kind of ongoing tension movement between these different kind of states of matter in a planet. So interesting to think of a planet like the Earth, but many other planets, as being in this kind of dynamic, not quite equilibrium, moving constantly, maintaining kind of changeable relations over time. So where does this leave us on Earth, and where does this leave us as a species? One of the things that, for me, that the Anthropocene hypothesis has been really useful for is getting us to think between the strata, the layers of the Earth, and the Earth's surface. And thinking about fire as one of the ways that the Earth itself negotiates between these two layers. Stephen Pine talks about us as being uniquely fire creatures on a uniquely fire planet. So we're the only planet in the solar system that has fire. It's part of sort of unraveling what life has produced. And humans are the only creatures on Earth that regularly manipulate or work with fire. So that's kind of like a trigger for the sort of thinking that I've been doing, which is to push this a little further and to think about the way that humans negotiate between the inner and the outer Earth. So just pushing this idea that we emerged at a particularly lively kind of juncture between the inner and the outer Earth. And how has this been part of us becoming human? So this idea that becoming igneous, becoming like our kind of volcanic agency, has been part of us being human. So there's evidence from South Africa going back over 70,000 years of stone tools that have been fired, put underneath a hearth, underneath a fire for several days. This makes the tools easier to work with, easier to split, to give a kind of a sharp edge. There's a kind of hypothesis that this could go back even further, 150,000 years. So researchers suggest this is the earliest heat-induced transformation of inorganic matter. So one of the ways I would see this is that here are hominins moving down from a more volcanic region to a region without volcanoes by putting rock underneath their hearth, underneath their fires. They're transforming that rock from being sedimentary rock into behaving, acting much more like volcanic rock. So essentially we are beginning to behave like kind of volcanic agents, as early as 70,000, perhaps 150,000 years ago. Another moment in this process, leaping forward about sort of 60-something thousand years, there are some excavations taking place in Mesopotamia back in the 1990s, and what researchers found, they came across a slab of rock, or some slabs of rock, that were being used to grind grains. And right across the Neolithic world, grain grinding tended to be done on basalt, on volcanic rock. In this town, there was no volcanic rock present. We're down on the alluvial floodplains. So what the people in this town did, they baked the alluvial clay in a kiln up to 1200 degrees, which is about the temperature of a volcano, and they turned alluvial rock effectively into volcanic rock in order to use it to grind grain. So again, we've got this process of melting and recrystallizing rock. And as researchers suggest, this is a byproduct of ceramic and metallurgical industries that were already taking place in and around this ancient city. So again, for me, there's something kind of resonant with that slab in the monolith or slab I talked about that was underneath the East African Rift Valley, because that again would have been sedimentary rock. It would have turned into a much harder kind of volcanic rock as it drifted through the Earth's mantle. And then we find that humans in the ancient world are literally doing the same thing, turning sedimentary rock into volcanic rock. So I've done a lot of work around kind of pyrotechnology. I'm quite fascinated by this moment in the ancient world, in kind of ancient cities, villages, where artisans are containing heat, they're intensifying heat, they're using heat to metamorphosize or transform the state of inorganic matter, raising their kilns up to 1200, 1300 degrees, which is again the maximum heat of lava. So effectively, you can think of these solid, liquid, solid transformations as a kind of elaboration of igneous or volcanic force, a literal kind of enfolding of the forces of the inner earth. So you can imagine that villages, towns, cities in the ancient world effectively having these kilns, furnaces that are like kind of in a way miniature volcanoes in the space, the quite domestic space of the city itself. So this kind of everyday igneous process. And in the ancient world, people were well aware of the fact that there was they certainly imagined that there was a link between what was being done by their artisans in their towns and cities and what was happening in the inner earth and what was happening in volcanoes. So you get a whole range of kind of ancient gods and deities who are all a combination. They all preside over both volcanoes or the inner earth and artisanship, high heat artisanship. So they're also kind of presiding over smithing, forging, metalworking. So a whole range of, right throughout the Greek and Roman world, the Middle East, and well into Africa, you get these deities who are presiding over both, in a sense, the processes of the inner earth and the work that people are doing, artisans are doing, capturing, enfolding these inner earth processes to transform matter into other states. So just to kind of bring this into the theme of deep materiality, how this links to what I think of as being human geologic agency. So the Earth has exceptionally active plate tectonics. No other planet in the solar system has the activity of crust that we have on our planet, this kind of constant movement. The importance of the churning hot rock of the inner earth in driving this, that tension between the inner earth and the cold, rigid exterior. Humans emerging at this active tectonic zone. And the way I look at it, we developed a special affinity for coaxing lithic matter over thresholds, through phase transitions into other forms. So effectively, we're reproducing what the Earth itself does in that kind of movement between liquid and solid and back again. So we could think of, for me, we think of geologic planetary agency, often talked about as this is what kind of defines the Anthropocene. But I'm really interested in the way that this seems to go back as far as we look with our species and our extended kind of human family. So we might think of geologic or even planetary agency as being an ordinary complication of being human rather than just a recent acquisition. We've been intervening in taking advantage of capturing, enfolding planetary processes right from the beginning. And that, for me, in a certain sense, includes negotiating in some way between the inner and the outer Earth. So where to from here? We can kind of fast forward. I'm not going to go through all this because this is thousands of years more of history. But all the role that the products coming out of the kilns and furnaces of the ancient world, particularly metals, an integral role in the material cultures of sedentary life. They became weapons, of course. They became tokens of value, coins, weights, measures. Symbols of social hierarchy, also linked to kind of expressions of sexual desire. So really interesting ways of thinking through the city, through the things that came out of the kiln. Some of them that were kind of shiny and glittery, that also had a certain kind of durability. They enabled all sorts of things. They also enabled all sorts of relations that we can now see as hierarchical and exploitative in all sorts of ways. We can leap forward to another kind of moment in this kind of capturing of inner Earth forces, the discovery of gunpowder, or the invention of gunpowder in 9th century China. We might see this as really the first new fire on Earth for around 400 million years, a completely new kind of fire, almost instantaneous fire, that again transforms our relationship with the inner Earth because we can blast and blow holes and really accelerate our exchanges with the inner Earth. And eventually the rise of the fossil-fueled heat engine. In a sense, by no means a kind of a linear development, but each of these developments, in a way, drawing on the ones that have come before, others being the kind of the condition of possibility. So for a fossil-fueled heat engine, obviously you need a very, very strong container. You need those metals. I think we know enough about that, so I'm not going to go into the fossil-fueled heat engines. But one of the things I do want to suggest about where we've ended up with the use of high heat is that in some ways it's kind of constricted and restrained. We've gone from, in some senses, a more rich kind of material existence to the use of heat mostly to power, mostly to do kind of kinetic mechanical work as weight lifted through a height. Whereas the deeper story I've been telling is much more about using energy to metamorphosize, to transform matter, rather than just to move it, to shift it around. And I think we can see with the climate crisis that there's a lot of emphasis on problem-oriented research, trying to bend that curve, trying to overcome reliance on fossil fuels. But in a sense, I kind of move away from thinking about heat and all its kind of metamorphic qualities, all the kind of transformative things that heat can do. So I want to think about what this means for the way we think about newness and novelty and the future, and the unfolding of the past into the future, and the making of new futures out of rethinking and re-engaging with things we might have done in the past. So this is Slavoj Žižek riffing off Hegel, and this in a sense is very Hegelian. He talks about the new we are dealing with is not primarily the future new, but the new of the past itself, of the thwarted, blocked or betrayed possibilities or alternative realities which have disappeared in the actualization of the past. This is a way of thinking that really comes from the 18th century, Hegel engaging with geology closely. Marx picks it up from Hegel. We see it go on, Althusser, Deleuze, and so on. This idea that the past is almost like it's kind of geological layers that occasionally resurface, but also that we can dig into, excavate, and put to new uses, new purposes. And I'm very interested in that. So I wanted to now again jump back in time to another moment where I think something really interesting happened. I think of this as being kind of retro-casting, going back to the past, finding things that happened and thinking, well, what might we have made of those if they hadn't taken certain trajectories? How might we rethink the present through some really interesting and exciting moments in the past? So one of the moments I'm really interested in is Pavlov Dolnye Vyestenitse. I'm not quite sure how that's pronounced, but going back 28,000 years before the Christian era, so about 30,000 years ago, they've discovered, this is in what's now the Czech Republic, in the remains of a semi-nomadic kind of mammoth hunting group, the remains of a kind of a proto-kiln. And it's the earliest kiln that they've found. And this really kind of drove back the kiln really at least about 10,000 years before researchers thought that kilns existed. So they were using glacial loess soils baked at around 500, 800 degrees. And what you find is there are some forms that are recognizably animal forms. There are some forms, as there's one of the famous sort of Venus figurines, but mostly there are just thousands and thousands of pinchings, pellets, amorphous shape, a whole kind of profusion of fragments, at least 10,000 different pieces. So theorists looking at this have suggested that this seems to be kind of performative. It seems to be decorative. There's even a theory that they were deliberately exploding things in the kiln just to make an explosion. So, and it's many, many thousands of years before anyone finds evidence of actually a kind of a utensil or a plate or anything actually made out of clay, made out of high heat that's useful. So really, for me, a really interesting moment of kind of experimentation. The other thing that's intriguing for me about this place and this site is that in some of the fragmentary remains they've found, there is the impression of woven fabric. And again, researchers had no idea that weaving went back as far as 28, 30,000 years. So accidentally, or perhaps on purpose, some of the clay has the pressed into it of basket making, of cordage, and of properly woven fiber. And it's very, very tightly woven. So it means that it must have been made on some kind of weaving loom. So they suspect that there's a whole range of things, wall hangings, blankets, bags, etc., that were all, at play, being created by these people. So what really intrigues me about this is that at a place we might expect kind of necessity in the height of the last kind of glacial episode, where you might expect a kind of a hard scrabble, struggling for existence on the steppe, climate constantly changing. What we're finding is that what seems to be this incredible moment of creativity. So it's unlikely that kilns or weaving was invented here, but here's an example of these two incredibly influential technologies, ways of dealing with the earth, coming together at this kind of single site, in a very, very small group of people. So this fascinates me in the sense that we're talking now about crossing over planetary thresholds, attempting not to pass over boundaries in the operating system of the planet, a lot of anxiety, a lot of quite kind of instrumental work. But I'm also keen to go back and recognize how much experience that we have as a species, not just making it over, negotiating these boundaries, but actually doing work, doing kind of transitional work, doing our own miniaturized version of pushing parts of the planet over boundaries through phase transitions. This is something that we've been doing for 70, 80, 100,000 years. We might also think of this as human actors or agents actually adding new capacities to the Earth, to the repertoire of the planet, bringing things to the Earth that build on its own potentialities, but that the Earth itself hadn't figured out until we came along. So I'm interested in the idea that there is a kind of a purposiveness, but there is also something that's beyond purposiveness. And one of my favorite kind of thinkers, theorists on this is Cyril Stanley Smith, who's actually a practicing material scientist and metallurgist himself. But every now and then he comes out with these amazing, pithy kind of statements about the process of working with matter and invention. So he suggests that discovery requires aesthetically motivated curiosity, not logic. For new things can acquire validity only by interaction in an environment that has yet to be. I love that idea about inventing something for an environment that hasn't yet come into existence. And he also writes that all big things grow from little things, but new little things will be destroyed by their environment unless they are cherished for reasons more like love than purpose. So he's sounding a bit more like a kind of an ethical theorist than someone who's actually kind of working with matter stuff. But I love this idea of protecting new things that are emerging for reasons of love or care. So just coming back to start to wind up, thinking about how we can revisit what Zizek was talking about, thwarted, blocked, or betrayed possibilities, or what Cyril Stanley Smith was talking about, new little things. So many times they seem to have been captured, appropriated, set on new trajectories. So often purpose seems to predominate over love, curiosity, or expressiveness for its own sake, taking the natural expressiveness of matter or materials and building on that. Just very, very briefly, I wanted to mention that that researchers in Iceland have actually drilled into magma. They've drilled into a magma chamber. I'm curious about this because there's been really so little interest in this, so little kind of fascination. And for me, it's a moment in that really it kind of builds on and advances what we've been doing for a long, long time. But really no other species has made contact with magma while it's at home. I'm also interested in the moment where there's an awful lot of kind of imagining of magma, creatures that work with magma in kind of popular culture. So the Superpower Wiki site means there's at least 40 kind of creatures, good and evil, that work with magma in some way. So just to finish up, how does human intervention in the inner-outer Earth juncture, how does that look different when we scroll back and view it through an earlier moment? How do we learn to recognize the new little things that we may need to cherish that are themselves at this juncture in some way between inner and outer Earth? And how might this change in the way we imagine and respond to this? How might this help us in some way respond to the kind of planetary environmental crises we're going through at the moment, the moment of the Anthropocene? Thank you. I don't stick around for short questions, do I?
Yeah.
Do I?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nigel, for providing these very fascinating insights on the inner workings of the Earth and also our workings as humans on these planetary thresholds and their urgencies. So we now have time for a quick Q&A, questions for clarification. Is there anything you want to ask at this point in time?
Quick one. So gunpowder in China was actually first used for fireworks, right? So it's exactly along the lines of this quote that you had there, like more for love and rather than functional and purpose.
Absolutely, I'm fascinated by that. I mean, it was quite rapidly that they militarized, they weaponized gunpowder in China, and they had a long history of using kind of high heat and using things with variations on the theme of fire as a weapon. So there is a kind of almost a European myth that the Chinese just made fireworks and that it took Europeans to turn them into proper weapons. That isn't true. The Chinese had an amazing period of kind of experimentation with all sorts of weapons, and they were the ones that basically invented bombs and guns and all a whole range. But you are right that early on, one of the first things they did was fireworks. And I think that's a wonderful way again to think. It's hard to think of gunpowder being used for anything that's not destructive until, again, as you point out, suddenly you remember that just filling the sky up with amazing sounds and amazing kind of images. So I think that as a kind of possibility. One of the ways I also think about this is that it's also the rocket that is also one of the inventions that came from gunpowder is also the way we leave the Earth. And would it have been possible to have gone straight from skyrockets to rockets traveling out into the cosmos without that whole kind of period of destructive weapons in between? Could we have jumped from one to the other? It's another one of those kind of retroactive histories that's, I think, worth kind of thinking and playing with. But thanks for allowing me to riff off fireworks. I appreciate that.
I'm very curious in the concept of planetary thresholds. I just ask a question for clarification. Did you come up with this idea, or is it in the canon of your discipline?
The planetary thresholds is in the canon, so it comes up. There's a lot of kind of work with and around kind of thresholds. It's been coming up in the planetary boundaries, Earth systems literature. So really the kind of the notion of a threshold, it's very much part of kind of Earth systems science. Thresholds, tipping points in climate change. But then there's the notion of kind of thresholds and all the kind of the ecosystem kind of thinking around ecosystems that go through kind of transformation. So it's part of that kind of complexity thinking, but also then threshold. It goes all the way back to the ancient world. It's the grain threshold. So its roots is again in agrarian society. So, and how that became the thing you step over into a different world. So again, I'm quite kind of fascinated by that, all that kind of movement in the notion of a threshold, so that it became, stepping into a world that's familiar into a kind of a more kind of unfamiliar world, which is linked with a whole lot of kind of spiritual and religious thinking. And now it's become so important for thinking about climate tipping point thresholds in the Earth system. And I'm really interested in the figures we look for who might guide us across those kind of thresholds from a familiar to an unfamiliar planet. So again, thanks for that question.
There are more hands popping up. Is
Yes,
it directed directly to, or could we take it to
exactly, just comprehension, because there is this reference, Simon Smith, I believe you said, 1981, The New Little Things, and because it features a lot in your conclusion, like the new little things that we have to take care of. I just wanted a little bit more on that, because I looked it up on Google, I couldn't find the reference, so please.
Yeah, well, what he's talking about is really the creative process. And one of the things that he discovers in his kind of long history of looking at crucial kind of developments and material transformation is that most of them start off as decorative before they become useful. Some of his examples is that flowers seem to have been, decorative flowers seem to have come before, domestication. I don't know how he knows that. The same thing for the earliest use of metallurgy is for jewelry rather than for anything that's kind of more useful. I think at one point he talks about the origins of the railway track, the railway line being the grooves that stained glass windows were set into to make a stained glass window. And he's just got tons of examples like that. So I think what he's really interested in is finding those moments where something was brought into being out of curiosity, out of sheer joy and often kind of collective, participative kind of joy in the making, the transforming of matter. How you actually recognize these little things, he doesn't really tell us that. And I'm not sure. I don't know how to recognize these things. It's just, but I love the idea. I love the kind of the concept of going looking for these other emergent things that Maybe we'd trip over them and not even recognize them if they were in front of us, but just to have our kind of radars attuned to these moments. And I think very different from how do we avoid going over a climate tipping point where it's so instrumental, it's so much about a purpose. It's in a sense such a kind of linear way of responding to a linear problem. It doesn't really answer your question, but it's just something he and I are both curious about. Thanks.
Okay, so I think we will take any further questions into the discussion after the second talk. And so what is happening now can be described as a quick experiment in stage magic, maybe, because our second speaker today is going to join us remotely for his talk, and then he will appear on stage for the discussion. So I will now take the opportunity to introduce James Weaver to you. James Weaver is a senior scientist at the Wyss Institute for Biologically Inspired Engineering, as well as the School of Engineering and Applied Science at Harvard University. He's also an associated member in our cluster at the project Material Form Function. And he received his bachelor's degree in aquatic biology and his PhD in marine science from the University of California, Santa Barbara, and then pursued postdoctoral studies in molecular biology, in chemical engineering, physics, as well as earth history. Working at the interface between zoology, material science, biomedical engineering, and multi-material additive manufacturing, his main research interests focus on investigating structure-form relationships in hierarchically ordered biological composites and the advanced fabrication of their synthetic analogs, ranging from 3D printing to soft robotics and techniques for objects at millimeter scale. He has played a critical role in the development of new model systems for the study of a wide range of biomineralization processes, and is an internationally recognized and award-winning scanning electron microscopist. I knew that this would happen. Microscopist, right. This is just the tone of a German language that doesn't feed into this tone, right? So, in his talk, James Weaver will introduce the technique of multi-material manufacturing in order to shed light on the functional complexities of biological materials and design strategies in nature. We're very much looking forward to learning more about this in your talk, James, titled High Resolution Multi-Material Additive Manufacturing, 3D Fabrication of Biologically Inspired Structures. So, James, the screen is yours. Can you hear us?
You muted.
Can you hear us now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Is there a way that we can see James? Okay.
Can you see my video?
We can see the video, and then it will be even more an exercise of appearing afterwards. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. All right. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Great. Okay, so ever since our earliest ancestors impulsively collected seashells from the beach, our curious species have been fascinated by the structural diversity of biological materials. And throughout human history, these complex biological forms have become an integral part of defining our cultural identity. With representatives ranging from artistic objects crafted from mollusk shells, butterfly wings, and elephant ivory, to the complex ceremonial armors derived from crocodiles, pangolins, and sharks. Now, in order to better understand the structural complexity of these biological composites and identify the critical features responsible for the unique mechanical and optical properties, a major focus of our research has been the development of new tools and techniques for addressing these questions. So today I'll be discussing one such approach, the use of high-resolution multi-material additive manufacturing and the 3D fabrication of biologically inspired structures. Now, before I begin, I'd like to provide an example of where a lot of my research inspiration and excitement comes from. And to do this, I want to take you all back in time about 150 years and introduce you to an alternative reality where we compare Victorian approaches for describing biological principles to those from modern times. Our first example is a description of structural color, which I'll discuss later in this presentation, and wavelength-specific scattering by karyotic nanostructured feathers by J.G. Wood in 1898, who so eloquently wrote, "One of the most peculiar forms among these exquisite little creatures is the ruby-throated hummingbird, so called on account of the glowing metallic feathers that blaze with ruby luster upon its throat and gleam in the sunshine like plumes of living fire." In the second example, we provide a Victorian interpretation of photosynthesis by S.B. Herrick, who wrote, "Plants take in as nutriment the inorganic elements of earth and air, and by the subtle chemistry of nature, in her dark and silent laboratory underground, the lifeless minerals of the earth are wrought into living tissues, endowed with the capacity for growth and reproduction." And she goes on to say, "Man surrounded by all the wealth of inorganic nature would perish if there were not everywhere about him millions of busy little alchemists, unceasingly at work day and night, transmuting the dead and useless elements of land and water into the life-sustaining principle. Without the unconscious ministry of this lowly vegetable existence, all the high hopes, the spiritual longings, and the heroic endeavors of humanity would have been impossible." Now, the research I'll be presenting today was performed in collaboration with the groups of Daniel Morris, Herb Waite, and Paul Hansma from UC Santa Barbara, Henrik Berkedal from Aarhus University, Joanna Eisenberg, Katja Bertoldi, Chuck Oberman, Rob Wood, George Whitesides, Jennifer Lewis, and George Lauder from Harvard University, Matthias Kohle, Admir Masic, Mary Boyce, Christine Ortiz, and Neri Oxman from MIT, Johannes Obervelde from AML, Roger Hanlon from the Marine Biological Laboratory, Peter Frotzel, Mason Dean, and John Dunlop from the Max Planck Institute of Colloids and Interfaces, and Pete Makusik from the University of Exeter. Now, as you can imagine, this work is inherently interdisciplinary. And in order to establish successful long-term collaborations between the fields of biology and biomedicine, engineering and architecture, and material science and mechanics, we employ multi-material 3D printing as a bridging technology and bring design students to the table as intellectual equals in the problem-solving process. Now, most of my research interests focus around adapting the lessons learned from studying the structural complexities of biological systems to solve real-world engineering problems. And the types of research questions we ask include things like, what can marine snails teach us about the synthesis of high-efficiency light-emitting diodes? What can marine segmented worms teach us about the design of dental replacement materials? What can intertidal invertebrates teach us about the design of safer automobile tires? What can echinoderms teach us about the fabrication of crystalline materials with complex architecture? What can studying the mechanical consequences of osteoporosis teach us about civil engineering? What can butterflies teach us about the design of pigment-free color? And what can sponges teach us about the fabrication of damage-tolerant structural classes? Now, as a zoologist looking to explore biological structural diversity from a material science perspective, we literally go to the ends of the earth searching for new research models to study, traveling to rainforests, deserts, mangrove forests, kelp forests, coral reefs, hydrothermal vents, the rocky reefs of the deep sea, the rocky intertidal, and the open ocean. And from investigating these habitats, we discover remarkable diversity of intricately architectured biomineralized materials, including the fracture-resistant microlaminates of mollusk shells, the abrasion-resistant magnetic teeth from the chitons, the rotated plywood-like organization of chitin fibrils and crab exoskeletons, the open framework architecture of trabecular bone, the functionally graded porous carbonate networks of the echinoderms, and the glossy skeletal frameworks of the unicellular radiolarians. Now, much of our research focuses on investigating structure-function relationships in these materials, and one group of organisms that we've extensively studied over the years or the deep sea glass sponges. Now, many of these species synthesize elaborate three-dimensional glassy skeletal systems, such as these complex honeycomb-like structures, which consist entirely of fused six-rayed skeletal elements called spicules. Now, other species assemble their constituent spicules into highly regular overlapping spore lattice structures, which are further stabilized with complex external ridges, such as those shown here. Now, the constituent skeletal elements that comprise these structures are often surprisingly, or exhibit surprisingly simple geometries, such as these simple rod-like horns. Now, it's important to note, however, that regardless of whether we're discussing these simple linear sponge spicules or the complex skeletal frameworks of the radiolarians, one common characteristic of biological materials is that while resources are often limited, structural complexity is cheap and comes at minimal additional energetic cost. Now, this is in stark contrast to modern materials design and fabrication strategies, where raw materials are abundant, but structural complexity is expensive. So, for example, by mass, steel ingots cost approximately 52 euros per ton, while Swiss watches, on the other hand, cost approximately 183 million euros per ton. Now, in today's presentation, we'll discuss recent advances in the field of high-resolution and multi-material additive manufacturing, which we present here as a new research platform for the high-throughput fabrication of novel 3D architectures, such as complex geometries with undercuts and overhangs, custom transformable and foldable origami-like prototypes, and functional multi-component mechanisms. Now, in addition, these resources have also been a valuable tool for the 3D visualization of tomographic data sets for biomedical use. Now, we can draw intriguing parallels between biofabrication and synthetic additive manufacturing from a resource availability and structural complexity perspective. And the video shown here illustrates one such example. It's a 3D printed single degree of freedom structure that was built in collaboration with Chet Hoberman and reversibly transforms from a cylinder into a sphere. The model can be printed as a single part in less than 2 days and includes more than 600 individual linkages. Now, 3D printing has not only been a valuable tool for the design and fabrication of complex linkage systems, but it's also proved to be a particularly useful technique for investigating structural complexity in biological systems and the development of biologically inspired solutions to modern engineering problems, including, for example, the development of robust joint and suture geometries. Now, for this week, we've turned to nature for design inspiration, in this case to the shells of ammonites, which are an extinct group of cephalopods which superficially resemble the modern nautilus shown here. And the shells are shown here in cross-section, revealing their multi-chambered architecture and their wavy suture lines. Now, during the course of ammonite evolution, there's been a gradual increase in shell suture structural complexity, from the relatively simple form shown here in orange to the most complex geometry shown here in yellow. Now, like other mollusk species, the morphology of the ammonite suture is driven by the local bending and folding of the mantle, which is the tissue that is actively involved in shell formation. Now, this increase in shell suture structural complexity occurred over approximately 350 million years from the early Devonian to the late Cretaceous, ultimately resulting in extremely complex suture patterns, as is seen here in this late Cretaceous ammonite. Now, we can develop models to illustrate this increase in suture structural hierarchy. And in the schematic shown here, we see 3 trapezoidal suture geometries that exhibit either 1, 2, or 3 hierarchical levels of structural complexity. Using multi-material 3D printing, we can fabricate physical models of these rectangular or triangular hierarchical suture designs with a high modulus basal material and a soft flexible linker as a single integrated component for direct mechanical testing. Now, the resulting mechanical characterization of these different suture geometries reveals that increasing hierarchical structural complexity results in increased yield strength, with the triangular suture geometries significantly outperforming their rectangular counterparts. Now, we can investigate the failure modes of these composites via scanning electron microscopy at progressively increasing levels of magnification, revealing the details of major and minor tooth failure, as well as interfacial failure between the constituent hard and soft phases. Now, the results from these studies demonstrate a clear link between ammonite suture structural complexity and increased mechanical performance. And the evolution of these complex hierarchical geometries may have been in direct response to the rapid diversification of marine reptilian predators, such as this large mosasaur from the late Cretaceous. Now, these complex suture geometries are widespread in biological systems, with examples ranging from mammal skulls and turtle shells to the intracellular joints of the unicellular diatoms. Now, they are also surprisingly common in plant seed coats, which protect the developing embryo. And in the case of the moss roses, for example, the hardened surface bumps protect the wind-blown seeds from abrasion, while the thin sutures allow for controlled coat fracture during germination. Now, high-resolution 3D printing has also proved to be an exceptionally useful tool for investigating the geometric basis of structural color and the design of tunable photonic materials. Now, the science of photonics includes the generation, emission, transmission, modulation, signal processing, switching, amplification, and detecting and sensing of light, with applications ranging from telecommunications, information processing, spectroscopy and holography, to medicine and laser material processing. Now, we'll begin this discussion with an introduction to pigment-based structural color, or pigment-based color, which is widely distributed throughout the animal kingdom in species such as zebras, leopards, tree boas, and milk snakes. Now, one of the most common biological pigments is eumelanin, a polymer chain consisting of chemically modified molecules of the amino acid tyrosine, and is responsible for yellow, brown, and black pigmentation. Now, the incorporation of sulfur atoms into the polymer chains, as occurs in the pheomelanins, shifts the observed color into the reds through the preferential absorption of green and blue light. Now, while most pigment-based color in animals is static, one notable exception are the cephalopods, which include the octopus, squid, and cuttlefish. Now, in these species, the pigment granules are contained in small sac-like structures called chromatophores. Each chromatophore has a series of radially arranged muscle fibers, which can cause the pigment sac to either expand or contract in a highly coordinated fashion. As is shown here, with global coordination resulting in remarkably dynamic displays. Now, in addition to pigment-based color in cephalopods, these species also exhibit structural color, which is created by specialized cells called iridophores. Now, rather than relying on the preferential absorption and reflection of specific wavelengths, structural color results from the physical interaction of light with periodic matter structures. And because the light is being refracted instead of reflected, the resulting color is often brighter and much more intense. Now, the iridophores are often grouped together into patches, and at higher magnification, the individual iridophore cells are clearly visible. Now, in some species, such as the blue-ring octopus shown here, the iridophores scatter a single wavelength, in this case blue, which is dependent on the specific spacing of the constituent protein platelets that comprise these periodic multilayers. Now, interestingly, this behavior is mechanistically similar to light scattering off of the mother of pearl layer of an abalone shell, which is composed of nanoscale mineral tablets organized in a brick and mortar-like fashion. Now, in other species, the iridophores are dynamically tunable and can exhibit a variety of different colors simply by changing the spacing of the organic platelets within the iridophore cells, the combined effect of which can be quite stunning. Now, structural color is widespread throughout the animal kingdom and includes the exoskeletons of insects, bird feathers, and fish scales. And in butterflies, for example, the observed color critically depends on the submicron structural features of the constituent wing scales. Now, in the case shown here for the neotropical butterfly Paraites ostris, the photonically active structure is a complex multi-domain gyroid, which is positioned beneath the surface ridges, a 3D model of which is shown here. Now, to investigate the properties of this complex structure in more detail, we've employed the use of high-resolution 3D printing to fabricate formable centimeter-scale equivalent structures for mechanical characterization. Now, one of the other advantages of fabricating large-scale models is that it's relatively simple to characterize their behavior using conventional approaches. For example, we can monitor the deformation mode of these structures in real time using microcomputed tomography, which is a common tool for the generation of high-resolution biomedical 3D data sets. Now, in this approach, numerous X-ray projections are required at different angles. A series of Z-slices are generated, which are then converted into a fully interactive 3D model. Now, in the shell of this African land snail, for example, this technique can help reveal fine-scale surface details of the shell. And since this is a fully interactive 3D model, we can rotate the model and perform non-destructive characterization of the shell's internal architectural details. We can apply a similar approach to examine the deformation modes of the butterfly-inspired gyroids and develop finite element simulations to predict the large-scale deformation behavior of these structures. And since diffraction phenomena are scalable, we can perform microwave scattering studies on these 3D printed models to investigate the tunability of their photonic properties. So in these experiments, we've increased the model's unit cell size by 10,000-fold. So for the diffraction studies, we've also increased the interrogating wavelength by 10,000-fold, moving from the visible into the microwave scattering regime. We can then employ the finite element simulations for the generation of simulated microwave transmission maps, which correspond remarkably well to their experimentally derived counterparts. Now, investigations such as these are proving incredibly useful in answering questions such as how can structural deformities in complex 3D architectures modulate a material's optical performance? And once we've achieved a desirable behavior from a specific photonic structure of interest, it's then possible to scale down its fabrication using high-resolution stereo nanolithography to create their nanoscale counterparts for direct device integration, an approach that significantly reduces research and development costs for the rational design of diffraction gratings and optical waveguides. Now, beyond the investigation of tunable photonic properties, we've also employed the use of multi-material 3D printing for the development of low-drag surface coatings for aquatic and aerospace applications, inspired by the study of fast-swimming shark species, such as the blue, great white, and short-fin mako shown here. Now, if we examine the skin of these sharks at high magnification, we discover that they are covered with complex scalloped tooth-like scales called denticles. And using microcomputed tomography, we can collect high-resolution 3D data sets of their complex geometries. Now, from these 3D data sets, we've identified 10 different parameters that can be used to define the geometry of any denticle from any species of shark. And using this information, we can then construct a parameterized 3D model of a single denticle, which can then be tiled for the design of synthetic shark skin that faithfully duplicates the structural complexity of the original. Using multi-material 3D printing, we can then simultaneously fabricate rigid denticles embedded into a flexible basal membrane, the surface of which is shown here at higher magnification. Now, the high flexibility of the synthetic shark skin and their overlapping tentacles are demonstrated in the scanning electron microscope images shown here and here. And using these new designs, we've been able to achieve up to a 9% static drag reduction and a 7% increase during dynamic drag testing under conditions that mimic the oscillatory undulations of real shark skin. Now, one of the most unexpected deliveries or discoveries from this work was that for static shark skin geometries at high speeds and undulating skin geometries at low speeds, both surfaces lose their drag reduction properties, with their crossover point between these plots coinciding with the speed at which sharks frequently transition from gliding modes to actively swimming modes, thus achieving effective drag reduction at any speed of travel. Now, current efforts are underway to identify which structural features of tentacles are most important for drag reduction. So if all of the denticle features contributed equally to their performance, and if we plotted drag against denticle structural complexity, we might expect to see a relationship like this, where the most structurally complex denticles exhibit the greatest drag reduction. On the other hand, if some denticle features contribute more than others to drag reduction, as in this hypothetical example, then we could potentially identify which features are the most relevant to explore for commercial applications. And for the first time, we have the manufacturing technologies available to pursue such endeavors through the systematic exploration of progressively simplified denticle geometries in these structure function studies. Now, sharks are an incredibly diverse group, which includes both open water and bottom-dwelling species shown here. And the morphological diversity of their tentacles are currently being explored for additional drag reduction functions for both high-speed and low-speed applications. Now, in the next area of research I'll be discussing, we're continuing to employ the use of multi-material 3D printing, this time for investigating structure-function relationships in nacre, which is also known as mother of pearl. Now, nacre exhibits a characteristic brick and mortar-like structure consisting of single crystal tablets of aragonite separated by thin organic layers. Now, while the organic content of this composite is only a few percent by weight, the resulting architecture increases the work of fracture of the composite by more than 3,000-fold over that of its geological analog. Now, to identify the key features that contribute to this increased toughness of this complex 3D composite, we first developed the fully parameterized model of Nacre shown here, accounting for, among other things, tablet width, organic layer thickness, tablet angle shift, mineral bridge density, tablet overlap, and tablet thickness. Now, Nacres evolved independently in two groups of mollusks, the gastropods and the bivalves. And two representative examples, the California red abalone and the Pacific pearl oyster, are shown here. Now, in our first study, we investigated the potential mechanical consequences of the differences in tablet overlap seen in gastropod and bivalve nacre. Now, the 3D models were generated and then subjected to tensile and 3-point bending tests. Now, surprisingly, increasing the percent tablet overlap from one layer to another, thus gradually transitioning from a more gastropod-like nacre to a more bivalve-like nacre, had no significant effect on either the modulus, yield strength, or fracture toughness of the composite, which is broadly consistent with previous mechanical studies on the native biological materials. Now, in contrast to the previous study, however, increasing the average spread from purely hexagonal tiles to a highly disordered state had a pronounced effect on both yield strength and fracture toughness, with the two properties being inversely proportional to one another. Now, interestingly, if we look at the crossover point between these two plots, creating a condition that is optimized for both strength and toughness, the obtained value for tablet angle spread is actually in very close agreement with the value observed in natural nacre. And here we see a zoomed in view of the fracture surface of the 3D printed composite, showing both inter-tablet and intra-tablet failure modes, the ratio of which is nearly identical to that of its biological analog. And shown here in color to emphasize the topographical complexity of the fracture surface. Now, multi-material 3D printing has also proved to be an exceptionally useful tool for the creation of hybrid robotic systems that incorporate rigid and flexible components. Now, there's been great progress in recent years in creating a wide range of soft robotic actuators, such as those shown here. But one of the major problems has been the successful integration of the rigid control systems that are required for their successful operation. Now, to better understand these problems, let's consider the case of a steel-belted radial tire that's composed of a low modulus rubber bonded to high modulus steel belts, which creates a flexible yet tough composite material. Now, when these heterogeneous composites are loaded, stresses are concentrated at the interface between the two materials, which can result in delamination and structural failure. Now, not only is this a problem for automobile tires, but can also be a major concern for multi-phase engineering composites. Now, similar engineering concerns are routinely encountered in the field of soft robotics. And in the case illustrated here, this design consists of a rigid control system interfaced with a flexible actuator. Movement is facilitated by the onboard combustion of butane and oxygen, which results in a jumping action, as is shown here in the high-speed video. Now, in this design, directional jumping can be accomplished through the inflation of one of the 3 lateral pods, followed by fuel combustion within the main reaction chamber. Now, successful jumping can be routinely accomplished. Successful landing is an entirely different problem, with structural failure routinely occurring at the interface between the rigid and flexible components. Now, to help mitigate these problems of interfacial stress concentration, and inspired by the presence of functionally graded interfaces in biological systems, such as those found in the tendinous couplers between muscle and bone, the elastomeric distal threads of muscles, and the piercing mouth parts of octopods and spiders, we have employed the use of multi-material 3D printing for the fabrication of functionally graded soft robots, which seamlessly transition from a flexible base to a rigid shell over a modulus range spanning from approximately 1 megapascal to approximately 1 gigapascal. Now, finite element simulations reveal that there's a significant reduction in critical stresses that would otherwise lead to catastrophic structural failure. And high-speed video of experimental drop tests confirm these predictions. So what I'm going to do is, in the interest of time, I'm going to skip ahead to my last section, which is focused on data visualization, and then I'll wrap up the presentation. So as I mentioned earlier, 3D printing has also proved to be an exceptionally useful tool for the production of patient-specific medical models, both for gaining a better understanding of specific anatomical features of interest and the production and sizing of prosthetics, as in the case of the hip and jaw reconstruction procedures shown here. Now, unfortunately, all the current workflows for the production of 3D printable anatomical data sets involve the generation of watertight surface meshes, such as those shown here. Now, to create these surface meshes, the features of interest are manually or automatically segmented from the native CT data using specific thresholding algorithms, as in the case of this heart level shown in red, or these lumbar vertebrae shown here in green. The resulting surface model then goes through a series of noise reduction and surface smoothing operations to create a final mesh which is suitable for 3D printing. Now, in the case of multi-component print, each object of interest is individually segmented and separate surface meshes are generated, in this case shown in green and purple. Now, one of the major drawbacks of this process, however, is that all of the fine-scale compositional and structural gradients native to the original CT data, such as local variability and bone mineral density, are lost during data processing. And while new 3D printing technologies permit the production of complex multi-component anatomical models with variable transparency and color, the model files all result from the same segmentation-based workflows, which inevitably leads to data loss and the over or under exaggeration of feature sizes, which is particularly obvious when working with complex hierarchical vascular networks, such as those shown here, where 3D printed models often lack fine-scale details of the source data. Now, in an effort to preserve some of this structural detail in anatomical 3D prints, one option is the generation of separate grayscale thresholding operations, creating the 3 different examples shown here, which can then be combined to form an assembly of 3D printable models. Now, while this approach shows significant improvement over traditional workflows, new structural boundaries are created that were not present in the native source data. Now, to address these issues, we've developed a new data processing workflow that bypasses isosurface generation while maintaining all of the native grayscale intensity variability present in the native CT data through the use of dithered bitmaps, an approach which is functionally analogous to the use of halftone gradients in newsprints. These bitmap files are then paired with high-resolution inkjet-based 3D printing technologies for the production of lifelike 3D printed models, such as those shown here. Now, since in the case of CT data, mechanical properties can be directly related to variation in electron density, we can use this information to tune the concentration of photoinitiators and thus exert precise control over the polymer cross-linking density during the 3D printed process to produce mechanically relevant physical models of patient-specific anatomy. In this case, we're investigating the mechanical consequences of pathological mineralization in heart valve leaflets. Now, using these new data processing workflows, it's thus possible to take advantage of recent developments in the use of full-color photorealistic cinematic rendering technologies shown here and here for the production of truly lifelike 3D printed models for improved diagnostics and pre-surgical design. Or in the case of the field of cultural heritage, to reveal in a non-destructive manner the anatomical ornamentation of Egyptian mummies, or the compositional details of early 20th century Yaka figures from the DRC. Now, as an initial proof of concept, we applied these techniques for the production of full-color 3D printed models of tractography data from diffusion tensor magnetic resonance imaging studies that visualize the neural tracts of the patient's brain. And for comparison, here are the results using traditional segmentation-based algorithms. And here is the resulting full-color optically transparent version obtained from our bitmap-based 3D printing workflow. A similar approach has also been used to 3D print simulated flow patterns within complex 3D volumes, point cloud data sets from archaeological samples, confocal image stacks of neural networks, and most recently for the visualization of galactic molecular clouds from astronomical data sets. Now, as we have seen from these studies, 3D printing has proved to be an exceptionally useful tool for investigating biologically inspired materials that exhibit novel architectures and properties. including the design of robust hierarchical suture geometries, low drag surface coatings, novel platforms for designing tunable photonic materials, flexible and puncture-resistant armors, high-performance laminated composites, functionally graded soft robots, and high-throughput production of functionally graded anatomical models of patient-specific anatomy. So I'd like to take a moment to thank all of my wonderful collaborators over the years who have contributed to this work.
Wow.
And I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to take questions. So thank you so much.
Yes, James, thank you so much for providing this very vast array of bio-inspiration in engineering and manufacturing processes. Would you like to stay? No. So I guess James is joining us for the general discussion. So anything that came during his talk in terms of immediate question, we will also have time for that to be addressed in the general discussion. That is starting just now. And I think for this purpose, I would like to welcome back Nigel Clark on the stage and also welcome Carola Dierichs on the stage. And it is my Hi. So it is my pleasure to now introduce Carola Dierichs to you, who is going to be the discussant of this panel. And Carola holds the cluster professorship for material and code at Matters of Activity, and as well as the Weißensee Kunsthochschule for the Weißensee Hochschule for Art and Design in English, yes. And previously she has been a research associate at the Institute for Computational Design and Construction within the Cluster of Excellence, Integrative Computational Design and Construction for Architecture. And there she has conducted research on granular architectures, meaning that she has developed design strategies for applying granular materialities in architecture. She's also been engaged in transdisciplinary research collaboration on an international level, among others with the Jaeger Lab at the University of Chicago and the Beringer Lab at Duke University. And it is now my pleasure to hand over to you, Carola, to introduce our discussion.
I should point out that I was supposed to send my slides to Carola a few days before my talk. It never happened, so I'm aware of having sprung most of the earth upon you with no notice at all.
It's
so
fine.
Apologies for
we're good at spontaneity. It's okay. Yeah, maybe brief question just to kick off the discussion. What is matter to both of you? What is matter?
Matter is something to be manipulated.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Well, I've been influenced a lot by Australian feminist theory, and there's been some really great discussions they've had that I no way could have got to by myself about the relationship between signification and matter or materiality, and the fact that signification or any sort of messaging has a substrate, and the fact that all matter seems to do some sort of messaging, communicating. So they've really worked that kind of binary between signification and matter in amazing ways. And so I would recommend work like Vicky Kirby's work, Telling Flesh, for example, which in some respects talks to your work in fascinating ways, James.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, fascinating answers, because that was a bit also, it's resonating with what I came to my mind when I listened. Now, both of you seem to have a similar agenda of going back to nature, so to speak. So to reverse the space odyssey moment of going from the bone to the satellite, where the ape throws the bone and it turns into the satellite. In a way, both of you claim for a reversal of that movement. But in your case, Nigel, I see reversal to a geogenetic almost process, versus you have the bio-inspired one, and that raises almost the question of the naturally found, the finding of matter, versus the artificially manipulation of matter. And I think that's a very fascinating topic of discussion, I would see.
Yeah, I guess I'll start. Yeah, so for me, turning to biology for design inspiration is a great sanity check. Anytime you're looking at exploring new material systems or looking at developing new materials. Because biology doesn't strive for optimization, it strives for good enough. But a lot of times what biology can do that's good enough is better than what we can do. So it's a great starting point to look for, and then you can bring in the design community in order to develop complex parametric models in order to see, how we can start with what we've learned from nature and improve on it to help meet our specific needs. And, for me, the techniques of both multi-scale material characterization on using new imaging approaches, mostly that are centered around the use of electron microscopy, combined with the use of multi-material 3D printing and parametric modeling, can be a really powerful tool for really exploring design spaces that biology never considered. So.
That's true. And would you, in terms of growth, would you consider multi-material printing as a growing process? Is the printer the...
Well, there's two ways of thinking about it. In the traditional sense, you can think of, the deposition of material as being growing, but it's fundamentally different from what you see in nature. So for instance, if you see a building grow from a hole in the ground to a giant skyscraper, I don't know if I would really consider that growth. I would more consider that increase in scale. But, there are methods where you can leverage what's called 4D printing, where you can encode into material properties that after the object has been 3D printed, you can either expose it to some sort of external stimuli, and then the structure can change shape to develop additional structural complexity that wasn't potentially able to be 3D printed during the original fabrication steps.
So time as the critical factor of growth.
Yeah, following the exertion of some form of external stimulus.
Yeah, maybe the naturally found.
Yeah, for me, there's a question about that. I guess the kind of the binary between what is natural and what's artificial. And again, I think like your work, James, those living creatures are innovating constantly. They're coming up with things that every organism in its own way comes up with something absolutely unique. It might be a variation on a theme. So there's a question of why we refer to the things that we do as kind of artificial, and then, and in a sense, partly we play on themes and possibilities and processes that are already there in the natural world. But every now and then, I think humans do bring things to the Earth that the Earth is a variation that the Earth has never tried out before. But then so too have so many organisms, and there is a sense in which I guess we have kind of institutionalized that process and been able to accelerate that process by institutionalizing it, of looking for, searching for, probing for different kinds of possibilities. So at what point we kind of went over a threshold at which we do it different. But then you think of what particularly microorganisms have managed to do, and the speed at which microorganisms are able to innovate. So again, that kind of natural artificial binary gets a little bit shaky.
Yeah, I have a quick comment on that, and this is both humans and non-human biological systems are masters of tinkering. It's just that humans have a few extra tools at their disposal, and they can innovate much quicker than what you typically see in most other biological systems. So I think that our drive to tinker is well aligned with the rest of the the biological world to tinker with what resources they have available. So.
Yeah. So maybe one question yesterday when Lea asked me to prepare a talk and what could be really interesting is the question of depth and the question of future and past. So maybe the question of how will we, in a way, place our objects that we make or the objects that we let make in any type of future?
Would you like to start?
Yeah. For me, one of the things that I think keeps happening is that we invent things, and we also invent kind of social processes that enable certain physical things to take place as well. So we do it. We also experiment with kinds of social organization that obviously have material components again, but they often get overridden or overwritten by other sorts of processes. So there's a constant process of really fascinating experiments disappearing or being converted into something else. Power relations taking things that have all sorts of potential and turning that potential from something quite multiple or quite, possibilities of trajectories in all sorts of directions, and then entrains all that possibility into a much, much narrower range of expressions. And a lot of that is to do with power relations. Some of it is probably just to do with accident. But for me, it's a lot of it is about going back into the past and trying to find those moments where there is potentiality to do things very, very differently. And that potentiality has been lost or entrained in a certain direction, which is not necessarily the best direction, and it's just going back. And so a lot of it is kind of excavation. And I kind of find moments in kind of human history, you find moments in kind of biological evolution, but they're probably kind of a similarity there, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think I can make a comment on that. So one of the things that humans as a species are most proud of is their ability to leverage all of the elements that are available on the periodic table, which is something that nature doesn't do. Nature has a very, limited repertoire of elements that it can work with. And although the more biological systems we study, the more we discover unusual elements showing up in nature, they're not leveraged to the same extent that humans leverage the periodic table. And I think that one of the things that we need to be conscious of is that as we develop new, design and manufacturing strategies, especially within the realm of 3D printing, we need to be conscious of what happens with the materials and the structures and the forms that we generate using these approaches, and how we can, keep in mind their life after use. And we've been pursuing a lot of work in recent years and really looking at the development of alternative 3D printing materials that are not just biodegradable in the very generic context, but are also compostable. And so you can use these techniques. Sorry. Oh, it's just a fly, sorry. So we can use these techniques for making a wide variety of interesting biologically inspired forms, but at the same time, we can leverage some of the compostable strategies that nature uses in order to sort of reduce the diversity of elements that we use in the creation of our materials.
So ideally, in any type of future, what we would find of your object is basically nothing or decay. That's the legacy you would hope to make for the future.
Yeah, I think there's this somewhat misconception that everything in nature is biodegradable, and if that was true, we wouldn't have a fossil record. So there's tons of things that biology makes from complex skeletal materials that persist for millennia, and so, but I think the trick is you can work with some of these, more persistent materials, but they need to be, constructed in a form where they're not toxic to the species that they coexist with. So, yeah.
Okay. So maybe before we open the general discussion, I would also like to quickly challenge the notion of making in both of your research topics, because Nigel, your title is working with fire, rock, and the inner earth, and James, you provided this insight into manufacturing processes that apply methods of 3D printing and questions of bio-inspired engineering. So I was just, during your talk, I was thinking that fire itself is a great unmaker and remaker. So we attribute this process of making mostly to the human capacity and maybe biological systems and organic structures that they have the capacity to make. But what about a chemical process like fire? Or what about the machine like a 3D printer itself? Is that also a process of making that might be perceived not exclusively through the lens of animate matter, but a different kind of animation that is taking place there?
I think I think you're right, in some ways, that the notion of making can be a kind of quite productivist sort of metaphor in a sense. I mean, I've been greatly influenced by the work of Georges Bataille, where he says that expenditure without purpose is one of the most. It's a crucial thing on Earth, and that it's not all about recycling. Sometimes you just burn up, use up, expend things, and that's perhaps as important in some respects as generating, making, producing. That just sometimes using something up, consuming it, expending it for no ultimate purpose is a vitally important part of existence.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand your question, but I'll make a comment anyway. So one of the so I mean, I think for me one of the greatest attributes and one of the things that really draws me to 3D printing is that it gives you the opportunity to create geometries that are not moldable or injection moldable or able to be machined or manufactured using traditional manufacturing approaches. But not only that, but it gives you the ability to design in features that any structural engineer would look at and would think that would be impossible to manufacture. So you can leverage the ability to produce very complex, customized lattice geometries that would be completely unmoldable, be able to employ topology optimization and generative growth algorithms in order to basically develop, geometries that are specifically suited for specific applications without having to worry about the manufacturability. And not only that, but when you employ multi-material 3D printing, you can have very, very precise control over the distribution of different material phases, from the micro scale to the macro scale, and introduce entirely new material properties that would never, even just 10 years ago, would have never been considered possible. And I think this, really opens the window to lots of innovations in the design and fabrication side of things, where you can really think about, the micro scale distribution of different phases to create desirable properties that, were never before possible. So.
Okay, great, thank you. I think we will now have a few more minutes to open the discussion towards the audience. And before we take questions, I would also like to take the opportunity very quickly to welcome members of our scientific advisory board who are joining us on Zoom. Wai He and Jens Rieger are also present in Zoom. Welcome to both of you. So the questions, I have some trouble seeing the audience.
I already have a microphone.
Okay.
I have the technological power. If it's okay, then I could start. Yes, I wanted to follow on some of the things that you already mentioned in terms of questions around control, purpose, linearity. Because when you started off, you showed us a creature and a human technological problem. And this relationship seems pretty linear, coming from a problem, going back to nature, then to solve it. And I was wondering whether it actually works like that in the work that you do. Coming from Nigel's presentation, where is the place of the accidental, the purposeless, or creativity, and maybe things going wrong in that kind of work?
Yeah, I can comment on that, because you could imagine that if you're trying to solve an engineering problem, there's an endless array of biological forms that you could potentially look at that could completely steer you down the wrong path. So the question about, you know, the linear thought process would seem overly daunting. My perspective on this, as Peter knows very well, comes from a very different perspective, because I actually began my career as a classically trained zoologist. So my background was in, you know, global biodiversity and systematics. And so very early on in my academic career, I became extremely knowledgeable on global biodiversity. And this was long before I got interested in the field of material science or mechanical engineering. So, and I think one of the most interesting sort of shifts that occurred in my education was I was giving a talk to some silicon chemists on skeletal diversity in marine sponges. And I was talking about, you know, all the cool skeletal elements that they make and all the structural diversity and all the interesting mechanical properties. And one of the silicon chemists in the audience looked at me and said, whoa, wait a second. What is this craziness that you're showing us here? And they're like, do you have any idea how amazing any of this is? And I said, no, this isn't amazing at all. This is just what sponges do. And that was always sort of my view of the natural world, is that, like, if you're a roboticist who's never seen a dog before, and you show the ability for a dog to catch a frisbee in mid-flight, you're like, this is amazing. And then your 4-year-old kid is looking at you and you're like, that's just what dogs do. And so for me, you know, because I started out with this background in biological diversity, I had maintained hundreds of these species under laboratory conditions. I knew what was required to get them to grow. I knew that what was required in order to maintain them, where they came from, you know, and everything else. I basically have, you know, a very in-depth knowledge of global biodiversity. So when people come to me with an engineering problem, I don't know that this is an engineering problem that they were trying to solve. So I instantly have a list of species that would be perfect to study for solving those problems. And the only thing that saddens me about sort of the current state of sort of our educational systems is that this, you know, this focus on learning biological diversity from a global perspective is something that a lot of people aren't really pursuing anymore. And I feel like, you know, having a solid understanding of, you know, biodiversity and the evolutionary relationships with the species that we share this planet with is probably one of the most important things that we could ever share. So I don't know if that helps answer your question, but I think the big thing is figuring out what species to study is based on your knowledge of the natural world and what are the key innovations that you see in biological systems and how you can, you know, apply that information to solve engineering problems of interest. So.
Hi, we have a question from Gillian Conrad, who participates via Zoom, and his comment is, I guess it's still to you, Nigel. I'm curious about the word unfolding that you used a few times. It seems like mirroring might also work, but I wonder if you could say more about the unfolding. Also, how do you think the connection between the inner and outer happened? I mean, how did humans come to participate in this unfolding or mirroring of processes? Chance, intuition, simple observation?
I'll start with the first bit, which is slightly easier than the second bit. I'm taking a lot of that kind of metaphor, some of it from Elizabeth Gross's work, and she in turn gets it from Deleuze and Guattari, and I think they get it from Bergson. This idea that the inside and the outside are kind of constantly enfolded, and one of the ways that creativity takes place is to enfold a little bit of an outside, so you've got a kind of a protected space in which to work or innovate or experiment, and that's a huge part of how transformation takes place. So I guess it's a way that's trying to get away from a sort of linear progressive thinking towards the idea that enfolding and this constant kind of layering process. Deleuze talks about multiplicity, layer after layer after layer, and that's, I think he's referring to that, particularly that kind of enfolding process. So, for example, that's the way I came to think about the kiln or the furnace being this sort of, you know, a crucial material technology, in that you need to create this hard exterior in order to be able to work with and intensify the force of fire. And it's where I think there's a lot of kind of metaphors of entanglement are used. But I think you need something else as well as entanglement. I think that kind of folding where you actually need quite a rigid system for things that you precisely cannot tangle with or touch because it would be damaging or fatal. So that's, and I think there was an interesting parallel between the Earth developing this crust, which geophysicists refer to as a lid, which again is for me is similar to this idea of a kiln or a furnace with a door or a pot with a lid, that we've actually kind of reproduced that kind of lid-like structure. How it is that humans became, I guess, in some respects, exceptional in their capacity to work with these forces. There's some really interesting arguments that we just got lucky and that bipedalism was a really, really dangerous and dodgy experiment. I guess anyone that's ever given birth will know this. That the fact that we actually survived through inventing bipedal seems like a huge miracle. It just there are so many kind of biological and physical risks that how we made it through all that and eventually able to have senses that looked kind of upwards and outwards, hands freed up to manipulate things. It may have just been that we kind of fluked it through this kind of biological accident, which also there's some really interesting things about how we got to kind of develop brain size as well. But how that links with the structure of the Earth, great question. I might come back to that one after thinking about it over lunchtime.
Okay, thank you so much for the talk. That was super inspiring. I would also like to maybe hinge on what Sandra just asked you, James, about this, relation between the solutions and the problems. I mean, one could say that. Maybe that's a bit like on point, but that nature offers us like a cabinet full of solutions that we can somehow apply to different kind of engineering problems. But from a design perspective, we could also say that sometimes, developing a device or solving a problem is not the solution itself. So maybe the solution is to just not design that device, or just to maybe put it in a different context or looking from a different perspective. That is maybe more than just the relation between material science, engineering and design. So this is definitely something we are talking quite a lot within our constellation. So how to open up this kind of problem-solving processes with regard to things that are more complex than maybe just the material, natural dimension, and then the design solution process. So it would be really great to hear more about this.
Yeah, I can comment on that. So one of the things, so you had mentioned that you think of, the natural world as, a box of solutions, whereas I've always sort of seen it as a cabinet of curiosities. So where, if you look at some of the sort of the general processes that occur in biological systems that we don't really leverage. I mean, for me, one of the most interesting is solution-based processing, where everything is done in aqueous media, which is very different than how a lot of our inorganic materials are produced using modern manufacturing approaches. And, I meant solution as in like from liquid.
Solving the problem with solution.
Yeah. Exactly. So like for instance, when we were first studying skeletal formation in marine sponges, I mean, as I said, I looked at this and I was like, oh, this is what sponges do. But from a silicon chemist's perspective, the ability for sponges to basically suck silicic acid out of seawater, concentrate it at high concentrations, and then precipitate it to form structurally robust and damage-tolerant glasses at ambient temperature and pressure and near neutral pH is something that, a material scientist would look at and be like, what is this alchemy that's going on here? But what's interesting is that you could delve in a little bit deeper and look at the biochemistry that's involved. It all begins to make sense. I mean, when we first discovered the silicatines, which are the first proteins that were discovered to be involved in the precipitation of silica, it turned out that they were, highly homologous to human digestive enzymes, for example. And that to us really initially didn't make a lot of sense, because it was like, well, why would a protein that forms, a linear organic template in the core of a glassy skeletal element have sequence homology to, or sequence similarity to a protease, something found in the human gut. And what it turned out was that if you delve a little bit more into the mechanisms that are involved, you can think about, well, proteases are just hydrolases. And what we had found was that these proteins that you found in the sponge skeletal elements could play a critical role in hydrolyzing organically functionalized silica precursors to create a reactive intermediate that could then go on to form these stable glass structures. So, once you start delving into the minutia of the biochemistry, it all begins to make sense, and everything becomes much clearer. So.
Okay, so time is running, but as I learned from you, Nigel, in the vast geological time frame, the solidity of rock, for example, is up for debate because it behaves more like a viscous materiality as it slowly creeps over time in order to manifest, materialize. So maybe we have time for one last question.
Thank you. That was very nice. Yeah, so it's actually to both of you. So you both talked about temperature. So you have, Nigel, you talked about igneous fabrication. You, James, made the point of low temperature synthesis in biology. You also both talked about time. So you, James, brought the example of the multi-scale sutures that started somewhere in the Devonian. I think that's 60 million years. In comparison, the 80 to 150,000 years that you mentioned looks like very, very small. And sort of with somebody, I'm somebody with a metallurgy background, so I was trained on so-called TTT diagrams. Time, temperature, transformation. So these three things relate. And actually, most physical processes just go faster at higher temperatures. That's why you need TTT diagrams. Now, what's your thought about this? Is the use of high temperatures an accelerator for innovation, or what's going on here?
I don't know. In a way, your question is almost kind of answers itself. I think you've got a good handle on this, right? I think you've got at least as good a handle on this. And you mentioned your background in metallurgy, and I was like, I'm a social scientist, social theorist, talking about metallurgy.
I enjoyed this, yeah.
I've got metallurgists in the audience, which is a risk I take constantly. Wherever I go, there's always the risk of I'm trespassing on someone else's turf. But it's also a good. It's usually a good opportunity for me to ask questions, and I would probably want to turn that question back to you and say, I mean, for me, obviously, there are some things that. Particularly with inorganic matter, there are certain things that seem to happen with heat that require a certain level of heat. And then I reached the outer limits of my own kind of physics and chemistry, which I was never very good at. I was kind of better at art than physics and chemistry. So there is something about that at certain temperatures, certain things break. And I think a lot to do with, and this kind of comes back to Sandra's question about not accident, but I guess a pattern and I suppose pattern and randomness at a certain point of how pattern and randomness interplay, or how pattern breaks up and then patterns kind of reform. And something around, I'd come back to that the role of heat and the kind of the breaking down and the reforming of pattern. But I suspect that you know more about this than I do. So
no, I mean, well, one point is what James mentioned, the use of other elements. No, I mean, if you look at the history from copper to iron, it's a history of the temperature. No, copper melts.
Yeah.
Iron needs 1300 and copper needs 1100 and so on. Yeah? But the real point I wanted to make is this relationship between temperature and time. That's
yeah, I can.
Which comes to the topic of our conference.
Yeah, I can make a comment on that. So, as you know, a lot of biological processes will increase, in their rate or their efficiency as you warm them up. But notice I said warm. I didn't say, boil or torch. And because, yeah, generally biological systems try to avoid the flames and, you know, the magma and things like that. So, but, yeah.
Banksia likes it.
Yeah, to an extent.
Yeah.
But my point is that, you know, oftentimes when you're working with, you know, synthetic material systems, you'll increase the temperature to increase the rate of formation. And biology can get around that by basically doing very, very high throughput, highly parallel processing. So where you basically have, you know, small, slow reactions occurring everywhere all at once. And so as a result, rather than, you know, just heating up the system in order to basically, you know, create a very linear process of formation, you can leverage, you know, the processes of highly parallel fabrication in order to achieve, you know, similar results. And this is also one of the things that draws me to the whole field of additive manufacturing, is because, you know, especially with some of these, you know, high performance inkjet-based 3D printing processes or the projection-based stereolithography systems, is that you can do very, very high throughput parallel fabrication. And, you know, as you build up these structures in a layer by layer process, you're not paying very close attention to what's going on, you know, at every single location. You basically have material that's being deposited globally across the entire system, you know, as your structure of interest is formed. So these tend to be, you know, at least on the per object length scale, you know, much more efficient than trying to go in and machine, you know, down, you know, a solid block of material. So yeah, I don't know. Does that help?
Well, thank you.
I did want to come back with one thing, and that goes back to the earlier question about gunpowder.
Yes.
That the moment at which we invent a form of combustion that is not instantaneous, but near instantaneous, I don't think there's ever been a form of fire like that on Earth before. And I mean, there's been a lot of talk about you know, slow violence, and I think that is really, really important. But I think that moment of inventing a new kind of fire that it combusts almost instantaneously, I don't think as a species we've ever quite learned how to handle that invention. I think that it's actually a turning point both in kind of human history and a turning point in Earth history. And it's not very often seen as a turning point in Earth history. But, you know, I think, you know, the whole point about, you know, Greta Thunberg saying, you know, your house is burning down, your house is... Well, we learned to have our houses blown up. And one of the reasons I think that we could tolerate our houses being burnt down is because we've spent, you know, 400 or 500 years with our houses at risk of actually being exploded. So I think that coming to terms with that near instantaneity of gunpowder is a real moment that you kind of reminded me of eventually.
Okay. Thank you all so much for contributing to the discussion, and thank you very much to Nigel Clark, to James Weaver, and to Carola Dierichs for being on this panel. And we now will move to the lunch break, and then we will regather here at 2:30 for the next panel. Thank you.
Simon? Maybe we'll just test in the meantime, because I think they test something else on site. So if you're there, we can just make a quick screen sharing test.
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Great, because I'm here. I'm trying to get I would rather be on my headphones, and that's what I'm having trouble with. So if you could keep talking.
Can you hear us as well? Hello, hello. Speaking from Silent Green.
Who's there? Sorry, Simon. I think they can't hear us apparently.
We can hear you actually. Question is, can you hear us? You can hear us as well?
We now need to test Simon Howe's presentation because she's up next. So I think we have to start with this one.
Okay, meanwhile, we're going to check some video files here at the location. So for the record, I could hear you quite well, and you could hear me as well. Really good.
Yes, we can hear you. And can you maybe, Simon, can you say something just in case, just to see if we can hear you properly?
Yes, how am I coming through now? Do you hear me okay?
I hear you perfectly. How is it at Silent Green?
I can hear you quite well. Can you just give me one or two more sentences? Just hello, hello, hello.
The weather here in Houston might be as cold as it is in Berlin. I'm not sure. Or maybe it's warmer there. It's actually kind of cold outside, which is unusual here in Texas.
It's really cold here as well. The first day of proper fall. It's gray and dark and not nice.
I'm really sorry to be missing it, though. I really would have preferred to have been there with you all in person.
I don't know how's the weather here, but I can hear you clearly. Thank you.
We'll just keep chatting.
I think there's still like the test. We'll figure it out. We had some minor technical issues in the last panel, so I think that's why there's so many people standing there. We're trying to test everything. You also saw Vera Meyer. Now she's on the last panel for today, so she's also one of the presenters. And as soon as we'll get a sign from Silent Green, I would say that we'll start sharing your screen to check it out.
Okay, so shall I try that now just to see how it's going?
Yeah.
Okay, and then if I put it into our slideshow, how does that look?
Looks perfect for me. Do you have any audio in your presentation or videos or something that we might need to check? Because otherwise it
No, I've found that those don't work very well in Zoom. They lag so much. I just don't include any moving stuff in my presentations now. It never works for me.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, I think then we're all set actually, because it worked very well. If you have any more questions, let me know. I'm also here in the chat the whole time. You can ask me. You can actually reach me through either MOA Organization 1 or
No. But yeah, actually, I meant to send you the PhD. Now that you have probably
I'd love to read it.
time to look into it. You can just
Okay. Yep. Okay. We are closing the doors. Thanks everyone for being back here in our wonderful room. Dear everyone, thanks for being with us this afternoon. After our first two panels on wastelands or rethinking wastelands through tracing botanical specimen, so to say, and also the second panel on making with or making in earthly matters, rethinking the relationship in between, temperature and time. It might now get a bit colder on the topic. Because we are entering glacial fields, many different temporalities of water and rare earth metals, in which the cryosphere might be the most latent one. Here in our panel now, Matter Across Scales, we might warm up complementary modes of noting how matter comes to matter. My name is Clemens Winkler. I'm part of the postdoctoral program here in our cluster, and my main interest is on experimental mediation formats and studying on material semiotics, on atmospheric levels, clouds, weather, and climate systems. So it's my great pleasure to welcome on this panel now Jeff Diamanti and also Simone Hao, who's then in a hybrid fashion online. She will be be connected from the US, Texas, and also our Michaela Büsse, who is the discussant on our Q&A session later on. And I hope we will have enough time for questions from the audience, and of course also having the chance to talk amongst ourselves. So our first speaker, Jeff Diamanti, is Assistant Professor of Environmental Humanities at the University of Amsterdam. In 2016 and to 17, he was the Media at McGill Postdoctoral Fellow in Media and the Environment, where he co-convened the International Colloquium on Climate Realism, the results of which appear in a book collection on Routledge and a double issue in the Journal of Environmental Humanities called Resilience. His first book, Climate and Capital in the Age of Petroleum, Locating Terminal Landscapes, also at Bloomsbury 2021 published, tracks the political and media ecology of fossil fuels across the extractive and logistical spaces that connect remote territories like Greenland to the economies of North America and Western Europe. His new research, Bloom Ecologies, which we might also hear more about in his talk now, details the return to natural philosophy in the marine and atmospheric sciences, studying the interactive dynamics of the cryosphere and hydrosphere in the North Atlantic and Arctic Ocean. He has forthcoming editorial work, including the Elemental Solarities book collection at Punctum Press with Simone Hao, which we hear also later, and Emilia Moore, and a special issue of Postmodern Culture on Field Theory. He co-directs the Political Ecology Seminar with Joost de Blois at the University of Amsterdam, and with Amanda Bötskes, he co-organizes at the Moraine an ongoing research project on the political ecology of glacial retreat in the Arctic. With Fred Carter, he co-directs the Field Arts Residency in Amsterdam. And now, Jeff, the stage is yours. Please welcome Jeff Diamanti now for his talk on blue ecologies.
Thank you, Clemens. Can you hear me okay? How's the volume? Great. Are we starting now? Just so I know. Super. It's obviously, it goes without saying, it's a great pleasure to be here. I know next to none of you. I don't really know what you do for a living. I don't know what you're concerned about. I don't know what's interesting to you. So this is a bit of a shot in the dark. I also can't really see your faces. And I'm also not very familiar with Berlin. So even if I could see your faces, I wouldn't be able to read them. I mean, interpret them. But so it's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. What's so funny? And also, hi, Simony, my dear friend Simony. I can't wait to hear from Simony. I'm going to walk you through some of the thinking I've been doing for the past couple of years as I prepare to finish the manuscript for this book called Bloom Ecologies. I'm first going to take us to two zones of extraction on Earth. And from those zones of extraction, which I'm going to claim are quiet places of dispossession, but fundamental to two core sectors of the global economy, I'm going to track the materials as they drift out from those locations. And as I track them, I'm going to start compiling concepts and stories that I think are crucial, but also imminent to thinking those materials, to thinking how those materials do what they do. And eventually, we're going to land at the sort of, as you can see, the overarching concepts that I'm trying to elaborate and theorize and have a kind of sensitivity to in the book, bloom and hypoxia. Here are two sites of extraction, then, on Earth. One is responsible for nearly 70% of internationally traded phosphorus. Phosphorus, as I'm assuming many of you know better than I do, in fact, is a fundamental ingredient in the production of industrial fertilizers, at least since 1918 and the patenting of the Haber-Bosch process. A patent that has largely been credited with at least one of the major spikes on the famous Great Acceleration graphs, namely demographic boom, for its role in advancing potential agricultural yield by about 50% in the late 20th century. The other sits at the southern tip of the Greenland ice sheet. And at the southern tip of the Greenland ice sheet, as you'll see in a moment, are hundreds of tenders for mining operations, some of which are active, many of which are not, some of which are for things like copper and hydrocarbons. Some of them, the one that I'm particularly interested in, though I'm not going to say much about it today, for rare earth elements. At the southern tip of the Greenland ice sheet is a town called Narsaq, where a quiet conflict has been rumbling for the past 20 years to stop this mine. At the Kvenefjeld Plateau, where geologists have estimated the second largest deposit of rare earth elements on Earth resides. Tendered by a Chinese and Australian consortium about 20 years ago, this mine has not yet been broken. Ground has not yet been broken. Why? Because it's compacted with an enormous amount of uranium, and that uranium has the local villagers in Narsaq quite anxious about the future of their town and the future of the only arable agricultural land in Greenland. Because the dust, and dust will become a theme here, very well, probably will, fall onto their homes, onto their fields, and so on. So in 2021, after the election of an Inuit socialist government, a moratorium was passed on uranium mining. And so the ground has not been broken. So two sites, both of which, as I've been narrating, I hope you now have a sense of, are fundamental to the global economy in some way or another. 70% of internationally traded phosphorus, fundamental to industrial fertilizers on the one hand. On the other hand, the future prosperity of the technologically innovative-driven renewables revolution. So in the book for which today's talk serves as a kind of introduction, Bloom Ecologies, Critical Currents for the Hypoxic Age, I immerse in these and other sites using a number of interdisciplinary methods, including critical field theory, environmental philosophy, which is what I teach at the University of Amsterdam, creative and artistic research practices, which are always collaborative, and you might find this surprising, but I'll try to convince you of its viability, a Marxist critique of energy, in order to track the material currents connecting remote histories, ecologies, and conflicts to what I argue is a, again, quiet, but increasingly devastating contradiction of our century: the annual rise of what I'll call in a moment bloom events and their concurrent wake in the form of dead zones. Here, provisionally, are the 4 chapters of the book. The 4th is not yet written. I actually don't really know how to write it. I actually was hoping to maybe find some people to collaborate with here. I just came back from a 2-day workshop in Stockholm with 20 incredible scholars of Latin American social philosophy and ecology, and it was about extractivism, and it got me thinking totally different about food production and its relationship to the mining industry. So I don't know how to write it yet, but there's no rush. Anyways, okay, here we go. The field that you see on this side of the desert in the Western Sahara, which is occupied territory backed by an Israeli and American accord passed 2 years ago, is, we might say, given its function in the production of industrial fertilizers, something like a capital of 21st century capitalism. It's fundamental to what happens in the 21st century. The field beside the mine folds into the form of the mine. As it does so, it gets negated as a field and begins to furnish its product or result. What is the result of a mine? The invisible cut into the earth composes and is in turn composed by logistical infrastructures, hoppers, conveyors, transportation trucks, port loaders, longshoremen, surveillance cameras, barbed wire fences, illegal occupation, military checkpoints, tidewater access, barges, GPS, satellite navigation, refugee camps, ceasefires, UN resolutions, human rights abuses, prison sentences, and a great deal of capital investment. These are all things promised by this mine. But it turns out that this mine, this particular place on Earth, is one of the primary zones through which the story of late capitalist modernity has already been written and will continue to be written because of what the Phosphorus Research Institute in Stockholm calls the specter of peak phosphorus. I would like to say a lot more about that, but maybe in the discussion we can return to what it would mean for us to reach peak phosphorus given the fact that it's one of the most ubiquitous elements on Earth. Okay. Its dust, the Saharan dust, mineral rich, as many of you know, also drift across the Atlantic on aeolian and trade winds, landing eventually in the Amazon basin, in the Caribbean, and the Gulf of Mexico. A current largely responsible for the Amazoning of the Amazon, if you will. This is what it looks like when there's a dust storm, which is increasingly frequent. Maybe some of you recall this last January. Europe was covered in dust. It's from this place on Earth. When I was doing research with my research partner and friend, Amanda Butzkus, in Greenland, we were startled to find that actually in the wake of the Greenland ice sheet as it retreats at the moraine is this fine dust called glacial rock flour. And we were also surprised to learn as we did more and more research that it's being actively prospected as a possible nutrient to import to Chile and Argentina to replenish exhausted agricultural fields because of how mineral rich it is. It's full of, in particular, of, as you might imagine, phosphorus and nitrogen. It's the same reason, though, its mineral composition, that as the moraine accumulates, this dust drifts off and triggers algal blooms in the Arctic Ocean. It's the same formation that, in turn, because of increasing winds carrying that same dust back over the ice sheet, that we're seeing algal blooms forming on top of the ice sheet. right? So I don't know if you've seen these, but I should have maybe shown you a picture, but there's these now, you can see these patches of green and pink carpets forming on the ice sheet, which in turn, of course, accelerate the albedo effect as it carries and holds light, and that algae burrows down, as it were, into the ice sheet. Okay, so this dust is starting to do something, right? As I'm trying to get it up and running. Think dust as an active elemental agent. And it does something, whatever it is it's doing, as a consequence of the currents that carry them. Okay. According to the United Nations Environmental Programme, primary nutrient loading of global marine ecosystems has doubled since 1950. Quote, before the industrialization of the Western world, the annual flux of nitrogen from the atmosphere to land and aquatic environments was 90 to 130 million tons per year, and phosphorus 1.6 million tons per year. But anthropogenic sources, still quoting, have created an additional flux of 200 million tons of nitrogen and 10.5 to 15.2 million tons of phosphorus per year, unquote. Upwards of 60% of this additional tonnage comes, as you might imagine, from industrial fertilizer runoffs along tributaries and rivers collating with alluvial sediment as current carry eroded soils rich with minerals out into coastal waters. In warmer and heavier waters, this elemental collation subtends the hydrological equivalent of global forests, right? Coastal waters and the marine ecosystems along those coasts do a hell of a lot to sequester carbon, but also to breathe the air that we in turn take in, upwards of 50% of the air that we breathe. But when excess nitrogen and phosphorus mixes with spring bloom of diatoms, phytoplankton, and other microorganisms, and those organisms exceed trophic containment, those same waters turn eutrophic, suffocated, and the water column turns still into a quiet death known as a red tide or a hypoxia event. Red tides, and sometimes they in fact are red, though not always, are dead zones. Nothing can live there except for the cyanobacteria and seafloor organisms, and their negation of life, these dead zones, follows suddenly from life's ecstatic unfurl. I'm actually trying to, you mentioned Bataille, Nigel, at the end of your comments, and I'm thinking of Bataille here too. This sort of like intimacy of like the jouissance of life, this bloom as a kind of hypersexual generation or reproduction of biomass, and then poof, death. That's not meant to mean anything else. I'm just being scientific. In 2021, the Great Dead Zone of the Gulf of Mexico measured 6,334 square miles. The largest on Earth in the Gulf of Oman measured 63,700 square miles in 2019. Last year, there was a reported 415 dead zones on Earth, many of which, of course, are increasing in scale and intensity every year. What kind of critical inquiry does the rise of red tide and the coming of hypoxia ask for? What kind of concept of historicity gets materialized, and I mean this very literally, what kind of concept of history gets materialized between this dialectic of expansive life and sudden death? And how might 21st century bloom ecologies unnerve normative habits of humanities research? Maybe that's not a pressing question for many of you. For me, it's a very pressing question. What currents in the history of radical critique, what traditions, what undercurrents get summoned by this intimacy between frenzied life and mass death? How am I doing for time? 13? Perfect. Okay, this is something that I imagine my friend Simony in a moment might also speak to. We've talked a lot about it, but actually I'm largely inspired by some of the work that she's been doing and many other cultural anthropologists, but also scholars in media studies. Elemental ethnography I feel really silly showing you, all of you, because I think you're all pretty smart, showing you this. and letting you in on the secret that one of the things we're doing in the humanities is like telling stories about elements on the periodic table. You probably do it already much better than we can. But elemental ethnography, in short, is a way of getting really serious about materiality in the humanities. And all it means, the ethnographic part of the elemental, right, is a name for a kind of methodological orientation to what these elements do. Right? Not as a description of their unique composition necessarily, but how they actually move through the world. What kinds of bonds they create and what kinds of repulsions they create. What kinds of violences they collate. What kinds of justices they ask attention for, right? So, of course, I was brought up, not of course, you don't know this, but I was brought up in a subfield of the humanities called the energy humanities. And our task was to think seriously about what a humanities approach to energy infrastructures might look like. Beyond the kind of standard normative critiques, like we shouldn't be burning fossil fuels, that goes without saying. But what do these fuels actually do for the shape of human history, for the kinds of conflicts and desires and habits that we carry today, right? So in a way, the energy humanities was already doing a kind of elemental ethnography, but with oil as its element. I do this with my students when I teach at the MA level. I prompt them to literally pick an element on the periodic table and then track it, learn about it. Think about the kinds of stories that it writes, right? And that's what the ethnographic is about, how these elements are embedded in existing cultural practices, how they actually do cultural work, and then in turn the kinds of cultural reflections or mediations that we have to think them. Okay, and obviously phosphorus is the one I picked. Here are some of my dear friends and inspirations. This is a collection of what I might assign on a course called Elemental Ethnography. Okay. Now, I'm especially interested in phosphorus because it's not that interesting. I'm especially interested in phosphorus because unlike oil or coal, it's not really combustible. It's not really, what it does in the world doesn't really occur or unfold through a kind of combustibility or even in energetics. Right? It's a building block of life. You find it in your teeth, in your DNA. It fortifies cell walls, right? I'm still learning clearly what it does exactly. I'm not an organic chemist, but I do know this much, right? That part of its role in algal blooms and bloom events more generally is in fortifying the biomass at a high rate, right? Giving it structure, giving it a kind of infrastructure. And that's interesting to me because it asks for a totally different style of critical thinking than the one occasioned by fossil fuels. And it leads me to 3 categories of concern that organize the thinking in this book. And I want these to be, I will revise these, but I want these to be intimate to the specificity of the element in question. The first is geosocial capacity. I mean that simply like what kinds of freedoms, what kinds of imaginaries, what kinds of scales of cultural life are possible as a consequence of this element. Right? And the scale shift is a bit dizzying to me, given the fact that, again, its role in industrial fertilizers furnishes 20th and 21st century demographic boom, which, of course, many people, lefties and fascists alike, are quite concerned about, demographic boom. So there's a politics to this question of capacity, right? What is the outer limits of growth? What kinds of economies and freedoms collate around this thing. The second are the terminal thresholds that it carries. And I mean that more in terms of the planetary boundary thesis, right? What is its role in the 9 planetary boundaries exactly? It spills across the 9 boundaries, and that's interesting to me. So I'm trying to track that. And eutrophication and hypoxia events are one clear and terrifying expression of one of these thresholds, right? The threshold of life and non-life. And then finally, the ethical tensions about the resource distribution and the revenues that attach to the trade, the production, the trade, and the consumption of phosphorus. Now, I'm thinking about phosphate as a force that does work through fields, and I'm trying to do so to distinguish it from a critical tradition of thinking hylomorphic legibility, by which I mean this is a term that comes from Aristotle and the very important cultural anthropologist Tim Ingold, more recently has sort of reflected on the way that this hylomorphic orientation, which is to say a focus on forms, objects that are legible, have shape, distribution, right, has blinded a certain kind of philosophical orientation to what exceeds it. An environment, a milieu, an ecology, forces, fields. So I'm trying to think about phosphate in relation to the fields that it works through, in distinction to carbon form. My oldest son is calling me. And I'm using this word carbon form, I'm borrowing it or building on the architecture theorist Elisa Iturbe. Maybe some of you have read this, this really important special issue of Log, which is an architecture theory journal, where she introduces the concept of carbon form. And she says there that to think about what hydrocarbon modernity actually consists of technologically and infrastructurally, we have to kind of think with like a double vision, right? So she says, look at all of these infrastructures. Imagine freeways, imagine digital servers, imagine your house, imagine a bus, imagine a port, all of these things, right? And try to think about what flows through them. She says that there's a reciprocal, quote, reciprocal relationship between energy and built form. And so carbon form for her is a way of capturing how all of these different seemingly discrete entities and infrastructures, right, are actually an intimate relation, and they're made intimate through the way that they actually channel more and more energy. Right? It's a very useful kind of critical heuristic. I'm trying to pair it with the fields that are drawn into that current. Right? So one way of telling the story of the 20th century is the rise of freedoms and revenue and capacities made available by what Dipesh Chakrabarty calls the mansion of modern freedoms, built as it is on an ever-expanding base of fossil fuels. Right? If that was the plot line of the 20th century, what I'm asking about are what other kinds of material fields are drawn into that plot line. Phosphorus is the one I'm paying attention to. Okay, 5 minutes. Let me wrap up. This is where I would have taken you to Marx and Hegel. But lucky for you, I'm out of time. But I want to propose or provoke very quickly that, at least for myself and many of my students and many of my comrades and colleagues, this question of the relationship between something like a mine in Hlaouane, Western Sahara, on the one hand, and then the ecologies that are animated by the dust that flows off of that space, in turn, as well as the kind of runoff of industrial fertilizers and its relationship to microorganisms and fishing communities in the Gulf of Mexico, and the public health of coastal communities whose levels of colon cancer have spiked as a consequence of the toxic air breathed out by these algal blooms, right? We're concerned about this because it helps us, first of all, think about the wide range of violences unleashed by carbon modernity, at the same time that it helps us rethink some of the orthodox critical infrastructures of Marxist criticism, namely the organic composition of capital. In Marx, this is actually a very simple idea, and it names a kind of tendency halfway through the first volume of Capital. He names the organic composition of capital as a tendency of capital to exploit and absorb surplus value from living labor, and then to reinvest that in fixed forms of capital, namely in things that we might reflect on in terms of carbon form, buildings, machinery, right, infrastructures. And the more and more that tendency unfolds, the more and more shedding of labor we have, the more and more unemployment, and also social conflict. But of course, Marx is not super interested, for the most part, in the ecological ramifications of this tendency, right? Many of us here are. So I'm interested in the way that this ground, this mine, right, this central capital of 20th century modernity, and the social conflicts and the geopolitical antagonisms that it materializes, right, how that is a site, a seam, where the grounds of modernity blur the lines between life and non-life, precisely as capital extracts and abstracts in order to build worlds that are infinitely expanding, right, and will know no end, are constantly in a phase of transition. And that transition, which is fundamental to Marx's critique of capital, that transition knows no boundary. It will always utilize matter not as standing reserve, not as static backdrop, not as inanimate, but in Marx's language as a force, right? Capital will always find more forces of production and internalize it into the organic composition of capital. I want to propose something like an underlying or undercurrent, right? The inorganic composition of capital. Inorganic both in terms of its phosphate futures, but also the rise of hypoxia events and the kind of unleashing of death that promises. I think that's a pleasant enough way to end. Thank you for your time.
Thanks a lot, Jeff, for this, well, impressive talk, especially in the end to really across scales and, mind scales. I think it was really interesting also to get your critical perspective on environmentalism through the lens of phosphorus. I think there might be also later on coming up questions in terms of emphasizing in the phosphorus as also something that is, of course, inorganic, as you mentioned it, but also like, being in between life and death all the time, and juggling. Also, maybe there is some hope still also in the phosphorus, as we had in the last panels, also some perspective on hope. I would like to open also now, in the fashion of the last panels, a short, 5-minute slot for clarifying questions. So from the audience, if you have an instant question you would just like to raise, please come up with it. So there's Horst Bredekamp. Is the microphone somewhere? Elisabeth, thanks.
Yeah, perhaps I misunderstood you, but thank you for your embracing subject and the line you developed it. But I oppose your interpretation of Marx. I misunderstood you. You argued the surplus productivity has not so much to do with material, but becomes abstract and endless. This is the heart of capitalism. But Marx, in my view, says the opposite. The material stuff becomes a living force. And with this he plays. And he comes with a definition of the fetish character of the commodity. He comes from the model of relics, dead stuff which is alive. And one of the most wonderful sentences in the Capital One is, or three, not three. You see the commodities dancing on the table before the eyes.
Volume 1.
And that is the model of a relic. So just the opposite of what your conclusion was.
Thank you.
Can I respond? My trial of my question, if I misunderstood you.
No, not at all. I mean, not at all. This is in the section I had intended to read. I wanted to actually counter this tendency to interpret Marx as a kind of crude materialist. And in the Grundrisse, following the section that many geographers will still refer to, critical geographers at least, will refer to sort of explain the tendency of capital to expand, right? To expand infinitely and to annihilate space by time. The following, which is a really important insight. Right, it's another way of naming globalization, but a bit more specifically. The next page is a very weird metaphor about a flower, a wilting flower. And it's there that Marx starts to build, and the Grundrisse, of course, are notebooks, they're notes towards capital, but it's there he begins to build something like a language that recognizes the fact that, first of all, materiality is the grounds from which all life sublates itself. Therefore, it has to be animate, it has to be a force. But he also names a contradiction there, right? Which is that as it seems as though the productivity of so-called inert matter is enlivened by the abstract force of capital, capital will also exhaust those resources. But the exhaustion of those resources is not the terminus of capital, right? It's simply a transition point. So I agree with you entirely. I would love to talk to you more about this later. For me, that's an important point. That's not typically how Marx is understood. Like, you know, on that question of life, non-life, Marx is actually, I would say, is most Hegelian. And I would try to convince you of that if I had more time, but I would be emphatic about the point. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Is there another question? Either from the field of humanities, natural sciences, design, architecture? Not yet. Well, I think...
There's one of them.
Yeah, there's one. Yeah, Kasia.
I'll take accusations too.
First, thank you. Thank you, that was amazing. Second, almost last year, the same kind of time, we had a symposium on filtering, and there was a lot of talk about the waste trade, phosphate-based, agricultural waste, and the atom programs. I wanted to know if you have anything in that relation of the huge waste trade that is going around phosphor in the world between atom programs and agricultural waste.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks. Good question. Can we talk after about that, about field theory? I want to know what you read. Yeah, I don't know so much about the waste trade, but that's obviously implied here. Part of what I'm thinking about it maybe goes without saying, but it's maybe but something I think happens when you say it nonetheless, that we're talking about planetary scales, right? Material, literally any element that you can isolate and then start to tell stories about will take you to a planetary scale really quickly. And the afterlives of phosphorus, when still channeled through logistical infrastructures, is something I've actually, as I say it out loud, surprisingly not spent a lot of time thinking about, because I've really been trying to understand a different kind of afterlife, right? The spectral quality of these sort of phosphate force bloom events. And of course I recognize that it's actually mostly nitrogen that triggers it, but it's a combination of the two, and phosphorus is the thing that builds the body, the biomass, and that's really interesting to me because it's sort of like this life-building element that then precipitates like horror, you know, the loss of a lot of biomass really quickly, livelihoods, economies, public health crises, and so on. So I'm not sure how it travels through waste economies. That's a great question. Maybe some of you have done, I think maybe you've done a bit of thinking about that, no? But you can come and help me out. Thank you.
I mark that for later for the bigger discussion. Thanks for your remark, Kasia. Now we would like to move on, focusing on the anthropogenic environmental change you mentioned, and also how it demands new ways of imagining our collective futures. I would like to introduce our second speaker now on this panel, Simone Hou. Simone is a professor of anthropology at Rice University, Houston, Texas. And now I hope she's with us here in a hybrid fashion on Zoom. Now being there 8 in the morning, relatively not so deep time shift, but we hope the connection stays. Her current research examines the changing dynamics between human populations and bodies of ice in the Arctic region and sea level adaptations in coastal cities around the world. She's the author of Intimate Activism and Ecologics, Wind and Power in the Anthropocene, and co-editor of the Johns Hopkins Guide to Critical and Cultural Theory and Anthropocene Unseen, a lexicon, published in Punctum Books 2020. She has been active in creation of public-facing anthropological initiatives, including the Memorial of Öykükül, that was the glacier that disappeared a couple of years ago in Iceland, and the film Not Okay, a little movie about a small glacier at the end of the world. And also another engagement was her installation, Aiol in Politics. I remember vividly, maybe we come to that as well later. Her research focuses on climatological precarity, and her work has been funded by the US National Science Foundation, the Fulbright Commission, and the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation. She has also been awarded the Berlin Prize for Transatlantic Dialogue in the Arts, Humanities, and Public Policy from the American Academy in Berlin. And I'm really much looking forward to hear your perspectives now on deep material futures as conceptual spaces, or collective imaginaries. Very warm welcome, Simone.
Thank you, Clemens, for the wonderful introduction. And thank you, Jeff, for getting us started off. I think there's going to be a lot of really productive overlaps and spaces of dialogue between what you've been talking about and what I'll be talking about. And so I want to thank the organizers also for all the work you've put into Deep Material Futures. I'm so sorry not to be there with you in person. I really am. But it was impossible. So I'm happy to be able to join you this way. So I'm going to start off by sharing my screen here, hopefully, and getting us going. Let's see. There we go. So in some ways, I'm going to replicate some of the ideas that Jeff was talking about in sense of taking a journey through a particular set of practices that have to do with ethnography and that have to do with the elements. But I think, again, that there will be a lot of really interesting and shared overlaps at the same time. So I am speaking to you from the United States on land once belonging to Sana people, to Atakapa Ishak peoples, to Koawatekin peoples, to Karanakawa and Akokisa peoples. And here what you see is an image of the wind and the air above that land. And here is an image of the air and the wind above the land in southern Mexico, where the wind blows so fiercely that it knocks over trailer trucks and peels roofs from houses and strips the paint from boats. And here you have an image of the air and the wind above land just below the Arctic Circle, where the temperatures are rising at an alarming rate, by some estimates 4 times faster than the rest of the warming world. These are, of course, as you can see, the same image replicated over time. All of them are, I would say, abstractions, because the wind and the air captured in a picture or an image is certainly not the same as an encounter with that wind or that air anywhere. So in this presentation today on elemental matters and ethnographic exposures, I'm hoping to explore 2 related questions. First, how do the elements help us to surface the socio-environmental entanglements of our contemporary worlds? And second, what does it mean to be exposed in a double sense? I mean that in 2 ways, this exposure to the elements. And what is elemental and what can ethnography expose? As Clemens mentioned, I am a cultural anthropologist, and we often take for granted what ethnography is. Elemental is a new space of inquiry, as Jeff mentioned. This is a kind of a term, an elemental term in the human sciences. And so the elements are a little less clear to us in the present, and they have an ambiguity that is very productive for thinking. So let's establish these terms before we go any further into ethnography and the elemental. Ethnography has traditionally been understood as the study and documentation of ethnos. That is a group of persons defined in some coherent or sometimes not so coherent way by the ethnographer themselves. This is often predicated upon subjectivities of those people and identifications with place, with practices, with values, or with experiential criteria. And in the present, when a global climate crisis and pandemic occupy our attentions and eroding ecosystems and mass extinctions condition the future, it is increasingly clear to me, and I'm sure to others, that no ethnos can really be thought abstractly outside of environs or ecos, which the latter etymologically it means home or where we live. And when I think of home and of living, I also include non-human others in that living space of ecos as home, those living and non-living creatures with whom we share our biosphere. So here is an image that Jeff showed us, the periodic table of the chemical elements. So I won't go into great detail about that. It's familiar to us all, and it represents this irreducible materiality of everything, the materials of everything. But as STS, science and technology scholars and others have shown us over the last several years, these kinds of abstractions that represent the periodic table and the specificities of technoscience that they enable are actually a necessary form of abstraction as we try and communicate these conceptual forms. But in addition to the periodic table, we have these more classical elements, and that's where I'm going to center my attention today. These more classical elements that are found in Western philosophy through Empedocles in this case, very familiar, I'm sure, to you all. That is earth, fire, air, and water. Of course, in Eastern philosophical traditions, we would also add both wood and metal to this list. And within the elemental turn in the human sciences, which is still, again, very nascent and formed, we also find the interplay between elements that are multiplied. So we can go from chemical relations, as we see in the periodic table, to the sweep of storm fronts that we would find in air and water blowing above Earth. An important book came out in Environmental Humanities in 2015 called Elemental Eco-Criticism. And I think that a moment that we have at the beginning of that book is quite important to contextualize our discussion. And that is that elemental matter is inherently creative. It's motile, experimental, it's impure, because fire and water and air and earth are never inert. They're in motion, they're in movement. In their ardor, their love, their passion for combinatory novelty, the four rhizomata fashion ephemeral things that wander for a while, seeking embrace, a kinetic intermingling at every scale. And I love this idea of the kinetic intermingling and the kind of encounter that that affords us. More recently, we have also a wonderful book called Reactivating Elements that puts it very well when they write that elements oscillate between substance and semiosis, between figure and ground, between episteme and cosmology, and that they shape how and what we come to know. And so what I take away from these very poetic moments in both of these books is that the elements have always had something to teach us, but there's a moment in time, there's a kind of temporal inflection that is allowing us now to investigate, or drawing us, inviting us to investigate those elements more deeply. I want to offer 3 more propositions. The first is that you are never out of your element. Knowing the world is matter mediated. It's an intimacy of substance, of force, of flesh, of trope, of plot, and of weather. So the climate as a concept may be difficult to grasp. It may be abstract, but storm and swelter are certainly unmistakable. Proposition 5. The human body is, you are always exposed to the elements. 60% of the human body is water, and 96% is made up of the chemical elements, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. And the elements are already always inside. We're made of space dust, these post-bang detritus. Elemental exposure requires both narratives of survival and shared vulnerability. And proposition 9, to live with elements is to live within catastrophe. And living within catastrophe rather than ridding the world of its turbulence means instead to embrace the elemental now. A poetics of the elements includes stories about how we have always been catastrophic. So now I want to turn to some moments of elemental exposure to see if we can find those moments of encounter. And I want to begin here with a feeling and learning to feel the melt. As we all know, ice is the solid form of the element of water, or it is water in its mineralized form. In 2016, I began a research project on the social life of ice in the country of Iceland to try and understand how people there were experiencing the loss of ice and the glaciers that cover about 10% of their island surface. And during that time, I spoke with people like Helga Gudmundsdottir, and she spoke to me about her reflections on sea ice. She remembers the sound of sea ice as a young girl growing up in a place called Ísafjörður, or Icefjord, in the northern part of Iceland, where ice would come over from the Greenlandic ice sheet, and it would come into the harbor of her hometown, and the ice would rub up against each other, creating this frictional sound and this horrifying sound of a chorus. And yet she said to me that she misses that sound. The sound that so terrified her at night as a young girl is now missing and gone. And so she wonders what happened to the sound of that ice and that sonic chorus that was such a part of her childhood. In Iceland, I also spent quite a bit of time with Helgi Björnsson, Iceland's most eminent glaciologist, a man who has been crafting the science of glaciology in Iceland and around the world for many, many decades. And he said that he sees the loss of cryospheres happening at a rate that even he and others in his profession had not quite thought possible. And then there's Guðfinna, who you see here with the pencil in her hand, Guðfinna Alþjóðsdóttir, who is Helgi's younger protege and an eminent glaciologist in her own right, is here on Solheima Glacier with a group of students. And they're measuring the ice on the top of this glacier, as she does every summer with this group of students. She told me that for her, our current conditions are, as she put it, and this is half ironically and half not, the largest uncontrolled experiment in the history of the world. And she added, we will see where that leads us. And here we see Guðni Jónsson, who has a farm at the foot of Fláajökull Glacier, and who has his entire life felt haunted by the glacier in his backyard. Now, as it is quickly receding and disappearing into the mountains, he said he would like a picture of himself with it, he said, for posterity. And finally, I want to share the words of the poet André Snyder Magnusson. When we spoke together, he explained to me that glaciers were forever. He said, when my grandmother traveled across the glaciers, it was in the context of eternity. It was like the waves, the rocks, the sand, things that would change only over thousands of years. But now, many of these same glaciers will vanish in the time between when someone is born today and when they become my grandmother's age. Later that summer, I found out that one of Iceland's named glaciers, Ökjökull, had been killed by climate change. It had been lost to climate change. Ökjökull, or Ok Glacier, since Jökull means glacier in Icelandic, was with us for about 800 years. And here you see him on a hand-painted map from the 1850s. Ok Mountain, where Ok Glacier lived, is a shield volcano, an erupted piece of earth that is now quiet or extinct from activity. And some say that Ok Mountain and its twin mountain, Skjaldbreiddir, are the breasts of a fallen troll. No one knows who killed her or how she might have died, but she is said to have fallen backward here in this place called the Kaldidalur, or Cold Valley, many hundreds of years ago, and there she still remains. Here is an image of the top of Ok Mountain, seen from an aerial point of view. And here you see the extinct volcano's crater that forms the top of the mountain, and it carves out the shape of a C in the stone in the middle of the crater, nestled into this bed of ice. So out of all the reflections that I heard over this time about the melting of glaciers in Iceland and the loss that people felt, the feelings of posterity and the end of elemental things and things that appeared eternal, things that seemed to be forever. And now to learn that this important, if small, little glacier had been lost to climate change was striking. And this presented a certain feeling to me that evolved over time in collaboration with my research partner and with my Icelandic collaborators and interlocutors into what I think of as a kind of viscosity, a stickiness between the past and the present, a kind of sticky time of in between, a liminal time that called for some kind of ritual. And so we decided to host a memorial or a funeral for a glacier. So here you see our group as we gathered in the summer of 2019, about 100 of us all together in the end, artists and activists, political figures, and just regular folks, young people and old people. I think our youngest participant was around 8, and our oldest was probably in the early 80s. The hike takes about 3 hours to travel from the base of the mountain all the way up to the top of Ok Mountain. And one of the Icelanders among us that day said that there was an old Icelandic tradition that when one climbs to the top of Helgafell, which is a sacred mountain in Iceland, when you climb to the top of Helgafell for the first time, you must do so in silence. Never look back. You must be silent and never turn around. And you must hold good in your heart, keep your heart positive. And upon reaching the top, if you have done these 3 things, you will be granted 3 wishes. And so we did the same for our memorial, for our funeral on the top of Ok Mountain. That last little bit of the journey to the top, we kept silent. We never looked back. We held good in our hearts. As Andres Nair Magnuson reminded us, there has never been a funeral for a glacier, because before now, we have never needed one. Of course, now we need one, and so we asked the children to help us with this humble funeral. They pushed the plaque into place, and the plaque that we placed on Oak Mountain, installed on that rock that day, is a letter to the future. And it says that Oak is the first Icelandic glacier to lose its status as a glacier. And in the next 200 years, all our glaciers are expected to follow the same path. This monument is to acknowledge that we know what is happening and what needs to be done, but only you know if we did it. So in the melting ice of the Arctic, as we know, we have an element, water, that is bleeding into the sea. And knowing how cryospheres are changing in places like Iceland and Greenland, I became curious as to whether it would actually be possible to follow that melting water, whether we could actually track that melting water, or whether we could go from a site of melt to a site of rise. And if we follow that water, what kinds of transformations of water might we find? Why might that journey take us? And I wanted to ask too, how that change in the global hydrosphere that covers 70% of the Earth's surface and accounts for 97% of the world's water is affecting the entirety of what scientists call the world ocean. That is the world hydrosphere connected through the oceanic connections and overlaps and networks that make up the world ocean. Because as we think of oceans, we may think of the Pacific or the Atlantic or the Southern or the Arctic, but in fact, they are all interconnected as one world ocean with different regional specificities. So with a climate modeling device that had been developed recently by a group of physicists at NASA, at the Jet Propulsion Lab, they created what they call a gradient fingerprint map. And what this gradient fingerprint map allows us to do is it actually allows us to follow that water from sites of melting ice to places where that melted ice is now becoming sea level rise. And so if we look to the gradient fingerprint model, we can actually calculate and illustrate that when places like Ilulissat, Greenland melt, when we see melting in places like Greenland, we can also see that there is no city in the United States that feels that melt, that is affected by that melt, more so than the city of Honolulu, Hawaii. So from this view, the Arctic has actually arrived on the shores of these southern islands, in this case, Hawaii. And it will continue to do so, as we know, as the cryosphere continues to disappear. And the world ocean here, effectively, which is both part Pacific and here part Arctic, is represented in this very idyllic image of Waikiki Beach. Here we see the Pacific in one of its most magnificent, iconic, semiotic forms of Waikiki Beach. But while this is the Pacific and the Arctic and the world ocean, this is also the Pacific and the Arctic and the world ocean, just a few miles away from that site of Waikiki, where sea level rise overflows drains and creates flooding, especially during high tides. So there's an expression in English that says, and maybe you have it in German too, that we sometimes save up for a sunny day. And I think that we save up for a rainy day. We like to save up for a rainy day. This is this common expression. And here I think it's very funny because we're actually swelling up on a sunny day and seeing the sea level rise up. So the island of Oahu depends very heavily on groundwater, and the combined aspects of decreased rainfall and higher temperatures and population growth place added stress on the island's fresh water. Planners who are working on decisions related to critical infrastructure on the islands of Hawaii have long expected these lifespans to need to account for 6 feet of sea level rise. That is, when we're creating infrastructures in the city of Honolulu or at any of these islands, The new planning benchmark is 6 feet of sea level rise, a really extreme prognostication, but one that planners are concerned about. So rising sea levels have already cost 3 of the state's major islands about 25% of their beaches, and these rising sea levels are on track to consume about 70% of the state's coastlines, that is the coastlines of Hawaii. And critical roadways that circumnavigate, like this roadway that you see, these critical roadways that circumnavigate the island's edges are also at great risk of being underwater in the coming decades. And this one is already being consumed by the sea, as you can see. Here's a little image of the sidewalk in that site of Sunny Day flooding where we saw the overflowing storm drains coming up, where we see the water emerging up out of the storm drains. And here on the sidewalk, it says, dump no waste, because it goes to the ocean. But I want to point out that it is through this passage, this opening in the space to beneath the concrete, that the ocean itself, the world ocean itself, is in fact erupting out of this hole that allows for water to drain to the ocean, and it allows now the ocean to drain back into the city. And when I think about the waste here, where it says dump no waste, and perhaps that means litter or just trash that someone might throw down to the storm drain, is that there's a kind of waste of petrocapitalist modernity that has been put into the sky, that has been put into the air, that is, this element of air, that is here being regurgitated or recast in the form of rising waters that are appearing as flooded streets and also submerged roads. So where do we go from here in these very messy times of elemental encounter with water and the way that air has been contaminated to create a different hydrosphere with that water? So if we follow the water in its most elemental form, not only that which surrounds us, but also comprises us, how can we begin to chart and to ethnographically track a new kind of amphibiousness where ice is becoming ocean and is in turn becoming emergent through land or earth? Here we also find connectivities created by the world ocean through Empedoclean elements, beginning with water, but through a kind of transitive property, which is also linked to air, that is the atmosphere, that is heated by the sun, that is the planetary instantiation of fire, as it plays out upon earth, or the soil and sand that make up terra. Elemental dispositions like these insist upon a cotemporaneousness of both human and non-human encounter with the elements, and a coterminous relationship between elemental forms, made perhaps more vivid now in a time of anthropogenic impacts. So human feeling, human emotion and affective dispositions and responses and reactions to these transformations in environmental systems is of course really important too. And I think that human feeling about these transformations and their relationships is really, really critical here. So these words come from a conversation with one of my interlocutors this past summer in Honolulu, who said, a lot of people care about this place. And it's a really simple statement, but I think if we take a moment to pause, we see that the care is really important too, that there's a really critical aspect to the sensibility of care, affection for, nostalgia for a place and a time that needs to be taken into account as we think about our exposure to the elements. So as a final note, I want to bring us back to a question now about how we expose ourselves in two senses to the elements. That is, how we reveal the elements as significant, as conditioning, as informing human conditions and non-human conditions. As Jeff pointed out, the really critical importance of the elements and how they operate through human lives and non-human lives, but also how they might reveal themselves in this case. That is, how might the elements compose an ethnography for and of themselves? So this is one very, very rudimentary experiment, and I underline experiment, in that form of asking the elements to write an ethnography of themselves, to compose an ethnography of themselves. So in the summer of 2022, this last summer, this is day one, in the city of Honolulu, at a place called Pu'u o Kaimuki, or the Little Hill of Kaimuki, which is like Okiokot, an extinct volcano, a little hill right in the middle of the city of Honolulu. And on this little hill of Kaimuki, I put earth, which is soil and sand and stones, you see there. I placed water, in this case, the Pacific Ocean, as it's inflected with the Arctic Ocean, as it is the world ocean. And then we have sun, which is exposed to, and we have wind, and we have white paper that are put into conversation. That is the elements becoming exposed to the elements. By day 7, something has eaten through some parts of the paper. You see these little holes in the paper, creating these 3 little holes. Maybe that was an insect, maybe it was a rodent, a mouse of some kind. The paper has become more desiccated, it's become more dried out. There was no rain during that time, and so the paper becomes a strange kind of medium for elemental ethnography. And it had me thinking that perhaps the elemental forms are not really interested in writing themselves on paper into existence. And finally, we have day 11 in Kaimuki. The paper is drier still, because I think exposure can be difficult. Exposure to the elements can be hard. Yet, I think also in these kinds of encounters with non-living matter and through the physical connectivities that are revealed in elemental systems, we come into contact with the different temporalities and modes of temporalization in our Anthropocene times. That is, the latencies and memory become surfaced, showing us how certain temporalities are formed and then materialized, what they allow and what they inhibit, who they benefit and who they don't. And lastly, how all that matters is left to melt and to wander and to blow away in the wind. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Simone, for this intriguing perspective you gave us here on elemental matters, or also that we realize that we always have this elemental mattering process going on if we facing encounters of air or water or ice, that well, this is matter being mediated all the time with us or without us. And that this is not only reality when we see ourselves now on sunny days being flooded from the bottom, but just, yeah, to realize it as a fact, hopefully, for us to remind us in the future. I would also open up now to the audience for clarification questions, like the discussion. Are there some prompt questions to Simone? Not yet. Yes, one question over here.
Thank you so much. I've been thinking a lot about Isabel Stenger's and Latour's reflection on the agency of nature, and especially in the last part of your presentation with this attempt to translate nature's language into something else. I was curious how you would, what's your idea how to translate this language in this very human-centered kind of academic language? What are attempts to kind of bring this agency into our apparatus, so to say?
That's a wonderful question, and the reason why I wanted to underscore the experimental form of this, I see this really as an invitation for us to all collectively think through how we might take these material forms or engage with material forms in their adjunctive sense to allow them to sort of reveal themselves. And yet, I understand in your question as well that there is a certain anthropocentric practice that is at the heart of this, because I am the person who chooses these pieces of material, who lays down the piece of white paper, kind of arbitrary decision, really. And so it becomes I think, a really critical way of asking the question about how we are exposed, how we expose ourselves, and what the political conditions are of that exposure. And some of what I really resonated with in Jeff's talk too was the kind of necropolitical, or maybe the Freudian death drive that conditions some of the metaphorical and physical conditions in which we live, if we want to call it Anthropocene or just times of anthropogenic impact, that calls our attention to material forms, perhaps in new ways, right? That makes it matter in different ways. And I'm really appreciative of hearing about your thinking about Stengers also and Latour. One of the pieces of Latour's that's come back to me again and again in the last few years that I've found returning to be important is his piece where he talks about moving from matters of critique, and he takes on the sort of literary postmodern project of critique, which has been very formative and important, to turning to matters of concern, matters that are of importance and have a kind of actual impact in the world, the kind of material forms of engagement that are so critical. So moving from matters of critique to matters of concern, is there a way that we can sort of spiral that thinking and allow for these matters of concern to also inform our matters of critique? So thank you for that question. I think that those are really important coordinates for us to meditate on in this kind of set of questions.
Thank you. There's another question from the audience.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Simone, thank you so much for this talk. That was utterly beautiful, and I would also like to follow up on your question, on the first question, and to further challenge the representational capacity of something like a piece of paper in this scaffolding that is put into an environment that in itself already has some kind of utterance. And as you were also saying in your presentation earlier, that it is a question of mediating materiality or materializing mediation. And so I think the very question of how the elements write themselves is already this expression of utterance that is happening in a milieu, in terms of this process of mediation, and in the very transformational capacities that the elements unfold and make us aware of them. So I would also challenge the necessity of a piece of paper in this process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've keyed into something that bothers me about this little experiment too, and that is the very anthropocentric form of writing itself, right? Not even beyond the piece of paper, this whole notion of humans having maybe not the singular language of the planet, but one of the most important set of practices of being human is this conceit of having language, having sophisticated languages. And so the very act of writing, of invoking language, of invoking the written word or the spoken word in the context of this elemental experiment, there's this kind of irony or maybe even humor to that I think we need to inspect. I think another way into this, and this is something that is arising contemporaneously with what we might call the elemental turn in the human sciences. I think Jeff and I would agree that that's happening, although it's still nascent, is that there's been a continued but also a renewed emphasis upon sensing capacities and using multimodal forms of engagement to undertake ethnography. So, for example, using sonic devices to listen to the sound of the melting Greenlandic ice sheet, and then using those sonic resonances to share with human beings and ask their reflections on it, but also as a kind of voice for the ice sheet itself, right? Using sonic materials or using visual, video, moving images, using sensory capacities like smell, using tactile forms of encounter where touch becomes a really important point of contact. My colleague, Natasha Myers, does really wonderful work with kind of contact with plant forms in her ethnographic work. And I'm also thinking of John Hartigan's work, where he has put together a really nice essay. He writes about how do you interview a plant, or how to interview a plant. And this, of course, is a response to this multi-species turn that we've seen in the human sciences, and maybe most obviously in anthropology, where there's been a deep methodological question about how do we engage with non-human others. For Haraway, this is dogs. For Hartigan, it's horses. For Natasha Myers, it's plants. How do we engage with those non-human others and actually try and create a representational dialogue between them and the ethnographer that is legitimate, that's valuable, and that actually surfaces something that we hadn't seen before. So your question is really on target with these kind of three trisecting conversations within the social sciences and human sciences: the elemental, the sensory, and the more than human, or the multi-species. And I think it's a wide open field. It's a really exciting time to be doing this kind of research. And I'm seeing so much exciting research coming out in this space. And so, I think the door is wide open to really do some experimental work in these elemental encounters and experiment with what they mean.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Leah, for the question. Also, Simone, for the your insightful answer. Especially as you now raise, also we looked on lots of infrastructures and geomapping techniques, and now you come up maybe with a multimodal research into intimacies. What is an intimacy when I'm looking up and down, breathing in? Where shall I locate myself, and how important does it become to intimately going into relationships with, well, across the scales, as our panel is also having this as a title. Simone, I would virtually put you here on our podium's discussion now, and I would also add another person to the front here. Our discussant is Michaela Büsse. Please, Michaela, could you come to us? Michaela works as a research associate at the Institute of Cultural History and Theory at the Humboldt University in Berlin, and she's also an associated investigator at the cluster. As a researcher and filmmaker, her work spans across environmental anthropology, feminist science and technology studies and design. And also, besides sitting with us now on the panel, Michaela will also show us later her latest movie, White Elephant. She produced together with Konstantin Mitrokov and Andreas Kühne. It will start here in this hall at 7 p.m., just as a small teaser for your video installation later on. But now we are opening the discussion. Possibly also, Michaela, you have some urgent questions on problematizing scalabilities or intimate relationships. Yeah, Michaela.
Yes, thanks for the promotion for later on. Sinami, Jeff, that's been fantastic. I have so many things I want to touch upon. I don't even know where to start. But maybe with where you ended off, Sinami, and your little experiment there, and I'm super excited about your both your work on elemental ethnography. But I'm kind of wondering, well, what now? Where would that bring us in a way? And I know you have much more to say about that, Jeff, because you kept it very short in your presentation. And I also want to draw back to Nigel's presentation earlier about the hopeful little things, because I was looking for those little things in your presentation, and I know you both probably didn't catch Nigel's presentation, but it was very much in line with yours. But kind of moving away from the daunting narrative of climate change and catastrophe to paying attention to the hopeful little encounters that are so easily overseen if we only look at capital or destruction on that scale, which is very daunting, and it's very also limiting in the way we can react or position ourselves towards these. So I was wondering if in both your works you also pay attention to practices of resistance, of emerging practices. And I know you, Jeff, you're very interested in artistic methods as well. So in a way to not lose sight of we have always been catastrophic, right? We have always also found ways of being with and staying with, and the many ways of this this has been phrased, of living in the ruins. So I wonder if there are ways we can kind of turn the elemental analytics also in a way of revealing those practices of being capable of dealing with and changing alongside, instead of being just faced with, an end-side scenario.
Can I take a shot, Simone? Just to give your voice a rest as well. I'll just say two things really quickly. It's a really wonderful question, and as I hear you ask the question, I also reflect on like my talk was like a bit morose, maybe. But okay, I want to talk about attachment and intimacy. Both Simone and Clemens raised the question of intimacy. I want to know what you mean by it. I have a specific kind of investment in thinking that term, but I'll start with attachment. So attachment as solidarity. So one of the things I learned in my research about, like as I began to try to track the logistical flows carrying phosphorus from Western Sahara to various refineries and economies and eventually agricultural fields, was that first of all, it was very difficult to do so as a humanities scholar with not a very large budget to acquire basically like the research tools that I would need, though I do know what they are. And so instead I relied on research done by anthropologists and advocacy groups who have for a long time been interested in the geopolitics of the region. And as I began to collaborate with both, read both, collaborate with both, I learned of a whole range of resistances that from the satellite eye view that I apologize for inundating you with, you can't see, right? You can't see the resistances and the struggles and the emergent solidarities, for instance, between farmers in New Zealand and displaced Sahrawi people in the Western Sahara. We can't see it from that view. Instead, I had to sort of learn from people who have done extensive multi-decade ethnographies, but also marshaled resources from various NGOs to do a kind of like militant research practice, right? To follow the interconnectivities that put into intimate relation, again, as an example, farmers in New Zealand who discovered at a certain point about 5 years ago that the vast majority of the industrial fertilizer that they were consuming was sourced from this particular mine. And so there are emergent solidarities and never a shortage of resistances, right? And I think an elemental ethnography is a particular way of thinking and researching commensurate to the emergent kinds of interconnectivities and scales that Simone was talking about between Hawaii, for instance, and Greenland, right? It's difficult to see that if you just look at the great acceleration graphs, or even if you read some of the kind of discursive codes required to make legible an IPCC report, those connectivities are difficult to see. I had a second thing to say about intimacy, but maybe I'll stop there.
Should I weigh in too, Michaela?
Sure, if you want to, please.
Yeah, sure. I think it's a wonderful question, very complex. Maybe I'll focus on this piece that you mentioned, which is resistance. My first two book projects, my dissertation project and then my second book project, were very much about political resistance. The first being the transformation of gender and sexual politics in a post-Marxian state, the country of Nicaragua, and the second being the politics of resistance to renewable energy development and expansion in the Isthmus of Tehuantepec in southern Mexico. And these were very clearly works that had to do with direct political resistance. These were two works where those who were resisting had a clear sense of the enemy and their opposition. And I think what's very intriguing and troubling at the same time in our Anthropocenic context, or in this time of climatological precarity, is that there is an ongoing, enduring question as human communities try to resist. There is a question about resistance to what? Clearly, in the case that Jeff is talking about, there's resistance to this mine. And sometimes we can really locate that resistance in very clear forms. But there's also a more pervasive and heterogeneous resistance to the impacts of the climate crisis, which are brought about largely in part through northern industrialized countries' use of fossil fuels, and the actions of capitalism and those of us who have lived within these capitalist systems and exploitative socialist systems for many, many decades now. And so I think one of the things that your question is getting to, I believe, is that there is a kind of diffusion of the points of resistance. And what the elemental allows us to do is it allows us to hone in on a nodal point of contact and either track that nodal point, as Jeff does through phosphorus, and see where that takes us and the kinds of human lives and non-human lives that are affected by that, how they're endangered or enriched, depending on how we want to read it. But it gives us this point of entry that is a novel point of entry. Because in ethnography and in many of the human sciences, the point of entry has often been resistance and has often been the question of inequality, for example. We find inequalities and we want to try and unravel how those are occurring. I think an elemental ethnography and an elemental approach doesn't refuse that. It doesn't see that resistance or response to these negative feedback loops that are now global in nature are not battles worth fighting. But it questions the way into that, the kind of logic into that set of resistances and responses to these catastrophic times.
No, I totally agree. I also see it as the most important contribution to see how the activity on the one hand and the resistance are somehow mutually dependent, right? How one is also fueling the other and how they are connected by the heuristic of the material, for example. And something that comes to mind and that I found very helpful when reading your book, Jeff, is the concept of terminal landscape, which I discussed like in detail with the students in our last session. And I was wondering if you can expand a bit on it, because you haven't brought it up in the presentation as such.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the invitation to do so. Yeah, so I tried to, in the book, I tried to think about the relationship between two concepts of the terminal that I had encountered as I began to do research as a graduate student. On the one hand, there was the kind of emerging discourse of the terminus or tipping point of the Greenland ice sheet, and various tipping points or terminal conditions. The terminal condition of capital, which was a discourse like circulating around the financial crisis in 2008, proved to be not true, but I felt like there was this kind of inundation of claims made on behalf of terminals, but it was also something happening bio and geophysically, and so I wanted to think them together in relation to the places that, in my experience at least in the humanities, had sort of been left out of the emerging critical discourse around energy and hydrocarbons, namely the places where energy is actually held in storage terminals all over the world. I wanted to think about these kind of two literal sites of the terminal in relation to the kind of condition of the terminal. In order to trouble the kind of catastrophism precisely, or the eschatological, latent eschatological discourse of a terminus, right? A kind of apocalyptic ending of worlds at the end of something like the Holocene. And I learned that, and I know somebody's done a lot of thinking about this as well. I learned to sort of really challenge that notion that the Anthropocene was a kind of declarative that was novel to our moment from scholars like Kyle White, an indigenous philosopher in the United States who writes about the ways in which this kind of ending of worlds is a 500-year-old experience that ongoes and repeats if you're not thinking about the world through the concept of a kind of white, male, liberal gaze, right? It's an ongoing condition. And so I wanted the terminal in the book to absorb that kind of notion, right? That there are terminals all over, and what they do is mediate transition, right? And there's a lot of violence and abstraction and exploitation that happens through terminals. We should be worried about them, but there are also moments of kind of mediation, biophysical mediation, economic mediation. That's what I mean by it. I'm not sure how that helps the conversation necessarily, but yeah, I mean, I'm also thinking about, I will try to treat like these dead zones in a similar way, in a way that actually, I don't remember her name now, but there's a really amazing essay published in the journal Environmental Humanities from 2012 that it's called like The Rise of Slime, right? It tracks like the cultural life of algae and over the past 20 years, and I think that the scholar, I don't remember her name, is inspired by or works with the methodologies of Donna Haraway, and the kind of incredible claim she makes is like, yeah, even in these dead zones, there is actually like there's a plenitude of life. There's an enormous amount of sort of digestion happening through enzymes and microbacteria at the bottom of the sea. It's just not the kind of life that we want, you know. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to add what I like so much about the concept is that it's not just an end to something, but it's also beginning to something else, right? It's always a matter of perspective, and dead zones, which just reminds me of Sandra's presentation in the morning when we discussed the notion of wastelands and when is a wasteland, when is a dead zone, who says that, and from which perspective. So I see the elemental also as an invitation to really challenge those categories and destabilize them. Not to say that this is not a critical point in time, right? But to also put it back into perspective. And yeah, I would be super curious, but I don't want to force Nigel back onto the stage to hear your thoughts on that, because you were trying in your talk this morning to kind of counter this direction by showing the emergent, the surprising. But yeah, I guess we also have to open
We also
the
have to open up at some point our conversation, but thanks a lot. I'm just following, and I'm totally intrigued also by, well, the hard point to grasp. I mean, we look now on really what you just also, Jeff, you mentioned, like the biophysical mediation processes. We look on satellite data. We have the, Simone, you showed the possibility to work with the GPL labs to make models on satellite images. Now, the use of media seems to become something objective, while what I love about elemental ethnography is ethnography is playful, like having still an approach where you frame collective modes of working together as a knowledge production, which is really close, I would say, to the whole cluster here. We also have to somehow find, or we want to find our ways to also keep up a moment of, Nigel just mentioned, in this kind of planetary threshold, to imagine, to play. And I was also curious, we don't have to answer it yet, maybe later, because I would open it to the auditorium now, our discussion, but how you also find in your modes, because it is a highly collective process you do, but having this kind of the moment where we just now speed up to catastrophic times and the criticality of scalability, which is hardly bound to Kapil's idea, how we overcome that also while we're here sitting together and collaborate, I mean, vividly. There's some distinction or some tension, I feel, and it's interesting to me also to hear how purposefulness, how play also, comes into these kind of, well, satellite facts, sometimes the use of media.
Wait, I'm not allowed to answer that? Such a good question.
Well,
I'll
that was just also my thought on the use of media right now. Possibly I would like to open up, as we have a couple of minutes also now for the auditorium, to raise questions here to the podium. Are there some questions relating to matters of scale in the first row? Peter and then Wolfgang.
Thank you. I have a question about the choice of phosphate, which I find phosphorus, which I find very interesting. I mean, in contrast to many of the elements that are relevant in technology, let's say, I don't know, lithium or nickel in batteries and chromium in magnets, phosphorus is something that's present in significant amounts in living bodies. I mean, I have about 1 kilogram of phosphorus in my body, and mostly in the form of phosphate, and arguably this is one of the most important ions. It carries energy, in the form of ATP. It's part of my bones and so on. So if you think about, let's say, the Earth-wide metabolism of this element as compared to, for example, chromium or lithium, phosphate goes through the living bodies and is excreted. I mean, that's, by the way, why in traditional farming you're manuring the fields, because there is lots of phosphate there. Our cell phones do not excrete their chromium and nickel and so on. You need urban mining to. So is this difference something that you find interesting and important?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, because it's so deeply embodied and it actually unnerves my concept of embodiment, right? Like, Semini and I have a friend or a colleague doing a similar kind of work on carbon, and that makes sense to me, right? Like Carbon, Anna Pasek, is doing amazing kind of ethnographic work on carbon, the life of carbon, and that. But like, you kind of get how that story works, right? Like, it's bounded up with hydrocarbon modernity. It's a fundamental building block of life, and so on and so forth. But phosphorus actually changed how I thought. I learned so much just like studying and learning with scientists and doing field work about how it actually does what it does, and it changes how I think about the life non-life distinction. It certainly changes how I think about the organic composition of the British Empire, built as it is largely on the extraction of guano. And it also helps me understand a kind of weird moment in the history of Marxism, which is the moment that Marx reads Liebig, the famous chemist in the 19th century, and begins to develop a concept of metabolism, industrial metabolism, which he doesn't really finish by the end of his life. But it's thinking about, exactly as you say, these kinds of embodied processes that include excretion and then uptake and absorption and seasonality and so on. That kind of brings my sense of the industrial magnitude of the present back to the ground, right? It really grounds it in a way. So yeah, it was intentional. Also, I just think there's a lot of really smart people doing work on copper, lithium, and so on. I don't know anybody doing like a project like this on phosphorus, so I thought it would be useful.
With respect to questions about materiality, you focus with elemental ethnography mostly on chemistry. I mean, what kind of burden of chemistry have you incited? Looking at the periodic table, it's about pure elements. I mean, this purity is just the opposite of what is interesting in ethnology in a way. Lavoisier's chemistry was possible since he built it like a material language, so to say, coming from the social sphere into the material sphere, and now you invert it in a way, but keeping, or what are you doing with the burden of this purity of elements, which is other logic that we don't want to have on the table?
Yeah, what a good question. You're right. I mean, I was thinking about this a couple of days ago as I was preparing the talk, because I was thinking about how I'm rereading core sections of Hegel for teaching purposes and writing, and I was struck how different Hegel speaks about materiality when engaging with physics versus kind of an Aristotelian kind of organicism. It's like utterly different kinds of categories start to animate, and I realized that, of course, materiality doesn't mean matter. In that tradition, or in most traditions, like there's no simple definition of matter, right? And I really enjoyed the conversation that I was able to catch at the end of the last panel. I think materiality has a different kind of cadence depending on the disciplinary perspective and the matters of concern and the kinds of apparatuses that solicit knowledge from matter. And that's why, like the critical dialectical tradition that I'm trying to bring back, and to recognize some of the emergent philosophical challenges in the natural sciences today, asks for sustained attention to the way that animacy, life, and non-life get seamed together. And for that, it does seem necessary to begin with chemistry. But your question really has me thinking about how to adequately account for that in the arc of the book. So I appreciate that.
I might also add, just adding to that question about purity and impurity, I liked your comment about how one of the most interesting things about ethnology or ethnography is the way that it focuses on these impurities. And I would say that elemental ethnography does precisely that, because we can see this continuum between older philosophical forms, the Empedoclean elements in this case, but we could take ancient Chinese elemental forms, and the continuum that they then create through the periodic table. And I think what's interesting about what Jeff showed us today and what happens in his book is that we see that phosphorus is in a sense pure as it's redacted onto the abstract idea in the periodic table, but that it creates different kinds of purities or impurities as it's transported through another elemental form, air, to the Amazon, for example, or how these dust storms come and emerge and erupt over the world. And so I think if we can begin to see these elemental forms as having a kind of a relationship or a reciprocal process between each other, then we can begin to surface some of the important temporalities at work here. That is, these more fundamental elemental forms like earth and fire and water and air are in fact very important for understanding the impurities of the chemical forms of the periodic table. So when we combine those two together, we get a combination that is in fact much more complex and much more interesting in its effect, and doesn't need to be singularized into simply an abstracted form in the periodic table or some sort of pure material form. You know, take your pick of these material forms, but that it becomes messier and to use Tim Morton's term, stickier. It becomes more viscous. It gets stickier than that.
Yeah, that's really helpful. I want to say more about that, but I wonder if there's more questions. Like, I want to follow up. You kind of thank you for saving me. That's really but I hear that in your work too, right? Like, sorry, I'll just keep talking until there's a question. Yeah, there is one. Okay.
There's another question.
Hey,
Yeah.
thanks again, both of you. When I engage with my colleagues, students, comrades, like, beside the analysis and pathology, I'm really interested in the speculative. And like when you talk about the elemental and ethnology, elemental anthropology and that aspect, is there a speculative angle to it? And I don't only mean phosphate or your former work, sand, that you were working. Speculative in a sense of what happens in this entangled dynamism if we take the violence of the exploitation and accumulation of the capital out of this entangled dynamism. What happens when we do that? What happens if we restrict the material transfer, something like this? Is there an angle of speculative design, speculative figuration, speculative anything in this elemental ethnography field that you opened up to us today?
Undoubtedly, I'll say something really quick, and maybe somebody can jump in too if you have something to say. But I wanted to say more about orientation, as I'm really interested in orientation both from a kind of critical feminist queer tradition, specifically the way that Sarah Ahmed theorizes orientation in queer phenomenology, but also in a 20th century Marxist tradition, namely one sort of codified first, but most people don't read this anymore, in Herbert Marcuse's dissertation, which Heidegger famously, the year he became Nazi rector of Freiburg, failed. He also theorizes orientation as the way that life makes history, through orientation, like a physical kind of almost, an embodied kind of orientation. And so when I'm thinking about these kinds of case studies and provoking ideas of futurity, as you maybe saw in some of the titles, like phosphate futures and so on, I'm courting both the kind of, again, the eschatological discourse of something like peak phosphorus, or the rising dead zones that are kind of analogs to something like the limits to growth. That's one kind of speculative orientation, right? And I think that kind of orientation does a lot of affective, there's a lot of work done affectively through those kinds of speculations that I want to temper a little bit and just sort of be a bit more careful and tender towards, because I think tenderness as an orientation towards the actual entangled and embodied processes by which something like, this particular mine gets embodied in like 70% of industrially manufactured fertilizers, and therefore our bodies, among many others clearly, is a different way of like speculating and having a speculative orientation. That's not, I don't think, what you mean, but that's the first answer I have.
Maybe I'll throw something in about the speculative also, because the speculative, in fact, as a term, demands a futurological orientation. So I think what's interesting in your question is how it demands us to look into the quote unquote future forward, this sort of subjunctive future, the future that might be, if we think about it in linguistic terms. There's a really interesting quote from a kind of old school anthropologist named Marshall Solins, who said, "The fascinating and troubling thing about the future is that it's empty." And this is a really interesting thing to think about in the present, I think, because as we all understand, we're living in unprecedented times where we can take paleoclimatological models, for example, and look at the deep past of our planetary system and have some understanding of where the future might take us, but not really, not fully. And so this idea of living in a time where it's unprecedented and where we don't have all of the tools that we need in order to see what the future might hold, either physically or socially and culturally, is a really speculative place to be. But to demand or think about how we imagine a future is also a very creative opportunity. It's an exciting sort of space to be in as well, right? Like what does a speculative future imagine? And of course, there's been a lot of work in literature and speculative realism and climate fiction that's trying to speculate in a kind of sci-fi, cli-fi way about how that future might appear. So I just wanted to reiterate the interesting aspects of the speculative and the futurological that demands, because certainly in the social sciences, and we've never thought that we could sort of predict the future. That's never been our project or our conceit. But in these times, I think we live in an even more speculative space where that becomes a real point of question and concern.
Thanks a lot, Simone, and also Jeff, for your replies on the question on speculation in future. I'm really sorry, we have to close our session here because the time is up. Sorry, Claudia, you had one question. Also, thanks for the, well, I take it as closing words also, Simone, in terms of like we're running to the next panel after now a coffee break on future materials, also stressing the notion of the future. Furthermore, with mushrooms and concrete. But right now we take a break, 15 minutes, and I thank you all on the audience for participating in our talk, especially Simone from Texas and Jeff being here on stage, and Michaela, our discussant. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Admir, I just heard that you're running a few minutes late at the...
Yeah, no worries.
We'll be back shortly.
Okay, so basically, I will present then. So basically, total 30 minutes with 5 minutes Q&A. Is that correct?
Exactly. So you have 30 minutes, and then there's 5 minutes just for
Okay.
clarification questions, and then we'll have the more elaborate questions. too.
Exactly. So basically, then I will just hang around for then the final panel after the second talk.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. By the way, I'm not sure if how the audio comes from through because of maybe it's fine. So you don't have any
I've noticed
interference.
that apparently we're pretty loud in the conference hall, so I think they can hear us fine.
Okay, no, I'm just wondering if I should mute my microphone, but it doesn't look like giving any issues.
No, it sounds perfect.
Okay, all right. It's not micro, speaker, sorry. I have a little speaker here on the lab computer. All right.
Nicht klappt.
Oh nein.
Genau. Also
hört man mich?
Ja, was?
Dann habe ich jetzt schon beim... So gut, dass immer ich rauf... Lieber nicht.
All right. Let's start this panel, and I'll be the moderator of this panel. My name is Martin Müller. I research at the interface of cultural history and theory, history of science and knowledge, media studies, and design theory. The last years I've been focusing on a critical genealogy of synthetic biology, and I'm very much interested of this idea of planetary design and what I call the eschatology of the Anthropocene. And I would like to welcome you to the fourth and final session of our annual conference at the Silent Green. And this panel is called Future Materials. It approaches the topic from concrete perspective of individual case studies and also from a conceptual theoretical perspective. I hope and I predict, however, that we will be also able to move into a more speculative mood and mode to imagine material futures. This session will focus on a broad scale of topics, on ancient genealogies of material cultures and construction methods, on the possible futures of architecture, on synthetic biology and material sciences in the age of climate crisis. We will also look at self-healing concrete and the widely overlooked material of tree bark, and maybe touch upon the question of whether there will be really a mushroom at the end of the world. We invite you to think about and discuss with us material futures and future materials. And we will hear two keynotes now, the first from Admir Masic and the second from Vera Meyer. After that, we will welcome Charlotte Wenning to join us, and then we have a discussion with all of you on the site and in Zoom. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Admir Masic. He is an associate professor of civil and environmental engineering at MIT. He received his PhD in physical chemistry in 2006 from the University of Torino. Before his time at MIT, he was a research scientist at Max Planck Institute of Colloids and Interfaces in Golm. In his lab at MIT, he investigates nano, chemo, mechanical and mineralization processes in a wide range of anthropogenic and biological materials. With examples spanning from Roman concretes to modern Portland cement, from nacre to kidney stones, and from ancient pigments to the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the ultimate goal of Masic's lab is to translate the fundamental knowledge gained from the investigation of these complex materials and also the historical genealogies to solve fundamental engineering challenges and related to the construction of energy and the environment. In his presentation, he gives an insight into his research, which is dedicated to the monumental project of rethinking concrete in the light of active matter. His lecture is entitled On the Multifunctional Future of Concrete. Admir, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Great. So, Admir, let's start right away. The screen is yours. We can see and hear you. Hello from Berlin.
Perfect. Martin, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and I apologize for many complex, difficult words to pronounce. I will probably rewrite my bio to make it a little bit more user-friendly. Anyways, it's really a great pleasure to be here with you, even though virtually. And it's such a pleasure to see so many known faces, and of course for me Berlin has a special place, and I spent a lot of years really working and living in this wonderful city, and I do miss it, and it's always fantastic to have opportunity to reconnect with all of you, but also to share some recent work I've been doing in a lab here at MIT, and yeah, thank you organizers for giving me this opportunity. So today we are going to talk about big engineering, and you know, if you think about civil environmental engineering, indeed it is big, but it comes with the big challenges, and challenges are many as more people move to cities, for example, or urban problems like overpopulation, congestion, and pollution have been aggravated. This urbanization and the use of fossil fuels, unfortunately, has caused the well-known now phenomenon of global warming, and definitely brings with it biggest stress to humankind. The overpopulation leads to use of materials and therefore also use of water. So water depletion is a problem, and materials do need raw materials, and resource depletion is an issue, and we definitely need to tackle these challenges in our work. Today I'll be focusing on concrete, and you will learn quickly that concrete is a beautiful material. It's strong, durable, versatile, available everywhere, and most importantly, it's cheap. And if you compare concrete in this Ashby plot, just I remind you, we plot here in logarithmic scale strength versus cost of engineering and other materials, and you will notice that concrete is really on the very left side of this cost scale, which is really difficult to meet with any other biological or anthropogenic material. So with an increase of use of this wonderful material and also other engineering materials and the increase in world population, this is another graph where I plot world population that now we are 8 billion, looks like in these days, and the use of material in plotted in million metric tons, you will notice that there is a constant increase of all the engineering materials, including cement. But this comes with this difficult issue associated with the production of these materials, and it's emission of CO2. For each ton of cement produced, we emit about a ton, 0.89 tons of CO2, and 3 tons of CO2 equivalents are emitted by steel, 1 ton of steel production. So if we now think about a possibility to apply tax to these emissions, then the future of concrete is very difficult. It's difficult because of this graph here, because currently, with all existing technologies, we can mitigate about a half of these emissions. The other piece of this pie is completely to be solved. Most of the countries around the world, define this neutrality roadmap, and for the United States, it's by 2050 to be carbon neutral in terms of concrete. And so what we are suggesting in our work is to build this second half of the pie. And how do we think to fill that unexplored 2030 to 2050 objective is to introduce new functionalities into an existing material. This means, for example, improving the longevity to have materials that last longer, and perhaps over long term we will need less material and therefore less emissions, or make structures that use less material but still fulfilling the requirements for the construction, so less is more by design. And other interesting and exciting avenues such as carbon capture and storage, and you will learn today about also electrical conductivity and energy storage in concrete. And so, as I said, I will touch on electrical conductivity and energy storage of concrete. I will tell you about carbon capture and storage and improved longevity. I will not talk about design, unfortunately, but we can discuss it, at least what is the idea behind. So it's really nice to think about a very old, well-known material to actually not be a problem, but be a part of a solution. And indeed, if we now rethink concrete as a part of the solution or as a carbon sink, then it really opens incredible opportunities on many different levels to affect climate change, to make the energy transformation from fossil fuels to renewable energy, to make our infrastructure more resilient and as a consequence more sustainable. And of course, it's a material that is ubiquitous and impacts really so many people on this planet, and therefore tiny changes in it might really have a huge social impact. So let me tell you where it comes from, all this idea of multifunctionality. I spent many years in the Department of Biomaterials with Professor Peter Fratzel, and we looked into biological materials. And, organisms have evolved over millennia to create these incredible hierarchically organized materials that often overperform any of our engineering materials. And they are these beautiful hierarchical structures from nano to macro, and they self-assemble at the nanoscale. They self-heal You learned today from James that they are synthesized under mild conditions, and that's the key compared to materials that are fruit of the Industrial Revolution. So multifunctionality, the best example are our bones. Someone mentioned, I think Peter mentioned today, bones rich in phosphates, apatite, the bone is packed with mineral, and the mineral gives the function of load bearing, the strength. But at the same time, bones are packed with the vessels as well for energy supply, cells for self-healing. Imagine my bones in general. I think the knowledge is that in about 6 years turn completely and rejuvenate, renew. So that's a really cool property if you think about it, with these cells that constantly dissolve and remineralize collagen. And of course, canaliculi that were very much still a little bit, questionable. What is the function? But it might be the signaling through the bigger distances through the network of bone. But you see, this load-bearing material that makes me a human and not a jellyfish now is really embedded with multiple functionalities. But can we think about concrete as a multifunctional material? And that's definitely difficult to think of, because it's meant to be load-bearing material with a certain strength that basically satisfy all the standards that are very difficult to change. You will learn quickly if you go into cement industry, and so one interesting effort might be the 3D printing of this material that eventually allows you that design freedom and deposit materials where you want, and perhaps introduce further next functionalities. Introducing next functionalities come with a challenge, and the challenge is the fact that concrete is a complex material. Concrete, I like to use this quote by our colleague Henry Van Dam, who says that concrete is a remarkably rich deposit of interesting and contemporary research questions, all contained in its ambiguities: granular or continuous, liquid or solid, crystalline or glossy, smooth or rough, porous, brittle or ductile, material or process. So it's really kind of a lot of questions, like for such an old material. And what I do in my lab, I capitalize on cement chemistry, and this is where I'm good at. I'm a chemist, by training, and I realize that there is a lot of transient phases and a lot of chemistry that happens out of equilibrium that might be captured with a tool that I specialized in, and it's Raman spectroscopy. And Raman spectroscopy is an interesting tool that allows you to look into these molecular constructs, atoms vibrating at the molecular level, and then translate this into chemical properties, phases, spatially and temporally resolved transformations, which really is a best tool to look into out of equilibrium processes. So let me start with this carbon capture functionality that is you will learn an opportunity. It's opportunity because concrete naturally uptakes CO2. It is due to this reaction between calcium hydroxide, that is a product of hydration of clinker, this main component of ordinary Portland cement, and over time this calcium hydroxide turns into calcium carbonate that basically diffuses slowly through the material. The problem here is the the following, that late stage carbonation, so after we created our structure, this carbonation leads to pH drop. And this pH drop, you will learn quickly, is not great for the rebar. Iron is oxidizing, expanding, and eventually you have a concrete spalling. And you will find it all over Berlin, I think, these kind of degradation processes. But now, wait a second. Yeah, this is a problem, but carbonation might be a carbon sink. Because if it is naturally absorbs CO2, actually there are papers that predict about 50% of all limestone-related emissions absorbed over time by concrete, living concrete. But you know, the problem is this degradation and compromise in the pH that holds, let's say, gives us a challenge to reconcile these two phenomena. People, of course, are trying to use these strategies. And two main approaches here is to take the CO2 from industrial plants and pump it into the fresh cement. And it turns out that you can capture about 4 to 5% of CO2 into fresh made like a slurry, and then you use that and build or you can also make aggregates that are an integral part of concrete. So concrete is made out of aggregates and binder, and if you incorporate CO2 carbonates into aggregates, you have a huge space. It's basically 3 aggregates, 1 cement mix that eventually allows you to store a lot of CO2. But the problem there is then a lot of mechanics issues and many issues that these translations face. So what we did actually, we started very simple. We said, can we at least monitor processes that occur in these early stages of hydration of cement? And this is the video that shows exactly that. So I will play it again. Hopefully it plays. See, here are the hours, and here are different colors, different phases that are being formed and other that are dissolved. So white dissolves, and oh, here it is. So I can play it again, I guess. No? Maybe. Here we go. White disappears. This is clinker, and CSH, that is this binder, calcium silicate hydrate that is formed, is blue, and red is calcium hydroxide, the one that then carbonates over time. Okay, and so this basically work allowed us to make significant discoveries. Let me share one of those. One is that there is a transient phase that was never observed before 2021 in this paper, where at the moment of hydration, we have a formation of disordered calcium hydroxide, something similar to biological strategies to create minerals where you have a amorphous disordered precursor that then crystallizes. And this disordered calcium hydroxide migrates from the hydration side into the pores and then crystallizes here. So you'll say, okay, what is a big deal? Actually, it is a big deal because then we said maybe we can leverage on this disordered calcium hydroxide before it moves into pores and crystallizes that then will carbonate and lead to degradation. Perhaps we can incorporate it at the hydration side. And this is what we did. We delivered carbonates into the mix. And this delivery of carbonates eventually produced phases that are not anymore just red and blue, but are pink. And these pink phases actually is in a new composite material that is formed only if you actually capture these disordered calcium hydroxide at the site of hydration, and eventually this seeds formation of calcium silicate hydrate, so the glue, together with calcium carbonate. And so this composite calcium carbonate and CSH is actually a new material that perhaps it might be a clue to store without degradation our CSH, our carbon, CO2. And we found out that about 15%, we can push that carbonation to 15% of total CO2 emissions. Imagine if you create a new composite by delivering carbonates at the hydration site and then save that 15% of the emissions. And let me now talk quickly about improved longevity. And we are familiar with the issues that our infrastructure face, and we'll face more and more because we build quite recently, using these materials, and we don't know what the really lifetime of concrete rebar is. And this is Genova. A few years ago, 3.5 years ago, Morandi Bridge collapsed, killing 43 people. And of course, reasons are still kind of to be known due to the efficiency of Italians. But in any case, it is obvious that there were issues, structural issues related to the degradation of a concrete mix. So let me just remind you also this this number, this grade, which is the grade assigned from American Society of Civil Engineers to the America's infrastructure. The score is C-, and I must say you don't need to be a rocket scientist to understand that C- is not a good grade, and we should kind of worry about it. But at the same time, there are bridges around the world that are 2,000 years old and still standing, made out of entirely concrete. And this is a great example, Pantheon, entirely made out of concrete 2,000 years ago, and still standing and resisting to all the earthquakes that happen in Italy. And indeed, ancient Roman concrete is a fascinating material. So lower production energy required, very important, compared to ordinary Portland cement. Often uses recycled materials like bricks, and has a proven durability. By definition, is durable. So we tackle this issue of durability and try to understand why this concrete actually is still standing there. And Roman concrete is basically a mix of aggregates and binder. In case of Roman concrete, binder is lime and volcanic ash and a little bit of sand and water, and you get this mortar here that then binds the big aggregates, cementa. And in this mortar, you will notice something different from ordinary Portland cement and concrete. And these are these lime clouds, these white chunks that remain included in the structure. And we ask questions: why are they there systematically? And if these white relic lime clouds actually are maybe a missing link in the self-healing picture, because they are a source of calcium. We will learn that lime is just calcium hydroxide, so we looked into ancient materials and put forward the hypothesis that relic lime clouds serve as a long-term source of reactive calcium, and this was work done by Linda Seymour. And we then found a way to incorporate lime clouds similar to what we find in ancient Roman concrete into modern equivalents. And this is the example of one lime cloud incorporated into modern material. And turns out that this modern material eventually is able to fill the cracks. Microcracks form. Eventually, if exposed to water infiltration, will fill the gap and heal the crack. Cracks up to 0.6 millimeters can be healed using this technology. Important compared to other technologies out there for self-healing is that technology is made out of cheap and readily available material precursors, which is really an important, fundamental aspect if you think about the use of such technology worldwide, also in the countries that cannot afford maybe super cool, amazing self-healing materials. So that's Roman concrete self-healing, and of course I'm available to answer all the questions you might have. Unfortunately, I put a lot of stuff on my plate for 30 minutes presentation, so maybe during the discussion at this panel we can go a little bit deeper into some of these aspects. So I will conclude my presentation with electrical conductivity and energy storage function, and so this would hopefully close that gap between existing technologies and the ones that we are exploring, and this functionality is extremely exciting. Why is it exciting? Because we face a significant problem with renewable energy infrastructure, and the problem is that 24-hour supply and demand does not match. There's a huge mismatch between when the wind is there and when we need during the day our energy. If you think about tidal, tide goes up and down, and of course this in average is not bad, but definitely solar panels are producing when there is the sun. Where the sun is gone, we don't know how to deal with the demand, and the demand is constant in general. And of course, if you use non-renewable energy, it's very cool because you can burn when you want your fuel. Okay, but the solution might be build batteries, big batteries that eventually, flatten these curves and you store the energy. But the problem is that current battery technologies are not viable option because of cost, because of resource depletion, because of the geographical mismatch between availability and the need, and there is a lot of issues with batteries. So we need a solution here, and solution might be use concrete as a battery, but there is a problem with concrete. Concrete and an insulator, okay, so is strong, is durable, is beautiful, but is an insulator, and so the question is, can we make concrete a conductive material? And this is a really important breakthrough made in the department here, where people managed conductive by introducing carbon black, very cheap material used by ancient people to paint, and mix it with the cement composite. And this is what you get eventually. It works. You get a nice composite, but most importantly, what basically happens here is that there is some sort of magic happening where hydration of cement and hydrophobicity of carbon black eventually lead to an percolation of carbon black in a volumetric wire through the entire skeleton of cement, which is then, because it's a wire and because carbon black has the potential of conducting electrical energy through electrons through these pi groups, orbitals in the structure. So this is why eventually this material indeed conducts. And this is a typical way of measuring, conductivity. So you have resistivity here. It's very resistant, standard cement. But then if you start adding a little bit of carbon black, so 2-3% here, see that resistivity falls down, and eventually this material here conducts. So why we are excited about having a conductive material, cement, is because you can make an electrode. And electrode is cool concept because you might want to build a supercapacitor out of it. And supercapacitor is the similar concept of batteries, where compared to batteries, in batteries we have this chemical reactions happening that store the electrons, and so unfortunately that's the also reason why it takes so long to charge our Tesla car, and also battery, because of chemical reactions over time electrically degrade. And but supercapacitor has an interesting property. Supercapacitor is similar, has 2 electrodes as the batteries, but instead of doing chemical reactions, you just separate the charge of the electrolyte that is in the solution. And this basically can be done with this material, cement, doped with the carbon black, and in theory and in practice, we can use it as energy storage. Why we can use it as an energy storage? Because we use natural porosity of cement as a transport porosity, so electrolyte can go through the natural pores, and then we can use the carbon black and the surface of this carbon black as an energy charge storage. And so these 2 units that are intrinsic to the material, which is really, again, that concept of magic that happens when we mix these 2, eventually produce this, that you have a block of concrete that actually now is a lot of units of supercapacitors that eventually will be able to deal with to store a lot of energy. Let me give you a reference number. So daily residential energy consumption, at least to my knowledge, is 30 kilowatt hour, and this would account for 40 cubic meters of this concrete. So it's not too bad. Actually, 3-4, I think, of these tracks. So imagine like foundations. So let's imagine the future of this material, and this is my final thought, and also somehow provocation for further conversations. Imagine that the roads are made out of energy, renewable energy stored under the cars, and they are wirelessly charged continuously on these roads. Imagine you have a big solar or wind farms, and then a big block of concrete that stores scalable amount of energy, which is really fundamental. And last but not least, I would like to believe that even on the one person level, homes might be using this material and eventually making it out of grid, decentralized energy supply option that might really revolutionize our way of dealing with the energy problem that we all face for many different reasons. So with that, I would like to close with this concrete future that might be an incredible opportunity for us to really use a millennia-old material to actually be the active player and the part of solution instead of a problem for our society. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the panel discussion later. Here are some collaborators and funding agencies and companies that are kind of playing an important role in everything I presented today. Thank you.
Almir, thank you. That was fascinating. I have to say, you kind of turned around my very rigid image of concrete from Roman concrete to current crisis to almost scenarios of speculative design world imagined, like charging cars and electrified streets. And but I would like to ask you: is there a need for clarification? We can take 1 or 2 questions, please. Sorry, I really don't see, so I have to stand here. Kashaya, please. Get that man a mic.
Hi, Admir. Thanks for this talk. And we miss you here in Berlin. I hope to see you soon.
I miss you too, guys.
Two questions, maybe. One is recyclability. Are you working on anything relating to recyclability? And second, amazing to have a concrete wall as a battery. We have very efficient solar panels. We have so many regulation problems to install them. When do you think this thing can be a thing that we put beside our solar panels that hopefully will become a reality one day in the next few decades?
Yeah. Kasha, thank you for your question. This is I get the everyday question, when it's going to happen, and we are the proof of concept. So we do have a supercapacitor concept in the lab working, which is really great. So basically, all these data that I presented, and there are many other results, are real. So you can use it as a supercapacitor. Now, this opens really a new kind of dimension of design problem. It's very much now, how are we going to integrate all these functionalities, not at the material scale, but at the macroscopic, plant scale or home scale, and how we are going to connect it, how many units we need, what are the wires in between, what is the electrolyte optimum. So there is a lot of design to be done, and I expect it to happen in next 2 to 3 years. I'm optimistic about it because there is a lot of current interest in making it happen, and that's the drive. So resources hopefully will not be an issue to really push this material forward, and eventually make it happen in not 10 years as a standard kind of research to application timeline, but a little bit faster. On the recycling side, there is a lot of work done, and I mentioned it in a slide that I didn't present here. It is an important aspect, especially from very my little world of molecules. There are many evidences currently that you might be able to process old concrete and activate it so that the powder that comes out eventually works well in the new cement mix. That would be cool. The problem there is that there is a lot of work and energy required to put into separating aggregates that are nicely bound with the cement, and then you take the cement and you process it. So that from kind of a chemical standpoint, maybe there will be a little additive, to that pie that I'm talking about, because the energy is required and comes with the CO2 emissions. So that's one thing, and the other thing that might be really exciting, and it is in that piece on design. Perhaps we can build modularly, and we could have Lego blocks of concrete that are eventually demolished, but partially demolished, and eventually reused in some sort of Inca. Entangled, structures, Inca-like entangled structures of blocks. There are people here at MIT. Brandon Clifford is the person that you should definitely look into his work. He does exactly that with different materials.
All right. Oh.
I can't hear it.
Oh, Admir, there might be a question for you in the chat. If you have a look in the Zoom.
I see. Okay, so let me.
It would be great if you could read it aloud then.
Okay, so I do see it now. It seems potentially quite promising. So the battery, concrete as battery, it seems potentially quite promising. However, should we be concerned about the extensive use of carbon black? Okay, that's a good one, which is listed as a human yeah, you're right. I mean, listen, we make a lot of materials that are not healthy, including the batteries. I don't think you're gonna give to your child the battery to chew on, okay? So we are very, very, you know, this carbon black was used even by the caveman to you know, make these beautiful signs, and it's a material that is not so exotic. It's very, carbon black is really has a crazy history. It can be produced in different ways, and I do agree with you as potentially, you know, damaging. But I think we can work around that. It's not that we create super nasty material that has no history of, you know, of its life in the world, in our current world.
All right. So if there are more questions, please let's take them up later in the general discussion. And I try to make a switch now from the techno-scientificization of concrete to the biosphere and to biotechnology and to fungal concept of time, space, and vastness. I'm very much delighted to present to you Vera Meyer. She runs the chair of molecular and applied microbiology at Technical University in Berlin since 2011. She also received her PhD from there and wrote her habilitation there. The research and optimization of fungal cell factory are her focus, with the aim of more effective use of fungal metabolic potentials for the production of drugs, platform chemicals, enzymes, and biomaterials, in the sense of a sustainable bioeconomy and circular economy. Together with her team, she pursues a holistic approach to combining these methods from system biology and synthetic biology. And her inter- and transdisciplinary research projects combine natural and engineering sciences with art, design, and architecture to create bio-based scenarios for possible living environments of the future. Vera Meyer is also an active as a visual artist under the pseudonym V. Meer, using the means of art to raise awareness in society of the potential of fungi for a sustainable future. And we are very delighted that Vera Meyer is also nowadays an associate member of the cluster in Object Space Agency. And last but not least, I would like to advertise a little bit. Publication came out, open access. So please, I tell you the title, please Google and find it at the new publisher house Berlin University is publishing. The book is entitled Engage with Fungi. It's published this year, just came out with your colleague, Sven Pfeiffer. And yeah, very much looking forward to your talk. Fungal concepts of time, space, and vastness.
So thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much basically for giving me the opportunity to speak here at the end. And actually I take the provocation of the previous talk, Admir, and I'm very much looking forward to the discussion we have at the end, because the future I foresee is a concrete-less future. So in 100 years we will live without concrete, and I'm going to explain you why and how this relates to a future which is fungal-based. And I'm here because Wolfgang asked me first to talk a bit more about the fungal world, and he gave me just as an input, just talk about time and perhaps space, and with this, okay, time and space, this is how I developed my talk, and you will see by the end. I want you that you say the F word, and with the F word, I mean fungi. I want that you start using a mycologically inclusive word, funga, meaning we have to talk in the future about flora, fauna, fungi, about the way how these different kingdoms communicate, interact, relate on each other, share resources, and can form the built environment of our future. Because this is the only way how we can basically live under planetary limited resources. I thought I have to start with a little movie which takes you on a journey in space. It will span 7 magnitudes. So we start in a centimeter scale. I want to tell you what are fungi, and we will end in the nanometer scale. So what are fungi? Fungi form a vast kingdom of millions of species. Some of them show themselves to us through their above-ground fruiting bodies, which can be the size of a hand. Tree mushrooms, edible mushrooms, poisonous mushrooms. Others through an above-ground fruiting body, which we commonly call mold. Underground, however, both and thus invisible to us, these form networks of long cell threads that branch, merge, and intertwine. A three-dimensional, chaotic, and yet cleverly devised organizational system, the mycelium. Such half-centimeter mycelium in size has a total cell length of 1 meter. These cell threads of the mycelium grow continuously. They are hungry. They decompose all organic material they find in their environment. Their DNA pushes them forward. They never grow back. And these mycelia emerge from spores, which form the core of the network. They emerge from spores formed by the above-ground fruiting bodies. Some in long chains on the outside of the fruiting bodies, others in their inside. Many of the spores, and now we're in a micrometer scale, are pigmented. Their dark color, the melanin, protects them from too much sunlight, just thus us humans. The melanin is also responsible for the indolating surface of these spores. Spores form the starting point of fungal mycelia. They serve to spread and carry in their DNA the code for their hungry enzymes, as well as their water-repellent spore coat made of hydrophobic proteins, which is what enables them to travel through space and time and to disperse vast distances on the wind. This was a 1-minute intro into the fungal kingdom. Okay, the more surface the fruiting bodies have, be it mushroom-forming fungi or mold-forming fungi, the more surface they have, the more spores are built, synthesized or produced, and the more they distribute over different continents. Spores are everywhere, in the soil, in the water, on the air, on our bodies, in our lungs, everywhere. The 3F initiative, fauna, flora, fungi. This is what I want to talk about next. I want to quote Merlin Sheldrake. Some of you might have heard of him. He is a biologist, an author. He published the book Entangled Life, How Fungi Make Our Worlds, Change Our Minds, and Shape Our Futures. Fungi sustain the biosphere and all that we depend on. Without fungi, life as we know it would be impossible. Yet they live their lives largely hidden from view, and more than 90% on their species remain undocumented. To quote the International Union for Conservation of Nature last year, fungi are unique, diverse, and key ecosystem engineers, and they are fundamental for maintaining life as we know it. We thus ask for a mycologically inclusive language and replacing the phrase fauna and flora, or animals and plants, by fauna, flora, and fungi. Let me give you a very personal view on this 3F initiative and how these different kingdoms, the most developed kingdoms of eukaryotes on our planet, how they communicate, interact, and ensure that they together survive. So I, myself, you see in hand of mine, I love to eat apples. I can do this during summer, autumn. Apple trees are there because of mycorrhizal fungi. We would not have land plants if it were not for fungi. About 800 million years ago, plants, algae from the water, from the oceans, started to conquer land, the continents, because they went into symbiosis with fungi, because they went into symbiosis with mycorrhizal fungi. We wouldn't have apple trees. We would also not have apple trees without animals, insects, bees, bumblebees, who help them to propagate. Apples are infertile, so they cannot self-fertile. This is springtime. In autumn, apple trees feed the bees and bumblebees in a... It should be a movie here. Does it work? Kodak? Okay, anyway. You see here a bumblebee. There would be another one. So apple trees feed these bees in autumn. But bees cannot digest the apple peel. So after they have completely eaten the everything what they can find inside an apple, and the leftover, the ghost, the apple ghost, is just the peel and the kernel. And here's where fungi come in. The main function of fungi on Earth, unfortunately, the movie doesn't. It used to work. You should see here how a mold fungus is growing. The main function of fungi is they decompose every dead organic matter, plant matter. We are here on the cemetery, our bodies, after we have died. And what they do in that example for the apple tree, they provide then the carbon for the plants they need for their photosynthesis. And what they also do, these mycorrhizal fungi, they provide the phosphate, they provide water and amino acids and other nitrogen sources from the deep in the ground. And in return, they get from the plant glucose, what they have made by photosynthesis. And they share in the wood wide web this carbon with other trees, with other fungi. And with this, they sustain, these fungi, the cycling of carbon, phosphate, nitrogen, you name it, on Earth. I, as an artist, I like to give these temporal, these ephemeral observations, the importance of fungi also, I like to give them a stage. So I collect, for example, dead plants or apple ghosts and fungi, and I give them a new coexistence in my sculpture, or in my sculptures. This is one example of the sculptures from this year. You see a head of a parasol mushroom that forms the basis of the sculpture. There is this apple ghost. We know, okay, it is there because of the bees and bumblebees, and there we have a cumene, representative of plants, and just the trees will stand like pleading hands. Due to whatever reason, I'm really happy that this movie is working. This was the fungus I wanted to show you before. This is Aspergillus niger. You see, there is a melanin forming fungus, so it looks black, but actually melanin is brown. And it has been on Earth for millions of years. For comparison, humans, so the modern human, Homo sapiens, has been on Earth since 300,000 years. And Aspergillus niger is everywhere, in the soil, in the water, in the air, but it's also in us. It is companion of us. It lives in our mouth and is part of the oral microbiota. And it has journeyed with us all over the planet and even beyond. And you can find it even on the International Space Station. And for the last century, humans have been working with this fungus as a cell factory, as a fungus cell factory, to produce organic acids we need for the farmers industry, for the food industry, food enzymes, laundry enzymes that we nowadays can wash our laundry at 20, 30 degrees and get it clean. This is because of these fungal enzymes. So we don't need to cook them like Yeah, our grandmas used to do it. And for example, glucose oxidase, another enzyme. People who suffer from diabetes, they measure a couple of times a day their sugar levels in the blood. And this they can do because of this fungal enzyme, glucose oxidase. I'm a biotechnologist. This is the group here in Berlin at the TU Berlin, and we would love to understand how Niger grows. We would love to understand its metabolism. We would love to understand the fungal growth and metabolism of also other fungi. And I'm going to spend the next slides and talk more about these, about the mold-forming fungus, Aspergillus niger, and how it's important for the production of proteins, enzymes, acids, drugs, and pigments, and how we foresee a future in which we can replace concrete with a fungal mycelium. Okay, so whatever we want to produce in biotechnology, what we need is to understand how hyphal growth, so these long cell threads, how they grow, when they branch, how they branch, how this is related to the secretion of enzymes, to the secretion of organic acids, to the secretion of drugs, you name it. So irrespectively whether we work with Aspergillus niger or with Fomis fomentarius, the tinder fungus, a mushroom-forming fungus, we need to understand this hyphal growth. The left video should work, doesn't. The right, luckily, works. Okay, so when you cultivate a fungus in liquid medium, and this is how it is done nowadays in industry, a spore starts to form a germ tube that extends through polar growth and then starts to branch. And the more often it branches, the more dense the mycelium becomes, and in a liquid medium it starts to form a pellet, a three-dimensional structure. And when looking into sections of these three-dimensional structures, we see, okay, there are pores inside. They are important for transporting oxygen. They respire as we do. These spores are important for transporting substrates into the culture medium for exporting the products, and so on and so on. And what you see here is a remodeled growth in a collaboration which we are running with TU Munich, with the Heiko Vriesen group, where we basically have analyzed data from Aspergillus niger in bioreactor cultures when forming these pellets, and now basically we can have these animated pictures, and now I can tell you, okay, the total length, hyphal length of such a centimeter pellet is 1.5 meter. And this tells us the number of tips, the number of branches. If we influence that one, we can influence whether less enzymes are produced, organic acids, and so on. Okay, so we are biotechnologists. We work in the field of systems biology and also synthetic biology. So what we do is we collect genome data. Aspergillus niger has 14,000 genes, and we need to understand the function of these genes, and we do this with genome data and transcriptome data. We work with synthetic biology tools, so we develop gene switches with which we can basically switch on or off and fine-tune the activity of certain genes, and by this modify, for example, the product portfolio or modify the morphology. And we use the CRISPR tool to insert certain genes at a certain genomic location, or just cut out genes which we don't want to have there. So this is established technology, not only in our lab, but basically in all filamentous fungal labs worldwide. So just to give you an idea how the micromorphology, so hyphal growth on that level, impacts macromorphology. So it is just state of the art that we can say a hypha, please branch at the tip. We get this tip splitting. we have these mutants there. We can generate mutants where we say, okay, please don't stop growing in a polar way, and start basically to enter this kind of balloon-like growth. Or we can say, please hyperbranch. And luckily, we have mutants that have show the same growth rate like the wild type, but hyperbranch. And by basically interfering with this micromorphology, we generate different macromorphology. We generate pellets which have different size. We do this with the CRISPR technology. Classically, what I said, so 0.5 centimeter, this is how a wild type, but we can make them much, much smaller, we can have them much, much bigger, and this in turn affects the productivity and other features, and even whether it produces only, not only, but mainly an organic acid or an enzyme. Okay. As I said, so Niger, Aspergillus niger is established as a production platform for enzymes and organic acids. We are now running projects where, and this is because the metabolism is so versatile. Niger grows on everything and produces a lot of ATP, so it has a citric acid cycle that is running like hell, so it wants to produce. And we want to reprogram that metabolism into new products. And one of these products are pigments. Pigments because they are nowadays produced mainly by the chemical industry based on fossil resources, and many of these pigments, chemically synthesized pigments, are also dangerous basically for not only the environment but also for us. And we have basically managed to rechannel, not to rechannel, but yeah, to push the melanin production of Aspergillus niger and make it to produce much more or even much less. And Friederike Hoberg here, she's also here in the auditorium, you can talk later to her, established a protocol how to extract the melanin, and now, and this is because I thought this might be of interest for you in the matters of activity, textile, we develop now pipelines how we can basically use these naturally derived, and because they're biologically produced, they are also biodegradable at the very end of their use for staining textiles. And of course, we will not stop with the melanin. We will produce more colors. And again, one way, it's really unhappy that yeah, it should be a movie, but anyway, we use genome data, gene co-expression data, gene network data to predict transcription factors, so proteins, regulators in the cell that are important for example, for pigment production or other metabolite productions, and by extracting them, and of course I can't go into detail because because of lack of time, and by testing different candidate genes up and down regulating them, we can basically modify the color repertoire of that fungus. But what we are also trying in the medium run is basically to transfer the color repertoire of other fungi into Aspergillus niger. And here you see another mold, Friederike, so she's over there, has worked together with Birke Weber. And this is another mold fungus that produces a very nice, you see it, red pigment. And whilst the fungus is growing, a textile is basically in the medium, and you get these nice, wonderful colors. Okay, so this was what I wanted to share with you. Some thoughts about how we use a mold for what happened. How we use a mold for sustainable production of new product. Yeah, da. Let's go there. Yeah. Admir, we're going to fight later. You cannot remove it. Okay. No, then please, then remove it to the left. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're there. Anyway, in a second, again, we have two switches.
I'm still here. I'm here.
Yeah. Just help me. We will write together.
I'm waiting patiently.
Give me another 10 minutes, and then, yeah. Okay. So, how can we?
I'm waiting patiently. I'm here.
Yeah. Super. I love that you're here. Okay. You might have seen this fungus before in a forest. This is a tinder fungus, and when you take a fruiting body of the tinder fungus, it is very strong. You can stand on it. It is lightweighted. It is completely water repellent. If you understand the biology of the fruiting body formation, and the fruiting body itself consists out of mycelium, then you are there. Then we can replace Admir concrete. Well, okay. And how do we start? Where are we at the moment? And how do we foresee the near or long-term future? So we take the mycelium from the tinder fungus, let it grow on residual waste from forestry and agriculture. And so think now about wood spawn, think about straw, think about chives. So residues which otherwise would have been burned. The fungus grows on these residues. And it produces, when we provide whatever negative form, these kind of composite materials. Lightweight, not yet water repellent, but we have published basically that it can replace, on the first one, styrofoam. So it can basically insulate against heat or acoustic. And what's going on there, in fact, is that the fungus grows around these hemp chives. So this is a hemp chive, and this is the fungal mycelium. This is another magnification here, so the hemp chives and the mycelium. So the mycelium acts as a mortar, binds these loose substrate materials together, and you get these kind of composite materials. So the inner part is this composite mycelium implant, and the outer part is pure fungal mycelium, pure fungal Fomes fomentarius mycelium. And we can produce whatever kind of shape, cylindrical, rectangular, whatever. We only need residues, waste residues from agriculture, forestry. And now should come a video, which should have our audio.
We tried, but we have a little Zoom problem. It might be that we have to restart the Zoom session, but let's see.
Admir, it will take another few minutes.
No. Ante, can you hear us? Sorry, I have to.
So the reason is, so this is an embedded video, and the audio doesn't work. Here this is a 5-minute video, and it's very much important that I show this here. This is a video about an exhibition that we show in the Futurium here in Berlin. This is a museum, the House of the Futures. And there we, and with we, I mean a digital architect and other people came together and discuss how the built environment of the future could look like if we start working, producing with fungi. And now the idea is that we share that video via Zoom, because it is it is on YouTube. It is on the Futurium website. Okay, cool. Seems to work, and it comes in German language, but the subtitles are English, so it's inclusive. Okay. So let's see. But yeah.
Unmute?
No. Okay, otherwise.
Biotechnologie als Innovationsmotor.
Okay. Just let's start from the beginning.
Pilze.
Okay, 5 minutes, lay back and. What?
Maybe click the green button.
What did you do?
Build.
Okay, so there's an...
Nachhaltige Bauwirtschaft.
Digitales Entwerfen.
Co-Design mit Pilzen.
Bauen ohne Beton.
Pilzbiotechnologie als Innovationsmotor.
Bewuchs von Häusern.
Pilze für eine Bioökonomie.
Flexibles Wohnen in der Natur.
I think the internet connection is too slow, but
Bauen Alternativen zu den herkömmlichen Baustoffen und diese Naturmaterialien, in diesem Fall Materialien auf Pilzbasis, können uns helfen, neue recycelbare Bauprodukte zu entwickeln.
Wir haben Pilze auf Reststoffen aus der Agrar- oder Forstwirtschaft wachsen lassen. Das ist eigentlich ein Prozess, der in der Natur natürlicherweise stattfindet. Pilze können Pflanzen zersetzen und bilden daraus Humus. Wir unterbrechen diesen Prozess an einem bestimmten Punkt und sagen den Pilzen, dass sie nicht komplett diese Pflanzen zersetzen können. Und dabei entstehen diese Verbundstoffe.
Wir können mit diesen Materialien natürlich nicht das machen, was wir mit anderen Materialien können. Dafür können wir neue Sachen damit machen. Wir können ganz, ganz weiche Oberflächen in der Architektur haben, die tatsächlich einen bestimmten Duft hat, die eine bestimmte Haptik hat und so einen neuen Bezug zur gebauten Umgebung geben kann.
Die Strukturen, die sich hierbei ergeben oder mit denen wir arbeiten, die 4, die 5, die 6-Ecke, haben etwas mit unserem Konzept einer modularen Bauweise zu tun.
Wir orientieren uns nicht nur in den Materialien an der Natur, sondern auch teilweise wirklich auch in den Formen, weil die Natur uns ein ganzes Formenrepertoire zur Verfügung stellt, an Formen, die auch sehr, sehr leistungsfähig sind, die zum Beispiel bessere Trageigenschaften haben. Und natürlich spielen wir auch mit diesen Formen.
Pilze wachsen wunderbar auf diesen pflanzlichen Substraten. Interessanterweise kann man diese aber auch in Kontakt bringen mit Beton und dann wachsen diese Zellfäden in den Beton hinein und können tatsächlich Betonteile miteinander verbinden.
Diese Formen entstehen auch ganz stark unter Zuhilfenahme neuer Methoden des Bauens und des Fertigens. Zum Beispiel sind diese Rahmen entstanden, in denen wir eine Holzplatte mit einem Laser eingeschnitten haben und die dann zusammengesetzt haben. Das heißt, es gibt da einen gewissen digitalen Prozess, der sich mit einem natürlichen Material trifft und zusammen eine ganz neue Materialität entstehen lässt.
Wir möchten mit Hilfe des digitalen Designs die Zukunft des Bauens neu denken.
Ich denke, dass alle Entwicklungen, die uns in den Nachrichten begegnen, wie der Klimawandel, die Ressourcenknappheit, auch in kurzer Zeit die Architektur einholen werden. Und das tun sie schon längst. Ich glaube, da wird es einen großen Sinneswandel geben. Wir werden die herkömmlichen Werkstoffe wie Beton noch eine Weile weiterverwenden, aber irgendwann sind wir gezwungen, zu diesen Werkstoffen überzugehen. Und je früher wir diese Entwicklung begleiten und auch gestalterisch ansprechend machen, desto besser.
That should be music.
Es wird so sein, dass wir in Zukunft und auch jetzt schon als Architekten sehr, sehr viel mit bestehenden Gebauten zu tun haben. All die Gebäude um uns herum, seien sie ruinös oder auch neu, beinhalten sehr, sehr viel Energie. Und diese Gebäude abzureißen, wird immer mehr eine Entscheidung, die nicht ganz so einfach zu treffen sein wird. Das ist auch gut so. Das heißt, wir können diese Gebäude auch umnutzen.
Es fällt im Moment sehr viel Altbeton an, der recycelt werden muss. Das heißt, wir müssen jetzt gar nicht denken, wie wir ohne Beton in Zukunft bauen, sondern mit recyceltem Beton Neubau ermöglichen. Die Utopia, die wir uns vorstellen, ist eine komplett nachhaltige Bauweise, Bauwirtschaft. Aber vielleicht ist diese Revolution, die wir vorhaben, nur über den Schritt einer Evolution möglich. Diese Experimentierphase, in der wir gerade sind, ist eine sehr spannende Phase, weil wir hier nicht nur mit Architekten zusammenarbeiten, sondern auch mit Bauphysikern, mit Materialwissenschaftlern, mit Nachhaltigkeitsforschern, um auf der einen Seite zu verstehen, welche Materialitäten können wir tatsächlich erreichen. Und auf der anderen Seite, wie ist denn tatsächlich jetzt die Ökobilanz? Und ist das der richtige Weg oder müssen wir vielleicht noch den einen oder anderen Gedankengang mit neu hinzudenken?
Naturmaterialien sind natürlich immer schon ein Thema gewesen und wir versuchen jetzt aber noch weiter dazu gehen und Baustoffe aus der Natur, die die Natur selber produziert, zu verwenden, die auch komplett wieder abbaubar sind.
Es ist eine Utopie, an der wir arbeiten, von der wir aber hoffen, dass sie vielleicht in 10 Jahren schon Realität ist. Das heißt, in 10 Jahren wohnen einige Menschen schon in Pilzhäusern.
Meine Faszination ist eigentlich die Suche nach einer Zukunft des Bauens, die sich selbst trägt.
Now we can switch back to the main presentation. So I've talked here about the eco-balance, and we have determined, of course, already, or we performed a comparison life cycle assessment between a fungal biobrick and a concrete biobrick, and of course the fungal one performs much better. It needs less water, produces less carbon dioxide, and needs less electricity. And one of the main reasons is for the concrete production you need 1,400 degrees. 1,400, and for fungal biobrick production you need a maximum of 120 degrees, and we stop fungal growth with 70 degrees. So this is okay, and thank you very much. And now I just put it to the left, or just oops. Okay, and I cannot click now because it's now here at the lower left. One second. So I never worked with a Mac, so therefore it's so okay. And to make people aware of such a potential future where the buildings can be made by houses, we have taken part at an exhibition last year where we showed the first time a pavilion, a habitable pavilion made out of plywood and these fungal biobricks, composite materials. The skeleton itself remains of a fruiting body, so the lamella, but the roof on top is out of these composite materials. When we have erected that pavilion in Frankfurt am Main, it was June, it was 35 degrees, it was very hot, but inside it felt very comfortable. When I spent there a night, and that sculpture, people were allowed to sleep there, stay there overnight. I slept there in September last year, and it was pretty much cold, 10 degrees, but it felt warm. Everything what we show inside the pavilion was bio-based. We even extracted pigments from fruiting bodies to stain the textiles that we use there for living. So this is one opportunity basically to show these tangible, make it tangible, how the futures will look like. And now the sculpture is back to Berlin. You can see it every day. It's in the central library of the TU Berlin. It's open daily till midnight. You can stay there. You can go inside. You can read there. You can read a book, engage with fungi. This is what has been announced earlier. So there we describe what basically here in Berlin we have a consortium of people who think that the future material sciences can be very much influenced by the way of fungi. And that or having said that it's not completely speculative what I'm talking about. What I'm now doing is just, I show you here the first fungal leather hat, which was published, not published, but basically released this year by a San Francisco-based company. This is pure fungal leather, pure mycelium leather. It performs like animal leather. It is durable. It is, but vegan, completely free of, and it also completely free of bioplastics. So the future will be fungal, I hope. So we are already on the track. I hope I have given you some ideas how the fungal world looks like in terms of how these organisms manage to share resources, to keep them in a cycle, to recycle them, to communicate across kingdoms. And this is, I think, what we have to learn from nature. We start burning the book of nature, but we haven't read it yet. And that's a quote by Hans-Joachim Schellenhuber, and many of you probably know. But this is, well, learning from nature is basically one way how we can make survival of mankind in 100 years from now possible. Thank you very much.
So thank you for opening this perspective on not only on planet Earth, but also into deep time, 100 years from now. Looking at time, we can maybe take 1 or 2 questions for clarification. Please, very short. But we can, if you want to ask something more conceptual or want to discuss with us, there's opportunity also in a moment. But do you have a clarification? Need for clarification? Okay.
Whatever you prefer.
Okay, then I prefer that Charlotte Wenning is coming to the stage. I have you on my list. So now it's the 4 of us. Admi, are you still there? Yes, I'm nodding. So, challenge accepted, okay. But before we start discussing, I want to introduce Charlotte Wenning to you. She just came on stage. I'm very delighted to introduce her. She's an interdisciplinary materials and product designer. And in the cluster research group, Adaptive Fibrous Materials, she investigates the possible application, design, and the design of different scenarios with bark. And considering her research, she looks at structures, properties, function of bark. It's also her PhD topic. And actually, this is a little warm-up. Next Tuesday, there will be the defense of her PhD. So, fingers crossed. Yes. In addition to that, Charlotte has 2 degrees in design, in industrial design, from the University of Applied Sciences in Magdeburg-Stendal, and a master's degree in integrated design from the University of the Arts in Bremen. And I'm very happy that you discuss with us now. Maybe I can ask you the first question directly. Please, could you elaborate a little bit on your material, tree bark, in the light of our topic, which is future materials, and maybe put it a little bit into relation with the other materials, fungi or funga, and concrete.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Of course, I have to say the future is tree bark. I could wear a jacket made out of bark just to hope that Admi is maybe showing up with a fashion item out of concrete. I would actually love to see that, but okay. So what I find really interesting about this whole discussion is this, of course, this point of time and future, yeah? So, like, we had this discussion about from the micro scale to the macro scale, but maybe we can also talk about the time scale. And so my first question is actually going to Admi. I mean, of course, it's super exciting to see that there are still the old construction of ancient Roman times. But actually, I mean, life is changing and life is also adaptation. And so I'm questioning actually in these kind of troubled times, do we need actually materials which are lasting way longer as we could design them? So is it the hint to go for something what has a longer livability as we have? Or how do you think about this point? About endless time.
Yeah, that's a great point. I like to start with the time scale, and I think that's actually critical in everything we are doing. But there is a pressure on the short time, driven by the changes that we introduced into our ecosystem, and this pressure is a significant pressure. I really don't want to be an advocate of a cement and concrete future in next centuries, millennia. I could really nicely imagine fungi taking over and really far future in the relative terms of the time scale. And biotechnology developments and mutants we are able to put into the ecosystem do require time to be validated, to be tested, to really, in a controlled manner, eventually introduce these as standards. And that's I think, for our purposes of, I don't want to use this word, but I will use it, to save the world by 2050 is a challenging task. Again, I want to stress it again. It's incredible to see, shoes made out of, bioengineered bacteria and see these developments in fungi. It's unfortunately, at least in my personal opinion, timeline that presses us. This time constraint requires faster solutions. Now, these solutions might be temporary again, and the evolution and materials that we will be making in 100 years, 200 years, 500 years, who knows what is going to be. But we do have a challenge to solve. And it's imminent challenge. It's 30 years challenge, which again requires something that is reliable. It's difficult to think about an engineer that will sign off a project on a material that is not sufficiently tested to satisfy the standards. It's very difficult to build a bridge based on the materials that are not satisfying the standards that are present of our world, and to really again repeat this point here. I'm not talking about far future. I wish I could foresee the far future, but the imminent pressure driven by the industrial revolution consequences and use of fossil fuels and emissions that we are, part of, eventually put us into a condition to act fast. And I do believe that introducing functionalities into an ordinary Portland cement mix might be a solution, might be a fast, quick solution, and again maybe even an opportunity, which I like to think of, introducing carbon sink functionality, or opening completely new space for renewable energies. I mean, these are fundamental challenges that are really difficult to deal with in such a short time period that we are required to fulfill.
But Admir, so the data are saying that concrete production is not a carbon sink. Instead, 40% of the current carbon dioxide release by industry goes to concrete. If concrete would be a land, it would be on third position. So first the United States and China, and then concrete. So these data have been published. And you are absolutely right, we need fast solutions. And we are not there yet with the load-bearing material, basically characteristics. But with including bacterial biotechnology, bacteria are already used to produce bioplastic, polylactide. We show in the Futurium, in the Microbuild exhibition, how we use 3D printing to basically print a scaffold with polylactide. This is stable. And then the interior part is filled with this insulating material, which is the fungus and the hemschives, or the wood spawn, whatever. And so we can already start replacing the styrofoam, which is fossil based. There is the industry is very much interested. We have projects running with them. Other groups have projects. You're absolutely right. There is this time pressure, and by 10 years, so by 2030, we have to be carbon neutral. So this is what Planet Earth is saying to us humans. If we want to, making sure that our grandkids will have a chance to live as we are doing. And one advantage, and I think this was the question you were also asking, the durability of these buildings. So the answer I could give with these bio-based materials is, so the scenario, the very realistic scenario is in a few decades we have either 6 meters of water leveling or 65 meters. These are the two. Okay, when we start building these kind of houses, we can easily migrate from one place to another place because we simply can chop these houses down, and nature, fungi, will take it over and degrade it to. And this is so we do not need to build. Or I mean, this is a way an option to build in the future houses which do not need to be there for hundreds of years, like the old cathedrals, in the churches and so on. They can be only for a couple of years, or even months.
Totally agree. Okay. Totally agree with you. Okay. Absolutely. And it's always a purpose that we should also bear in mind. I mean, there are solutions that do not require, high performance concrete to be used. Therefore, I think it's definitely a right direction to go replace material that we don't need to use, and we are using because it's cheap and available for solutions that do not require load bearing, for example. But it's a collective way that is required and crosstalk. And I'm really glad to be here. I want to remind you that I am not like cement advocate. I'm just rationally thinking about a problem that we are facing, and you nicely mentioned. It's a big problem, and it's a challenge that we need to tackle immediately. And I'm kind of trying to compromise because it's I think the solution is in the compromising and perhaps introducing in ordinary Portland cement fungi that will add additional function. Which we don't know of because it's engineered through your CRISP technology, which really it's a fantastic time for us to be in, because there are these avenues that are opening that were not possible during in Roman time, and our solution for self-healing Roman-inspired concrete is something that is available. Time relatively proven, not toxic, solution to a problem of durability of our infrastructure. That doesn't mean that the bacteria will eventually win and heal our infrastructure in 10 years, 20 years time. This is really a beautiful also place to have this conversation, because often as engineers and scientists we often just go and nail our little world issue and go out and speak, and I think I'm very glad to be part of this conversation at the completely next level. So
I would like to Do you want to ask the next question? Because I also would like to.
You can also first.
But may I just at one point? Sorry, but no, but we need the concrete research because we need this concrete which is already there. It needs to be recycled 1 time, 5 times, 50 times, and then by 3D printing, this additive manufacturing, then these materials come together.
Oh.
And in the next hundreds years, hopefully we are still, so mankind is then still to be there. Then the concrete, which was already there now, is diluted out.
Mm-hmm.
That's this is where we come together, where the intersection is.
Yeah. I mean, delighted to hear that you both have this in mind. That is, time is short, 30 years. I mean, you said the Book of Life. We hadn't time to decipher, to read it yet. But at the same moment, if you think about deep material futures and the old crisis of the Anthropocene, is that we don't know that post-Holocene nature. I mean, if you think about, 19th century, at this idea of the death of God, and we witness the end of nature as we know it, with stable circles, day and night. Maybe in 25 years, maybe we have 7 months summer and 3 days winter or something like that.
But we have then 4 billion people who are migrating, and we are now discussing how Germany can accept 1 million of Ukrainian people, and this brings our politicians to So we are at the risk of democracy. We are at so many risks. So we cannot. You cannot imagine that 4 out of 8 billion people migrate without war. And this is now we have now find a solution. And what I'm saying is that in biotech, and Regine is also here, so in microbial biotech and so on. So there are many solutions there, also in plants. Yeah, so we can generate new plant-based materials, the bark or banana peels. Whatever, so they all have the pros. We have to get rid from these fossil-based, limited resource-based economy towards a circular economy, towards a circular architecture. Only this will help us to survive as species. Planet Earth will be there probably also, hopefully, in millions of years, unless we will use.
So you say that there will be a mushroom at the end of the world? Huh?
Yeah. Of course, there will be.
Charlotte, maybe you want to say?
Yeah, I want to add on the mushroom at the end of the world. I mean, it's easy to criticize concrete because we have it since such a long time. We do a lot of research. We did a lot of design with it. So when we want to go into a fungi-based future, what we have to consider, what we have to take in mind, what might be risk or trouble. I mean, we are incredibly good in killing flora and fauna. How do we avoid that with fungi? What would we have to take into account to design with it?
There, as in the fauna, so there are animals which are harmless, and there are animals that are harmful. The same is with the world of fungi. So you have to select for those fungi which are safe for human use. This is, for example, the tinder fungus. Already Ötzi used to know how to use the tinder fungus, and hundreds of years ago, people knew how to use this for wound healing. Parts of the fruiting bodies. The fungus that has been used here is this reishi. This is also medicinal. So we have to use these kind of, not mold-forming fungi, but of course, we have to make the right selection for the fungi we work with, and of course, because this is a bioproduct, a biomaterial, at the end we have to ensure that it has also to become biodegradable. So we should not involve too many other materials in that, so to not make it, but biodegradable. Just to give you an example here for this head, so fungal-based leather takes much less of chemical treatments than beef-based leather. It takes 200 steps to make this leather we are used to, and the smell which we enjoy as, oh, this is leather, comes from treatment with fish oil. This is not done with these kind of materials. So so there's much research that needs to be done, but the fungal community or the micro community is growing, and we need, of course, a lot of investment now, next 1, 2, 3 years, to ensure the future in 20, 30 years. And you are right, Admir, that's standardization is an issue with these biomaterials, but perhaps we should go away from these classical standards. So it's not glass, it's not concrete, it's not steel. So where you have this isotropic material, we have new material characteristics, and we should accept that it looks here different than there. But this is nature, right? So this.
Charlotte, do you have a question from perspective critical design thinking, or?
I thought we maybe also have to hand over to the audience one moment.
There was the 1 minute.
I have, but yes.
Okay. Okay. So then we open the discussion. Please come forward, ask your questions. There's a raised hand. Well, there was a... Claudia, did you want to ask something? No, but Maya had a question. Exactly. Sorry, we start with Maya.
Actually, most
you
of
have the microphone already.
Yes.
So.
Most of my question was answered. Thank you very much. Thank you also for these great presentations. Because my question was beginning basically with this moment of stopping the fungi from digesting more. So is it then as good, as durable, as usable as plastics, as other materials? And to extend this question, when you plan, which maybe also can go to other people on stage, when you plan a project like this, how much do you take on the qualities of the material you work with, and how much do you try to force it basically into the standards of the industry?
Okay, so we stop fungal growth by simply heating these biobricks to 70 degrees. This is pasteurization, Louis Pasteur. And the flexibility of the material, the compressibility of the material comes from the cell wall of fungi. It consists of chitin and glucans. And it doesn't matter whether the fungus itself is living or not. So the cell wall goes. They provide the characteristics of the material. We started, as I said, and also other groups in Europe, so mainly in Italy, in Netherlands, in Sweden, in Israel. So there's the community is growing, also in Germany, in America. We started to work with companies, and there we just do these classical DIN tests, which we have to do to test, for example, what is does water go inside, yes or not? What's about the humidity, and so on and so on. This is ongoing, and the point, or one of the main reasons why we started to go already at the very early stage of research to the public is that right from the beginning we want to include the public into the research. So we have citizen science projects running, we have artists and residence projects running, these to make this tangible and not saying in 10 years, okay, now you have to grow, start living in a fungal house, and people, oh, I can't. Yeah, this is well. It goes hand in hand. We provide workshops where people learn how to produce these biobricks. You can even start reading in the internet how to make this kind of skin. There's nothing else as the aerial mycelium. The more people who understand how it works, and the more they test themselves, the more startups company we have. It's just all in. We have to invest, we have to go all in, give all in.
Okay, take the next question, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. Yes.
Shall we continue with the questions and leave the wrap up?
Maybe
I can hear the question.
Maybe you ask the questions and then we would try to...
One second. It's a question how we continue, Admir. Just take a second, yeah.
Admir, just a second. So we take questions from Nigel Clark, from Kashaya, and you already have the microphone.
Okay.
Let's hear them.
Maybe this is not so much a question, but to take part in the discussion. Just as a quick explanation, I'm an educator in architecture, coming from an artistic background, however, and a sort of speculative design approach. But I'm teaching at a very practical college, University of Applied Science. And there's a big discrepancy between, I want to teach them how to create fungi houses. I want to teach them that there is carbon emission-free concrete. I want to teach them all these materials that they can use to make not only carbon neutral, but maybe carbon minus houses. And they are very focused on materials. The practicality and the reality of architecture, at least in Germany, is that really these guidelines are really just making it so incredibly difficult to progress in this way. Okay. And one of the key factors is, believe it or not, Brandschutz. So a fire hazard, and concrete has not been able to subside from that kind of. Even yesterday, I was in a talk at zero emission building in Hafen City, introduced by Christian Pelzetter, an architect who got an award for zero emission. It's a mix. I think maybe what I want to throw in is like not carbon and the goal will be to have zero carbon emission building, and it will have to be implemented by politicians and by educational understanding of that. And I want to find a way maybe to introduce that also faster. And if you have any ideas on how to do that, I'd be so happy to hear them. Yeah.
Thank you for your comment. And we will you already have the microphone, Nigel. We want to say something? No. Yeah, please.
No, actually, may I comment on this comment that is really good one?
Sorry, Admir, but we totally run out of time. We kind of collect the questions, and then we have like in the end we have like remarks by our directors, and they will address these questions. Okay, cool.
I just had a question for you, Vera, about the melanin in the fungi. I was just fascinated. Is it similar to the same with the melanin in human skin? And I've just got this kind of strange sense of reading too much kind of black studies. And when I think about climate change and climate migration, so often it's highly racialized. And then you're talking about melanin in the fungus and...
So there are, I think in total 7 different biochemical pathways how to make melanin. So there are 7 different types of melanin, and the human melanin is different from the fungal melanin. But their function is the same, to protect the organism from UV, to protect the organisms from radical that destroy DNA and you can basically produce fungal melanin and cover your skin with it, and then you become protected against UV. Yeah.
All right. Kashaya, last question, and then I would like to ask Wolfgang Schäffner.
Very short. Most of the time, my question is not that what your innovation contribute to the sustainability, but one of the big R's of sustainability is repair, is gonna be repair. How your process, your technology, your innovation is gonna help the not new production, but repair and renovation in that realm.
So self-healing is very easy. Just take this leather or take this composite brick, inoculate with a new living fungus, give a little bit of substrate, plant substrate, and within a couple of days it will fill the hole.
Okay.
Then take whatever, how do you call this, how you dry it? The hair dryer, take a hair dryer. Put it over there. So and privately. So imagine you want to heal a hole in your wall.
Okay.
Self-made.
All right. So all the questions were asked and all the questions were answered. So
for more reading,
we close the session, and I hand over to our directors for the closing remarks. And thank you for your comments. Thank you for engaging, discussing with us. Thank you, Admir.
Yep.
Okay, great. So thank you so much for this really super inspiring route. So it would just have been a pity to stop the discussion. We now joined in a kind of a wrap-up session. So we're Wolfgang, Peter, so they will do the job. So I open this discussion now. I try to bring together maybe the most interesting or the most important threads of today. And first of all, I also want to send greetings from Horst Bredekamp. He had to leave a bit earlier, and he wants me to tell you that this was a superb day. So he really enjoyed it, he loved it, and he's very sorry that he now had to run away, but we are running a bit late, so I'm also announcing already now that we have to leave this site at 7 sharp. So we make this concise now, and then at 7 we leave smoothly, and then there will be like an aperitif or an apéro in the building next to here in the Cubus, so people can show you the way, but 7 it's where we stop. So, but now Wolfgang and Peter, you start.
So, to be short, after this long day about deep material futures, I would like to come back on in 3 aspects about time, since our focus on active matter brought us to ask more deeply about the activity in terms of time. What does it mean? And I want to do it in our enemy, so to say, is passive matter, where one does not regard the intrinsic activity, and passive matter in this sense is deeply related, one could say, to the simultaneity of time, with how it was introduced in 19th century. Sandra talked about railroad plans. Time is also an effect of railroads. When you think in the US, these time zones accompanying the railroad tracks, how it was expanded, and this fantasy of simultaneity we live in, and that means to exclude all kind of other temporalities that could disturb these kind of things, and this is the thing we want to focus on, especially when we talk about the multiplicity of material times. One could say every material is its own clock, and it does run differently, and so this diffuse of multiplicities of time, this is what our Western culture was fighting against with a monolithic one clock time frame, and this is I guess a very important image of all our disasters. Nigel talked about the linear responding of linear problems. This is all deeply linked to this kind of monolithic simultaneity of one time. And what does it mean, this multiplicity of material time? It's not a chaotic thing. If this is a chaotic thing, we are in big problems. And therefore, I want to refer to Vera's notion of synchronizing. I guess this is not at all our linear simultaneity. It is a multiplicity of many times, and then we can talk about the fungal time, future, bacteria time, concrete time maybe, and all the times and materials we heard of. And I guess this organizing or of synchronizing, that could be a very good image or the clear challenge for a design of something that is not at all linear at all. And these multiplicities of time errors, this was what we discussed in the coffee break, which is an interesting thing, since time has a direction, not everywhere, but this multiplicity of things is a fundamental issue of physics. Peter, this is the point where you should talk. And
well, I'll be very brief. It is true that if you take time as the fourth dimension, it is different from all others. That at least on the macroscopic scale, it moves in one direction, very strangely. Yeah, and this is a big mystery still in physics, because all the microscopic equation can be time reversed and still work. Mechanics, electrodynamics, and so on. But I think how this relates to this program really is that, and also that relates to the concept of multiplicity that you just mentioned, is that we have seen in all these discussions that there are multiple paths and multiple futures, in fact. And one of the things that I found very interesting in this discussion on whether the future is concrete or whether the future is fungi, I think the future will be all of this, I'm pretty sure. And I think it is interesting that we are not, or well, I think we should be betting on all these things at once, yeah, because any monoculture is a failure. And I think one of the successes of nature is that there are multiple solutions to a problem. And clearly, we can ask James how many organisms have done a certain thing. And clearly, it will come out that there are many solutions, at least temporal, on a temporal basis. I found it also interesting when we were talking about time that we were talking about longevity in the context of urgency. That's also something that struck me quite a bit. Yeah, well, if something's urgent, I don't worry about what happens in the long run, maybe, or maybe I should. Last point that I would like to make is. I don't know how it happened, but what I really found the most inspiring of all these very inspiring talks is that for some reason in many of the pairings there were slightly different visions that were sort of competing, and all of these visions were compelling and important. Since I think you said that we cannot predict the future, or you would like somebody said that. I think as we should really allow all these approaches and look into them simultaneously, even though time goes just in one direction.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. And also from my side, this was really a fantastic event, and it really topped my expectations. So I enjoyed it a lot. All your presentations and talk, that was amazing. Also the moderated panels. I found it worked really well. Maybe just as a last maybe idea also to think about design and the design concepts or strategies that we are using in this kind of discussions, because obviously design also has its own temporalities, starting with the process of imagining, conceptualizing, modeling, and the realization process. But as Lucius Burckhardt always reminds that design is also the usage of things. It's like really like how we live with things, how we deal with things, and then it's also how these things become waste, how they decay, it's really the whole circle of consumption culture, of everyday culture, of technological culture, of social culture. So that is what design is about. And as we know from design ontology, the design we design designs us back. So this is really this, this reflexive design circle we are also experiencing. And I think to really stress this idea of design that is more than just the product or the solution or the thing that comes out or that is applied at the end. in this kind of discussion, I find it really important and interesting. So thank you for really providing us with these insights from your different kind of backgrounds and practices. It was wonderful. Yeah, sorry to stop it here, but we have the chance to continue it more informally afterwards. So please join us to the film premiere of The White Elephant from Michaela, and join us for drinks and some snacks and for further discussion. It was really great having you. Thank you so much.